Damn, Gary, some serious gourmet shit. What flavor is this? That's right, it's the all-hell medium roast private blend. Check out the Geek Grind Coffee Nerdrotic page for our other options like the Decadent, Feathers of Liberty, vanilla-infused flavored coffee. Or if you're looking for something darker, try the Dark Roast FNT blend of the Fellowship. You know what? Just buy all three. GeekGrindCoffee.com. Use discount code Nerdrotic.
What's up, everybody?
Hey. Wow.
Slow week, huh? Slow week.
Very slow week.
Yeah, not much going on.
Welcome to Friday night real estate talk.
Yeah.
Wait, there's 7,000 people waiting.
Yeah.
That's right. And we were talking about real estate. And,
Yes, we were.
And toilets.
Yeah.
And Japanese toilets.
Bidets, yes.
But we're not going to talk about that today because kind of a big day around here. It's
we are going to talk about a massive piece of shit, though.
This is true. And we, you know what, in a way,
We need to narrow it down. There's two of those.
We're hearing Marvel flush down the toilet. So I guess, yes, we will be talking about toilets and shit today. Welcome to Friday Night Tights, a very special Marvels edition, ladies and gentlemen, of both genders. Yes.
It will have more logic and more structure than the Marvels.
The 8-hour live stream with the cats and humans fondling pop vinyls had more structure than the Marvels. That was promoting the Marvels. We've all seen it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
fucking watched it. Unfortunately.
All right.
Thank you to a certain person that sent me a care package.
I feel like a lot of us saw the same version. Of course, obviously, theater.
It was a great theater experience for me.
I'm addicted to gambling now.
I did see it in the theater.
I did go
it's
see it
so
in the
weird
theater.
that
Yeah.
Brought to you by 1xBet.
Okay,
hang on.
Those
That guy.
gambling ads in the middle of them.
Yeah.
For those of us that did see it in the theaters, how packed was your theater? Because I was like,
Oh, man. There was
five
at
other
least
people?
2 other people in the theater.
There were as many people at my house when I watched it as was in your theater. Nobody was there.
Our theater was completely full of empty seats.
Yes.
I actually had about a half full theater.
Maybe I was in the multiverse because my theater was almost full.
Really?
I saw it
Wow.
at 7 o'clock at the Alamo Draft House in
Well, that's the draft
Yonkers.
house, yeah.
And I don't know. I wanted to go around and ask, like, how many people are here for the boozy milkshakes and how many people are here for the actual movie. And then there was a guy who came out and spoke to us before the movie. He said that he was with Marvel, but I had no idea who he was. And then he called up all the kids in the audience, and they were like grown-ass men
Sus.
too. And they were like, all you had to do was say your name and higher, further, faster. And then he would give you a bunch of comic books or action figures. And that went on for like 10 minutes before the movie. And he's like, I'll be hanging out outside in case you want to come by and tell me how awesome it was.
Van was
just go out to the van and grab some candy, kids.
You should have just told us it was Kevin Feige, Chrissy.
I don't know who these people are.
It's all right.
Most people don't. Okay. So don't feel bad.
You're lucky.
They're handing out like the stuff no one bothered to buy, like Captain
Like
Phasma
Captain
action
Marvel?
figures or
Yes,
something.
he was.
Oh,
God.
I
It was
don't
like
have
all the free
Roast
comic book
Ticos.
day stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably that large backlog of A-Force comics he has.
Did you have? They gave us a special card with Black Girl Magic on it. At our theater. I
Was
don't
it
have
called
with
an
me.
EBT card?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Hey, you know who everybody is. Jeremy from
Hi.
Geeks and Gamers, say hi.
Hi.
Az, say hi.
Hi.
Ryan, say hi.
Hello.
Ian, say hi.
You broke the
Hello.
rules.
Shad, say hello.
Hello.
Quarterblack,
What's up?
there you go. Odin
Gotta be
hola.
different.
and Chrissy, say hi.
Hello, I'm a man trapped in a woman's body.
All right. I told you just to say hi.
Oh,
It's okay.
I
Literally.
see what you're saying.
It's all right.
Yeah.
At least I remembered you're here. So, and our special guest is Mauler.
Whoa. Howdy.
Always wanted to stream with Mauler. Always.
Yeah,
wanted
it's good to
stream
meet you.
with
The
Mauler.
Day Cobra.
Yeah,
Nice.
great to meet
Cool
you.
name.
Great to meet you.
Yeah.
Heard about this guy.
Bidet Cobra? Is that what you called him?
Didn't you slander him? Didn't you slander him the other day? Just like called him Marvel.
Yeah, he did. He called me Marvel. I haven't really gotten over it, to be honest.
To be fair, like he is my version of Captain Marvel, so I never saw the first one. I've only watched his, and that's what I keep referencing. Jeremy, have you seen Captain Marvel? I've seen Mauler's review. That's enough for me.
I can't wait for the Maulers to come out. That's the movie.
Maulers.
Yeah, for therapeutic service on YouTube. I protect people from.
Ooh, I want to see the Indian one.
What a weekend! I just finished watching the last episode of Loki, where absolutely nothing happened.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
And-
things happen, but
Uh,
they
He's
act
the
like
king.
Okay.
He's king now.
They weren't justified, or they made. didn't
Well, it
make
reminds me
sense.
of Terminator Dark Fate. They wiped out all of season 2 and mainly gave us a little bit of an end. Like they were like,
Yep.
all of what happened in season 2 doesn't matter because we're kind of redoing the ending, which is the beginning. Are we talking about that first, or are we doing Marvels
No,
first? What's
we're
happening?
doing Marvels first. All
right.
Loki is inconsequential and nothing after watching
Well,
that
so is
episode.
Marvel.
Well, so is the Marvels.
So
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Mar- and- you know
Honestly.
what? You know what? The final episode of Loki was better than the Marvels. I'll give you that. I'll give
was
you
better
that.
Ant-Man was better than the
Better
Marvel.
produced.
it's
Better
tough
acted.
because like it's
Well, better acting, yeah.
Better
and
acting.
there's like decent cinematography and Tom Hiddleston is great in it, like all these things. But at
He
the end of
cried
the
like
day,
5 times.
yeah.
He's really great at crying.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the entire people are like, oh, what a great arc for this character. It's like, bitch, this motherfucker had the best arc in Marvel, and you resurrected him just to put him through another one. Like, what are you talking
And the
about?
arc was crying, okay?
Yeah.
Crying and
Like,
holding.
yeah.
These people have forgotten his arc was watching the MCU. That's not an arc.
They didn't watch the first season.
That's a YouTuber.
But it's only an arc if you admit that they erased his initial arc.
Yeah.
Like that's the only way that this is an arc, because we already saw him go through an arc, which I think was much more well done. It was over several years. You were very invested, and when he makes that decision to not side with Thanos, but instead try to kind of backstab him at the end, that's meaningful as hell. And seeing Thor sit there in tears, like screaming through that like the metal thing that's on his face as he sees the life get choked out of his brother, who he finally thought he found some common ground with after all this time. After all this time. That is a great arc.
What are you doing? Reminding us of when the Marvel
I
stuff
have a
was
question.
good.
I have a question that ties into both. Okay, so having seen, all of us have seen No Way Home. Most of us have seen No Way Home, Doctor Strange, Mom, Loki season 1. If I'm forgetting something, and we've seen the Marvels now. We've seen Loki season 2. Does the multiverse feel set up?
Oh yeah.
No.
Ooh,
Totally.
yeah. Ooh.
The multiverse seems like it's we've seen it introduced like 3-4 separate times
It's
with
a
like
com-
different
in
events.
4
It's a
different ways.
convoluted
Compartmentalized.
disaster. It's convoluted as fuck.
I-
There's no way
Yeah.
to keep up with all this
And
shit.
then they threw
And
the
in
quantum
between-
realm in too.
And then,
so
then
it's
the
just-
quantum realm, that's like a different universe
And then
all on its own.
throw
thing.
in like
like, I mean,
daylight savings, and that makes it,
It
so
makes it
complicated.
so much worse.
But it's not set up because according to Loki season 2, he's now controlling the Kangs from going into and fucking everything up.
Yeah, but that
And the
makes
next
sense.
also-
Avengers
Well,
movie is the Kangs are coming through
was
and
that,
fucking
Mark?
everything up.
So
I don't-
maybe we're not doing the King Dynasty. Maybe he stopped Kings and we're just gonna move forward.
Wasn't it
Yeah, it
Secret
looks
Wars
like
first
it-
or Secret Wars second?
It looks like in between every single like multiverse iteration, they just make up their own rules, and it's a different type of multiverse
What?
between each one, and they can't even keep track of their own rules.
But I've seen several viral tweets saying they've done an incredible job. What do you mean?
So I will say, like the Marvels is probably the most coherent Marvel film that we've seen in a long time.
It was?
Yeah, because what it has done is it's proven to us that the MCU is fucking dead. So it has confirmed it right there. There's no more debate. It's done. They can't move forward with this. It's going to make $350 million worldwide max. Nobody's going to see it. Nobody cares about it. And it's confirmed to us, yes, the MCU is done. There's no more questions about this. I don't know how they move forward now after this movie. I don't think that they have.
And what killed it? What killed it?
Women.
MCU killed Marvel. But hey,
Marvel killed
credit
Marvel.
where credit is due. I'm going to steal a part from my video. Credit where credit is due. We have progress. We have defeated sexism because we now have two of the worst films from the MCU are directed by diverse women. Well done.
Yeah.
We did
It's
it.
the way it should be.
We did it.
Empowerment. The Eternals. I'm still kind of weighing what's worse, the Eternals or Marvels.
I think this is worse. I think at least Eternals. Eternals is
we
really
decide
bad, but it has a
at the end
story.
of the conversation. I don't know. See if we
Yeah,
can
like
rank
let's
it,
have
but-
the conversation because I'm undecided at this point.
I was gonna say, we did a reaction to the trailer over on EFAB, and Fringy was like, "Oh, that's strange. They've thrown in the actual death of the bad guy into the trailer." And me and Rags were like, me and Rags were like, "No, they wouldn't do that. That's weird."
There's
It's
no
like,
way.
See like a vision or whatever. It's like, no, they threw the ending is in the
What
trailer.
are you talking about? I always talk like I've got like Lincoln Logs in my mouth for an entire fucking movie.
It's intimidating, Gary.
It's intimidating to have a soccer mom in cosplay talking like
she's-
this for 2 fucking hours or hour
But
45
she's
minutes.
Tom
Wearing a
Hiddleston's
Party City
fiance.
costume.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
on that note, Mauler,
You do better.
I watched your trailer reaction after I watched the movie, and hearing Fringing like pick that out, I was like, dude, you're on point, because he didn't know, he hadn't seen it, but it was like, I really think that must be your death.
Dude, I kept waiting for her to return. I was like, no way, this is it. No way. I looked down to tweet and I looked back up and she was defeated. And I was like, no, okay, well, she's coming back, right?
We'll get to it because
Right?
it gets.
I either said that on this show
wait.
or the real BBC. I
When
said that
we
one
get-
went to the trailer.
When we get to it, it gets dumber. It actually
Yeah,
gets
it
dumber
does.
than that.
Oh, there's so much dumb in this film. It's insane.
It's insane. It is insane.
Like back to that multiverse question real quick, because I think that's important. Loki season 1, we felt like what happened at the end of time was the thing that was going to allow all these multiversal events to happen. And then we see Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness and we realize, or sorry, No Way Home. Then we see No Way Home and we realize, okay, maybe that happened at the exact same time the Loki thing did. It just happens to be a coincidence that this wish happened right then. Okay. But then as we go through more of these, we realize they're completely separate events where people are just happening to be ripping into the multiverse that has absolutely nothing to do with anything Loki related. Like what happened in this happened because there was a big fucking surge of energy in that jump point and it ruptured the space-time continuum. That has nothing to do with any of the other multiversal shit that happened. It just so happened to open a multiversal portal. To me, it is nonsensical that you don't at least have the multiverse established through one core thing that happened that causes all these other events to occur instead of them just happenstance happening at different times throughout the galaxy.
One's Doctor Strange, one's Wanda, one's...
It's as if it wasn't planned and thought out in the slightest.
Right?
We're not talking about the sequel trilogy as we're talking about Marvel, okay?
Who made
Kevin Feige looked over and was like, that's how they run.
Corporate says they're the same thing.
On Ryan's point, right? Like, if you really want to break down how they try and say this is supposed to work according to Loki, the multiverse is simply parallel dimensions that branch off of different choices people make in the timeline, and that absolutely has no room for actual alternate realities where people are made of paint or different colors or something like that. Like the Loki series actually says those types of realities don't exist, which is contradicted in Doctor Strange's version of the multiverse, where you go into another reality and it's completely bonkers in some and everything. And so that's what they can't even remain consistent, but how they are.
But Loki
establishing the
season
multiverse.
1 had an alligator Loki.
Yeah.
So there
how did
is
that come out,
universes where they're like different things.
No, but it says they always come from a different choice at some point. And in my reviews, I actually pointed that out. Like, how the hell can you get to Alligator Loki if this is a branch off of the sacred timeline from someone's choice at some point?
He turned himself
How
into an
could you
alligator.
You have to be in Florida.
Yeah,
That's where all the alligators are.
Because they can't even be consistent with their own show in terms of, because they're not actually thinking about how these rules are supposed to work and what they're establishing. But they were pretty clear about their multiverse in Loki coming from branching,
Shad,
choices.
This is all Ike. This is I almost said Ike. This is all Bob. This is all Bob Chapek's fault. It's all Bob Chapek's fault. It's not Kevin Feige's fault. He didn't produce all these series and didn't supervise them at all, and didn't run a TV show like you're supposed to run a TV show, and just threw everything out there like a Jackson Pollock painting. It was Bob Chapek. So,
but what about?
It's
I mean,
getting
in
fixed now.
you're talking about multiverses not making sense, Shad, right?
Yes.
We've just seen Loki season 2, where everyone is frantically.
By the way, we need to talk about it kind of fast because I'm forgetting it.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Whatever. Frantically trying to save trillions, gazillions, gabillions of life. Right.
Infinite,
the organization which kills gazillions of billions and gazillions of people.
Yes.
But they're just represented by lines on a screen or little.
So the people that murder gazillions of trillions of billions of people are now suddenly concerned about gazillions of trillions of gabillions of people dying.
Yeah, but I would make the argument that they didn't really understand the ramifications of what they were doing, and that, do you know what I mean? I feel like all those people there were tricked.
They
and
knew they
brainwashed,
were
and
killing.
they knew they were killing, but at the same time, you even had that explained a little bit in the other one, like the variants that were popping up were doing a lot of damage to the timeline to other people. Like when he tells that story about Renslayer, killing that person.
Well, the intro of the season, they say that like it's gonna, if you don't prune them, they'll lead to a multiversal war. But at the same time, any normal human being with any normal brain who works there would be like, so we are killing them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, yeah, it's pretty awkward. And then of course I feel like they flipped it in season 2. They had all these characters looking at prune timelines, being like,
oh my god,
no. Oh god, oh my god.
Look at that line vanish.
It's funny how this always comes back to Loki. The shock and horror.
No, screw Loki. Because we don't want to talk. The Marvels was so effing terrible. It actually met our expectations. I went in there going,
It's surpassed.
I did not expect it to be so retarded.
Mine were pretty low. Okay, mine were really effing low.
So was mine, Gary. I did not think they would treat it to the level of contemptuous joke that they did. Like in the first Captain Marvel, they were posing, pretending to be something epic when it really wasn't. It was pathetic. This one, they did not give a crap, and then it was a joke and a bad joke, and it was.
This pretended to be a movie. It wasn't even a movie. There was no story. There was no logic. It was just
this
all
film was
just
purely.
things
This film
happening.
was purely obligatory. They made the promise. They came out because of their fucking adherence to the message, came out and said they're going to do a sequel to Captain Marvel, and they couldn't roll it back. They'd look terrible, and they had to follow through with it, and they just knew.
Oh, they followed through,
They
right?
shat this out.
They really did. They followed through. They finished the job. I've always said, Disney Marvel did not start the MCU, but they're sure as hell going to finish it. And they did.
Shockingly, I'm gonna shock people, but Brie Larson was not the worst part of this movie.
She's pretty bad.
No,
She's
not the
bad.
worst part. No.
Darbin is
Derp Bin.
the worst
Derp Bin.
villain I have
Woman
ever
the accuser.
seen. No. I think that's disrespectful to Ronan. Absolutely disrespectful.
Well, that's kind of his point, I think.
Absolutely.
That's the whole fucking point.
It's worse than that.
No, like it's so. I mean, I can't believe that this was a villain. She was terrible.
So the level of logic in this movie is bafflingly low. So Miss Marvel gets her powers from the bangle.
No.
Then she takes the bangle off and can still do her powers. Nobody says shit. Why? She just does.
Then they give her 2.
Then she has 2
to use, and then she walks out the shit with 1.
Look, you guys are all men. You don't understand
I think she
the
leaves the
power.
ship with 1.
You don't understand the power of accessorizing an outfit properly. What that can do.
All right. The villain, she has a hammer. It's Ronan's hammer. And it's purple, and it has purple power from the stone that Ronan put in it, but it doesn't have a stone in it.
Okay, And
And when the villain puts the two bangles together, she blows up. You know?
That brings up a whole nother question that I had earlier. It's like it's not that big of a deal, but in the comic books, all these characters are kind of based on characters from the comic books, but they're not. Their powers do not derive. Most of them don't derive from Infinity Stones, other than Warlock and Vision. But if the Infinity Stones stop working, how do their powers keep working?
Well, so.
Black girl magic.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The universal weapon has powers. Like the hammer has powers,
power
not
on
just
its own.
Right, it has a power
yeah.
on its own. It is enhanced. So I don't know if.
But it turned purple because of the stone.
Listen, well, sometimes we have caveman brain. Okay, Guardians. It starts with hammer, no special effects. Put stone in, purple special effects, big hammer now, and then it gets destroyed at the end, and the power stone's gone now. She has hammer as purple special effects. What's going on? What gives?
Where's Stone? That's the.
You should
That's
just
all
have normal
I thought it
hammer.
was just a
Would you
different
not have normal
hammer.
So there's two purple hammers out there.
I guess. I don't
What
know.
you're saying?
They were
Comics.
pretty.
Hammer
I don't know.
This movie was dumb.
So it starts out fanatic, like crazy. Like it starts out with if you haven't watched Miss Marvel, they do the whole animated thing, which
Can I introduce the film, Gary?
please do.
Just give me a moment here, okay? So I'll do a nice little narration, okay? We open on a dying star, a shriveling, powerless, sad little light trying to claw its way back to some form of light, begging to return to its own days of glory instead of drowning in its own pretentious puddle of piss. And then, once we get past the Marvel Studios logo, it.
Well done, Mauler.
I actually think it was very smart. Not the way they did the animated thing was really stupid and cringe, but they did a recap of basically all of these characters because they know nobody has any fucking idea who they are. Like they know nobody watched Miss Marvel, so they had to do a small recap to kind of explain to you some of her powers and where she lives and blah blah blah, why she cares about Captain Marvel. They did the same thing. There's a movie missing here.
Yes.
Oh, dude, no.
This is
totally
somehow a
right.
sequel. The movie is a sequel to Captain Marvel, Secret Invasion, Miss Marvel, and WandaVision. Yet somehow it feels like we're missing a bunch of shit.
Because we are, and we'll get to it.
Yeah.
But there's a major episode that you're like, wait, I don't remember that happening in Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel, WandaVision. We're missing Captain Marvel 2. There is something so
Did
big.
anyone here watch Miss Marvel in total?
No.
I don't think I watched every episode.
I
I watched the first half. I watched
I
every
watched-
half.
I officially
Watch any
have.
of it.
I'm most of the way through it, but go on.
I got all through all of it, but I don't remember any of it.
The only thing I want to say is, how did nobody, and I guess I know now because no one saw it, how did nobody say that she went back in time in order to save her grandma with the bangle in order to provide the bangle to herself in the present?
What?
She does mention that in the movie.
She talks about it in the movie.
Yeah, she
Briefly
meant
in the
travel
movie.
through time in the movie.
Yeah. But like it's passing to where you could miss it.
Do you know how it
Isn't
happens?
Go
Like how
ahead.
she travels through time.
Go ahead and tell
the
us.
villain of Miss Marvel tries to stab her, and she stabs her in the bangle, and then she travels through time because of it.
So like it
Of course.
activates a latent bangle power or some shit.
If you stab the bangle, you travel through time.
It's very
That
consistent.
just makes sense. I mean,
It's
that's
consistent
what
with
I would-
Loki season
tracks.
That's
2.
what I would expect
honestly.
to happen. Yeah, definitely.
Where it's like, wait, who starts off the TVA?
Right.
Is it the manual that's given to him, or is it like they're using the
The
same
bangle.
crap logic? Yeah.
No, but what Mauler points out is just in like everywhere in the MCU where random crap happens because random crap happens, and they don't try and logically justify it at all. Like the sun dying. How does the sun start to die because of a civil war on a planet?
And how are they
Because
alive?
the AI gets
How
destroyed.
are they alive?
Exactly. How are they
I
alive?
think
Right.
I think we want to set that up a little bit. So the
They got
plot
the
of
masks,
the movies,
you know?
think Spaceballs but dumber. Okay, so I know in the trailer, the last trailer that came out led you to believe that she is finishing Thanos' work. They literally say that in the effing trailer. Okay, she's
Well,
not.
to be fair, they did erase half of the audience. So
More than half.
It's more than half. Yeah.
That's a good one, Ryan. But no, she's not finishing Thanos' work. She is stealing the elements. She's stealing air, water, and from planets that are connected to Captain Marvel. Okay, specifically
be Captain
Marvel.
Planet.
Captain Planet. Yeah.
Captain Marvel is now known as the Annihilator by the
Yes.
Kree because at the end of Captain Marvel, where she warns Jude Law, hey, warn the Supreme Intelligence, I'm coming for them or whatever. Sometime between then and like 40 years after that, she goes back to the planet, destroys the Supreme Intelligence. That led to the downfall of civilization for the Kree, and all of their resources got destroyed, and the planet is now a husk of itself.
She commits genocide.
All this happens.
She
in a
commits
flashback.
Oh, Gary, I love
The
you
name
so much.
Annihilator is actually
Horrible
well deserved.
monster.
I mean, she's
The
horrible.
world has no atmosphere, no water, and no sun. And
sun,
yet
yeah.
there's a fucking population living on
Yeah.
there.
Hey, wait.
has to have masks.
No, wait.
Yes,
because of
exactly.
an AI. An AI somehow was operating all the air and the water and the sun. And wait, Carol didn't bother. She just went and ripped it up and left.
And destroyed it and walked
I
the
have a
fuck
question.
out.
I have a question about the planet. So for how long did they go without sun? Like between
Like
the
40,
sun-
30 years.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah,
if
long
you
ass
explain
time.
this to me, how are there still black people on this planet with no sun where they don't need melanin to protect themselves from the sun?
Black girl magic.
She's light
Marvel
skinned.
casting director.
Yeah, I was gonna say the answer is multiculturalism.
It's like the
Your
musical
melanin doesn't
planet. It was a
leave
very
when the sun leaves.
multicultural musical
I
planet.
guess it was.
But
There's some
as
massive
his point is
Yeah, go
sorry,
ahead.
just as his point is
There's still
correct. Like
black
we
people.
get a time frame, like they must have been living on this planet without a sun, air, or water since Monica Rambeau's mother died because she said she couldn't return, because she was so sad about screwing up this planet and she wanted to fix it, and then she did nothing basically for that entire time when
she
she
fucked
has
up for
these
30
two
years.
powers.
No.
I'm gonna be honest,
The
the way
crux of the relationship between Monica Rambeau and Captain Marvel hinges on the fact that Captain Marvel left for so long. Was I under the assumption here that she had like gotten frozen or something? Was there a reason she didn't come back?
Yeah,
She
she
just
fucked
keeps
off.
saying
for
told you
30
she was
years.
trying to. She
She
told
was
you she
busy.
was trying to fix everything.
She was
For
very
40
busy.
years?
She was getting married and singing in a musical. That's
No,
what
no,
was doing.
they.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it's
fun.
stupid, but they talked about it in this movie, right? One, she did come back a couple times when Maria Rambeau asked her to for the cancer and all that stuff.
Okay.
But she felt responsible for all the death and destruction she caused for this, because I mean, she is responsible, and she had been trying to set things right, and she didn't feel like she could come back and face her not daughter, niece or whatever,
So-
Auntie Carol before she set things right.
Don't you
makes no sense at all.
think a super powerful hero, a newly super powerful hero, going in and doing something that over anger that has massive repercussions, destroys an entire planet, would be a pretty good plot point for a sequel, right? For an entire movie.
Well, I think we should just see it in a flashback midway through the one movie, Gary.
Right. Before we even found out that she was too embarrassed, shamed, whatever, to go back, Monica had said to her, "Why didn't you come back?" And she said, "The universe is huge. A lot of people needed my help, needed us."
Yeah.
And she goes, "So did we." And I'm just like, "You fucking selfish cow."
Exactly.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing.
Like Captain Marvel's visited Earth like 3 times. She dropped off Tony. She came to fight Thanos. Then she was there for the funeral. It's like, motherfucker, go just say hi.
Go say hi to the little girl.
No, because she's killed a
If
whole
you're
planet
so-
of Kree.
Top five.
She's so
still
close to
alive.
this girl, right? Their family. It's like, oh, how are you doing, fam? Like,
I don't believe-
You
I don't
can't
buy
just
it. And
she can
pop
clearly
over. You have
travel.
flying powers.
Very
You're Captain
quickly.
Marvel.
She could have just
I
been
agree with Mauler.
dead of
It's a
old age.
lame excuse that doesn't hold water at
So-
all.
Really?
My
She's
theory
acting like
is-
her
Well, what
dad.
they're trying to do is they're trying to build tension between the characters, and it's complete
There was
garbage
no-
because
There's no tension.
Exactly.
Like, it-
There's
Chrissy,
failed.
I just
That's why I
gotta
said trying.
remind you that there's no dads in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Just
No.
women.
Yeah,
women
those-
just
those
have
would be
babies. Yeah.
It's actually true for well,
Except the Dawn. He's all
Because
about
there's
that.
so many people in the universe.
He's everybody's
so-
dad, the Don.
Yeah.
yeah, I think they wanted you to. Like, I don't think it's done well. I think they wanted you to feel like she felt guilty for not seeing her. She was obviously still keeping up with her and everything, but by that much time goes by, she probably felt really fucking guilty and like didn't even want to do it. But it's not done well at all.
No, it's not.
I think that Tiana Paris's character in general is such a weird insertion because she randomly knows everything. That is
Yeah.
her black girl magic.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
not enough for her to
It's
do.
non-Newtonian teleportation rift in the time-space continuum. What the fuck?
Exactly. It's
The
There's
only
no
way you can
strange.
fix it is if you all put your energy into
I have a
meaning.
question.
What?
I have a
I'm going to go
question.
to the other.
I have a question. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick Fury has been in control of time jump or space jump points this whole fucking time. Couldn't,
Yep.
couldn't find scrolls. A fucking
Oh,
planet.
Gary, we have to.
You already
talk
have a
about-
planet, Gary.
No, you know what?
They have a planet
No.
to themselves.
I'm completely changed
This
on
isn't
Secret
Nick
Invasion.
Fury.
Gravik has a point now. Gravik has an absolute point.
Secret Invasion doesn't even matter for watching this.
No,
at
it
all.
doesn't. It doesn't.
At all.
Not
At
a
all.
single plot, I don't think, other than just to remind you that scrolls are a thing and exist.
This is the really
Well,
funny
you can-
question about Secret Invasion. Did it take place before or after this movie?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Well,
Nobody
That's
knows.
the answer.
Is
No,
that
wait,
this
wait,
movie
wait,
makes
wait,
that
wait, wait.
show completely pointless.
Mauler, the strange kind of love trans allegory girlfriend, wasn't she supposed to help with negotiations at the
She
end?
was supposed to be there with him.
Yes. So
So-
it had to happen before.
But the thing is, if it happened before, then that means that they can't. Why they put him on New Asgard?
I don't
They
know.
sent all those other scrolls to New
Where
Asgard.
they could have done in the first place, by the way. They could
Yeah.
have just sent him to New Asgard.
We forgot about
There
Valkyrie.
was a lot of discussion.
King Valkyrie
If you
shows
remember,
up.
When Secret Invasion came out, there was a lot of discussion because there was a rumor that Kobe Smolder's character
Yeah, it was going to be in the
was
Marvels.
going to be in the Marvels. So that really had people questioning timelines.
Marina Hill.
Yeah, Maria Hill. So I would not be shocked if in all reality Secret Invasion does occur after this in the timeline. But Nick Fury is a fucking joke.
He's a clown. They
Clown.
made
Has
him
he
a
been?
clown
Was he
this
this
fucking
bad
movie.
as Secret Invasion? Was he
He was
this
the
bad?
he was the opposite of this in
He
Secret
destroyed him
Invasion.
in Secret Invasion.
In Secret Invasion, he was like a sad old man. In
Yeah.
this one, he's just a fucking straight up clown.
He's
Clown.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's
Yeah,
like
he's-
your aunt.
Yeah,
not
he's
even
just
a
there for
dude.
Was
he's just-
surprising-
Just making
Yeah,
clips
yeah.
and all kinds of
Yeah.
shit. It's
Surprising
embarrassing.
how much Nick Fury at this point is completely associated with pussy, in many
Yeah.
ways. Obviously.
It's
And not the
weird
good
that he
kind.
wasn't in charge.
Why did Monica Rambeau go through to the other universe to close the hole instead of closing it from her side?
Because we need the
Right.
X-Men, okay?
Right.
We need to get the X-Men into the MCU because we're
Because-
desperate. We're losing money
No, it's
as
because
we don't
they
have
bent-
money.
No, it's because it was bending
Please
that way.
watch our show.
It was
Yeah.
bending that way, so it
It
could only be
bent that
pushed
way,
the other way.
because she has to
Tethered
go
it, so
through.
it doesn't
push
matter
it back
which
in.
way. She
I
tethered it.
thought it was supposed to have a light orgasm.
If you're in zero gravity, it's easier to push than pull, as everybody knows that.
The fact that this is the movie they decided to introduce the X-Men.
Dude, embarrassing.
Remember when Monica
Embarrassing.
Rambeau turned into a screwdriver for some reason?
God, man.
Could you pass me that screwdriver?
Wait.
What?
So
Okay.
Why did you turn into a light
Well, she can see
screwdriver?
light.
we have
okay?
we have a bad gal thing running around and trying to steal elements. In the meantime, because she's got a bracelet, somehow because Monica
Found on the
Rambeau
moon?
touched an energy thing and Captain Marvel
It
touched an
happens with the
energy thing
exact same time,
at the
yeah.
exact same time, which somehow happens to coincide with the other bracelet
Rhythm.
that Miss Marvel on. That they switch places when they do when they use their powers. Sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes.
So
So who
sometimes
started
it
that?
simultaneously is how that works. 'cause
What's
they're
correct.
both
They
in the
switch-
movie.
Yes, yeah, 100%. They switch when they use their powers at the same time. So
All
just because one
And this
person
started
uses it,
because
that's
I
what
got
they,
a question.
That's what they
But
established.
for something to be at exactly the same time requires an unbelievable precise level. So even if they go boom boom,
simultaneously,
you're
not
not in
exactly the same
sync.
time.
Yeah.
You're not in
also,
sync.
on top of like the book, because it makes no sense. It's just forced because they want this mechanic in the movie,
Yeah,
but
right.
they don't have the talent to justify it logically. But if they're trying to say that Miss Marvel was sucked into this quantum linking thing because of the bangle, why wasn't female the accuser sucked in as well? Because she had a bangle.
Exactly.
Like-
It's woman the accuser, by the way, because it's got to sound like
Woman the-
Ronan. By the way, I just want to point out that this
Woman.
movie did give us
Woman.
one of the best headlines of the year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Marvel's review, the Marvel Cinematic Universe disappears up its own black hole.
Wow, that's a bit
Might
racist.
use that for a title.
We should have had Black
pretty
Hole
good, man.
Sun playing, like an instrumental version.
yeah, they're really trying to steal this 90s song too.
Welcome to the alt-right.
Do you think she felt offended by that? Like, hey, look, it's not.
Yeah,
that
what do you mean by black hole?
deep. Yeah.
I'm trying to say here.
I think I know what
Irish
they mean.
Times.
They're Irish. I mean, it's to be expected. So you can stop
Okay,
sharing.
That's a
Continue,
great accent.
Shad. Sorry,
Monica Rambeau's kind of thick in the movie, though.
Yeah,
man.
Well,
She got
okay,
them thighs.
dude, those costumes. The costume she's wearing and then the costume Saber is wearing
Yes.
are fucking terrible. They look
They're really bad.
like it looked like Sky High. You guys have seen Sky High, which is actually
that's an
a
affront
good
to
Disney.
Sky High.
That's a good Disney superhero movie, by the way. If you want
Chill.
if you want to see something goofy and fun, watch Sky High and don't watch this. It's got Bruce.
No,
Campbell in
Gary,
it.
if you want to see something goofy but not fun, see a war between an invading force and a whole planet that involves about 20 people fighting each other.
Epic.
For a movie that relies so much on, hey, look at this really smart black science woman explaining all these things. The premise of it,
We need women in STEM, Ryan. Okay,
bro. The premise of it, I still can't get over. It's a comic book movie, so there's some suspension of disbelief in what's reality and what's not. The idea of just sucking an atmosphere from one place to another, the idea of just dumping water from one place to another, and then the idea of moving a sun.
When in doubt, suck harder.
It's
You
like,
killed him. Nice.
well,
no, moving a fucking sun.
R.I.P.
So how would Ryan? Did you think they were gonna suck the sun out or move it?
That sun out.
Because it looked like
They were sucking the sun out!
It looked like sucking.
Sucking the sun
And
off.
They were sucking.
Spaceballs made way more sense than
I
this
know,
movie.
hey,
I was
They
watching
just had
this-
Mega Man
Hey,
sucking
wait,
up the
wait.
oxygen.
Yeah.
Monica
that made more sense.
Rambeau could suck a sun through a garden hose.
What about when she dumped the whole fucking ocean on the planet and drowned all the fucking people?
well, like the
It gets
atmosphere,
better when we resolve that issue at the end of the movie.
the air didn't disappear. If the air disappeared, it's because there's a problem with your atmosphere.
Yes.
Like to suck just more air.
Yeah, so is
Just
there
make
planet
more
a vacuum?
air and put it in
Plant more trees.
You know,
Is there
there's
planet a vacuum? Like, what's going on?
there's a
What's in
reason.
that room? Don't go in there. It's got an atmosphere in it.
I'm pretty sure
I
there's
love a party with a happy atmosphere.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason our air just doesn't get sucked into space. You know, there's a scientific.
Yeah.
With that being
We
said,
haven't had a Kree invasion force suck us off.
Wait. There's no more Kree and Skrull. And that's the. Okay, I'm gonna get comic book nerd. Sorry. They bypassed the Kree Skrull war for this immigration allegory bullshit for this fucking movie.
Peacetime.
It's fucking infuriating, man.
Did
God.
you guys feel like
Like-
Brie Larson going back to fix the sun was like a sort of reparations moment?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
found
gotta
that
be reshoot. I think that's
remarkable.
a
Look at
reshoot.
shit.
My
It took a
God.
fucking 5 seconds.
My God. I
Yeah.
laughed
So
out
fucking
loud in
dumb.
the theater. I was like, she could have done this the whole time?
Yes.
Oh, I
The
never,
whole
I
fucking,
never
she could have
tried.
just flown
I never
into the
tried to
fucking
fix the
sun
Yeah.
and fixed everybody's problems.
But
Yeah, I
she's
don't
never
understand.
done
Someone had
that
to tell her to
before.
do it. Yeah. Thought of it.
Have you tried turning the sun on?
Garrett.
I've never tried that.
So,
This is
But
the
Garrett,
logic.
she
This
had to
is
be
the
told
logic.
she could do it.
No, that's the amazing
right.
thing.
That's
like,
what makes
the
her
sun-
captain.
Right, the sun is dead. It requires massive amounts of energy to kickstart the sun. And Captain Marvel has been sitting there for 40 years with a massive amount of energy up her ass, doing nothing. And she never put 1 and 2 together. And it took Monica Rambeau. She's like, oh, you could just
Yeah, you can
ram
just do
it
that.
with
Yeah.
your- you can just ram it with
Doesn't
your power.
Captain Marvel move quicker than the speed of light?
well, did you notice the power dynamics here? Like she had to get her suggestions from Monica Rambeau and Valkyrie.
Yes.
You
black
noticed
science
that?
woman needed to
That was
tell her.
diverse. That was the oppression
Kevin
Olympics
Mullins.
at work.
That
right
is
there.
intersectionalism.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
my
yeah,
favorite-
yeah.
my
Bree
favorite
used to
part
be
of the movie
Bree used to
was
be the
when-
focus, and now she's not because diversity overtook her.
Yep.
You have to work
Perfect.
together.
My favorite part was when King Valkyrie showed up and there was an applause break and it was silent in the theater.
Oh yeah, he was like a stud.
Hey,
He
Ryan.
had big
Yay,
dick
Tessa
energy.
Thompson.
Hey,
Just
Ryan-
for the
They put a
reaction videos.
They
Ryan.
literally put another chick in it and made it gay.
They
Ryan,
did.
Yeah,
And lame.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're aware of Fandom Wire.
that's his favorite. That's his favorite place right there.
Okay,
They write articles about me.
they write articles about you in AI, or they're just the translation gets messed up because they're in Pakistan or something like that.
Yeah, some Pakistani web developer really loves me over there.
There is a quote. I don't even know if it's real because it's from Fandom Wire. I'll just read it. Brie Larson's Captain Marvel protecting the universe is similar to women holding the world together, says the Marvel's director.
There's no way.
Well, I mean, I imagine Nia DaCosta could have said that in some way.
I absolutely believe Nia DaCosta could have said that.
Jesus.
I don't know where she gets that and was too stupid to realize she could restart a sun to solve the fucking
Within
problem.
seconds the whole time.
She's like, wait, so all I had to do was shut it off and turn it back on again? I never thought of that.
Said to reboot it? Wait, that's
Were there any male characters in this movie?
Considering all
Thumbs
of
out,
that,
Captain Marvel.
and all our actions, would you guys all agree? They kind of, I can't believe I'm saying this. They kind of assassinated Captain Marvel in this film.
Yes.
Yes.
So
more. Yes.
That even in the first film she was shit, and this one she was way worse.
All right, I have an observation about her character. I think they made some adjustments for this most recent film. They made her from, I think, a totally very much a cunt to like, oh, maybe she just has autism. She doesn't understand social cues. She's just not a touchy-feely, huggy, emotional type person. I feel like they tried to make her a little bit softer. They put her in a dress, danced her around.
100%. And they had every character saying how great she was over and over and over and over.
It's more consistent, Ryan. I don't know how many later Marvel comics you read with Captain Marvel in them. I tried to avoid them as much as possible, but it is actually pretty consistent with the more modern Marvel comics because they have that whole, like Marvel and Disney across the board have this like moral dilemma. They don't know what's good and they don't know what's bad. So a woman can like torture, children and get away with it.
Yeah.
You should commit genocide, but that's empowerment. But
even the whole scene, like the entire wedding sequence, the Planet that Talks in song, the whole set, like that's all from the Captain Marvel comics. Like that's pulled straight from it.
And she also imprisoned Americans against their will.
In a gulag.
In a gulag, yes.
And Ms. Marvel helped her.
Were they unvaccinated?
Yes, yes,
probably. And
I
they
think
voted
that,
Trump.
Like there are moments in the movie, and I said this in my review. One of the only like positive things you can say about it, I think, there are moments in the movie that to me where all of the protagonists in some way, for even an instant, come off as as somewhat relatable or likable. But the problem is that's about 1% or a sliver or a line, and the rest of the movie's completely different. Like when they're all together, it's not for fucking me, obviously, but you can probably tell that at least they had some fun doing something like this, that they might have enjoyed parts of it. But the tonality of the movie, the way they interact with each other, Kamala Khan, who I think Kamala could be a somewhat likable character in certain circumstances.
I think it's all the actress.
Agreed, but unfortunately, she's obsessed with a character we hate.
Yeah.
The entire time
annoying.
She's spewing about how much she loves that character that we despise so much.
She's also a character we hate. If they like recast her as an X-Men somewhere, she'd probably be fine. But Miss Marvel, especially in that tapestry, whatever the fuck costume she was in towards the end, that thing was like assaulting my eyes. It was so awful.
Yeah, it was a very bad costume. Well, the
costuming
she flipped
absolutely
from being
horrendous.
endearing to really fucking annoying multiple times throughout the movie.
Like she was screaming, and it was extremely annoying. And then it went to her being really relatable. I was like, okay, I liked her.
She was both the most insufferable and best part of the film for me. Throughout.
Well, she actually has a really good moment, which really kind of pisses me off because being a superhero is supposed to be about being a hero and saving people.
Yes.
And she goes, we have to save those people. And Captain Marvel's like, no, we have to leave.
And
the woman who could
they never resolved
And
that.
then the next scene, they fucking forget that they let
the woman
people
who
die.
could restart a fucking sun couldn't save 10 more people.
Nah, fuck him.
Yeah, and the shot lingers on it too. It doesn't go like cut away and you forget. It shows all of the people running away and getting pushed to death. And she's like, we can save only a few.
Is the fact that she should have said, yes, let's go try and save them. And something stops it from happening. And they get that moment where they failed. And you have the emotional impact of that, yes, we failed, people died. And that's what you want to get from the audience rather than going, we're going to go fuck off now.
Yeah, let them die.
I actually don't mind. I don't mind it being. I don't mind them doing that. My problem is what happens in the aftermath. What happens in the aftermath should then be that Kamala has this like crazy idea of who this superhero is, who she idolizes. What should then happen is that she really turns on Carol, thinking you're not the person I thought, you're not the hero I thought you were. Like that should be a moment where she then comes down and takes.
I could believe it was in maybe the first draft of this movie or something, and it got like written out or something. Because there was a point, I'm sure you all remember, where the whole world's coming apart. It's gradually coming toward them. Oh God, time's running out. There's some Skrulls, and Miss Marvel builds a bridge for them that she needs to control, as in like maintain. And so there's this interesting moment. I thought it was interesting. Turns out it wasn't. I was like, oh, Captain Marvel, if she saves Miss Marvel, will cancel out her bridge for the Skrulls and they'll all get killed. That's interesting as a dilemma. And if she was to, like basically she's gonna have to make a choice here. And I thought that could reflect the difference in these characters. That one is like save everyone no matter the cost, and the other one's like, no, it's always a calculation. Because Captain Marvel's got all the experience. She knows it's calculation. Right. And I was like, oh, this will be super interesting because she's gonna. And then it was like over the scene, and everyone got out, and I was like, oh. Okay, and then of course they have that line of conflict, and I was like, "Oh, we could still do it," and then it's like, "No, it doesn't come up again." So.
That's everything in the MCU right now. Is that could be interesting.
Mauler.
Oh, it went nowhere.
I am, yeah.
We need to stop expecting that they'll do anything logically.
Carol is a fucking asshole in this movie. She knows the powers are changing at the house. When they first go to Kamala's house, she's in the house, and they all kind of figure out, man, every time we use our powers, we're changing. So. You know what? I need to change back to get Kamala back. So let me take off and fly because she can't.
Yeah.
Oh, what a fucking idiot.
While
takes
she's
2 seconds to learn.
She's actively trying to change back with someone who can't fly while she decides to fly into the atmosphere. And it's like, you are a retard. Like, you trying to kill her.
It was perfectly illustrated by the fact that when they're talking in the house and Kamala's like, oh, I can do powers. Here I go. And then Captain Marvel comes in. You can see this in the trailer, I think. Captain Marvel doesn't immediately say like, "Oh shit, who did I just switch with? What can she like? We need to go back. She's gonna. Like, I was literally infiltrating like an enemy stronghold. She's in trouble." No, instead she's like, "Oh, where am I now?"
She's like, "Oh,
yeah."
And
it's
just
how she learns to
has
fly
to tell her what's happening and how
by being told to squeeze. Like she's like, try harder to fly, and she just squeezes, and all of a sudden she can fly.
Black
That's
girl
how
magic.
I fly in my dream.
It's a very female behavior. It's just an emotional outburst. Doesn't want to process the situation. Outing and runs off.
She giggled her way up.
But the first, in the first third of the movie, when they're doing that frenetic power swapping, place swapping, it was really hard to tell who was where at what point. And then just randomly, Monica shows back up on the Saber thing, talking about where she was at this point in time. So much of this shit got edited to hell, and I don't know.
You can tell.
Just turning up.
Right, and I don't know if that made it better or worse. I don't really know if the editing could have made it better or worse in the long run.
Dude,
but,
like I said, I did a video on this. There was at least 3. At least.
Are you going to sit in your chair anytime soon? Or are you just going to stand on the
I
floor?
like him down there.
Okay.
Hey. By the way, Hail Baggage claiming this house. Hail Baggage claiming. There was at least 3 screeners.
Hello, Baggage
At least 3 screeners. The first one was over 2 hours. And after that screener, they immediately said, fucking get this film cut down. The second screener was about 1 hour and 45. And after that one, they said, we need this fucking done quick. More edit.
Thank
Third
God.
Screener was 88 minutes.
Faster, more intense.
Yes, faster, stronger, longer, whatever. Shorter, quicker, get out of there. And
It's really faster, baby.
88 minutes. That was it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
So they had seen what we're talking about being cut, and they went, "Fuck no."
Yeah, there's evidence in the entire film of editing this entire thing down. Like,
I agree. There's evidence of that.
Skipping shit. From skipping this backstory of her destroying the AI and destroying her world, and all of the villain getting set up, the end of the film just being shat all the way through. It was like, all right, we're done.
How about a planet that had all of their oceans stored, and they just wrap it up with a line, with a line.
Left them.
They did, but like, if you miss this line, you're gonna walk out of this movie thinking, "Oh, everybody just fucking died."
I missed the line. What was the line?
Yeah. There is a line at the very end when they're cleaning up the Saber station where they talk about I forgot the planet name, but they're all everything's
Adana or Adana or something.
Cuntland.
Yeah, Cuntland.
Aladna.
Oh, that one.
There you go. They mentioned it briefly that everything's fine now. They basically say everything's fine now. Everything's back in order.
What, did somebody take a piss in the ocean?
Well, you know what? Like,
I don't know how you lose half your ocean, right? And everything's fine. I don't know how you. I don't know.
They
how
did
you
have 99.6 of their surface covered with water.
They
so
sang a song and it was all good.
Okay.
Guys, no, it wasn't
wait, hang on, Shad. The ecosystem doesn't work like that. If you have a planet of 96% ocean and you lose 2%, you're fucked. You're absolutely
Gary,
fucked.
I have a
Songs are
spoiler
magical.
alert for you.
It's fake.
It doesn't work to just take air from one planet and put it on another.
Wait a minute.
Unless you have a giant vacuum
I totally
cleaner.
believe that.
It's just air.
Are you sure? I need Monica to explain it to me.
So yeah, Monica needs to explain how ocean can come from a hole in the sky and not fucking kill everybody when it's
Or evaporate.
Not just
But
create
Gary,
massive monsoons across the fucking globe.
I had the opposite reaction.
There's no sun, it would freeze.
Exactly. Well, there's that. Because
There's no atmosphere as well as.
I'll be floating around.
it would just float away.
Killing everybody.
Can we also? I mean, this is like a really dumb, silly complaint. But it's a really dumb, silly complaint. But when she reignites the sun, in theory, this should take years or something, probably before they like feel the effects of that.
You know she you reignited it and she fucked off.
Should have blown up.
Hey,
She flew right through it. Should have blown up.
Hey, how do you think she reignited it? Did she just go in there and fart?
Yeah.
she farted, definitely farted.
There's a queef.
Farted.
There's a queef.
It is dumb on so many levels, Gary. I had the opposite reaction when they were sucking out the ocean because the size of this hole is like the whole of the size of a house. It's going to take years to suck even 1% of the ocean onto another planet.
Not
I'm like,
that
this
attitude.
Is
Yeah, but
not
Shad,
an
they left
immediate
them.
threat.
They
They gotta
left
switch from suck to blow.
Shad, you do not understand. The co-writer of this film and the director, Nia DaCosta, wrote fan fiction. She was an experienced writer.
I couldn't
she
tell.
wrote fan
And
fiction.
then they filmed it.
Okay, guys, let's scale this up. Picture the size of a planet, and then picture the size of a sun, and then they open the same size hole to suck out the magnitude of a sun. I'm like, that's going to take a few million years. This is not an immediate threat. This is so
maybe minutes.
Why are you misogynist?
Yeah.
You're underestimating the women
But then-
power.
Why do you say there's a
point-
son? Going to be a daughter?
Oh, that's right. As his point is correct.
You
they
laugh.
didn't lose the water on their planet. It just got
You
frozen.
laugh.
And so they're just dumping more water
But
to get
they-
frozen because they don't have a sun. It's not going to fix a thing.
They renamed a Marvel game from Midnight Suns, who was supposed to be
They
to
did.
Midnight Suns, like the sun in the sky,
Oh boy.
for intersectionalism.
Wow.
They did.
How did that do, by the way? Apart from really, really badly.
It came out, right? It did come out.
It did.
Yeah,
That
nobody
is sold
bought
like
it.
hotcakes.
I was just thinking, first planet, Captain Marvel wants to leave and save who they can. Miss Marvel doesn't. Second planet, Miss Marvel wants to leave and Captain Marvel doesn't. And we don't get conclusive the conflict on either of those, really.
Right.
It ends straight away for both.
Well, remember, the only conflict between any of them lasts maybe 5 minutes,
It's
and then
so
it's all of a
late.
sudden,
When they-
affirmation, and we're all good.
When they park in the field planet, where they just have a big field, and then they
The
just
void.
fight, I was like,
Volume.
finally, we'll get the second act low point because they're all going to fight, and then they're all going to separate, and then they'll all have to come back together because Fury or whatever. No, they just go like, what's the plan?
Mauler,
you're right, Queen.
Mauler, women
Shallow
don't have a
cry.
third act low point. Okay, women always get along. They always get along. They team up and they figure out things like sciencey things like restarting
know
a sun.
You know what,
Work
Gary?
together.
I've been seeing
Also-
lately, which is neat, is so much more appreciation for Avengers 2012. Just people posting clips and dialogue being like, Joss Whedon's a prick, but like,
I think we were a
Hold on,
little
can I
hard
just-
on Age of Ultron. Okay.
yeah.
Can I just jump on the thing of when they crash land? So Captain Marvel was supposedly looking for a planet for the Skrulls to, live on for years and
yeah.
everything, and she randomly finds an abandoned planet just by crash landing on it. It's like
It has weeks already.
It's
It already
wow.
has
love
wings.
Yeah, Shad,
Can we
it
all
looks
just
like
admit that they really don't give a fuck about the Skrulls?
We don't give a fuck.
We
They're
don't
horrible
see.
monsters. Like,
They're immigrants. Why should we care?
It's our
We need a
jobs.
planet. Yeah, we're on it.
the original.
This universe is full of habitable planets that no one's living on, and they couldn't find one for the
Captain
Skrulls.
Marvel
But they
could take a
accidentally-
2
weekend
minutes away,
and fly
2 minutes
around.
away from
Yeah,
Earth.
but they accidentally fall on one that looks pretty fertile that you could farm on, pretty temperate climate. Nah, they wouldn't like it here. Maybe the Skrulls were just fucking picky motherfuckers, man. They were just high maintenance.
What about the
Those
moon
greens.
at the beginning? The moon at the beginning that everyone's landing on without any fucking spacesuits on and being absolutely fine. A moon that's clearly got no atmosphere whatsoever, and yet people are just fucking doodling about.
Well, I mean, like as somebody who hasn't seen any of this stuff lately, so all of the moving parts, I feel like you guys were just as confused as I was because this movie was all over the place. So even if you've been following the shows and the previous movies,
didn't matter.
None of that really mattered.
None of it
None
mattered.
of it.
None
And
of
so I'm watching it, and this movie was just all over the place, and it seemed like nothing had time to breathe because they were moving on to the next thing, and nothing was getting resolved, and there was no coherence.
The atmosphere, Jeremy. Of course, I can't breathe.
Exactly.
Right? Well,
so that's I felt very kind of like confused, but not confused because I wasn't caught up on the universe. Confused because the way the movie was structured and it had no real point behind it. That's how I felt watching it, and hearing you guys talk about it, who's watched everything. You know, so, huh?
He died.
He's had enough. He had enough.
Australian internet. Got on the email.
No, Australia's atmosphere.
He stuck his internet back up.
Was he
No,
frozen?
Jeremy.
His AI, yes, AI. His AI broke.
His AI broke.
Yeah.
No,
Captain
Jeremy,
Marvel
you're right.
destroyed his AI.
So,
yeah.
so the Marvels, instead of using pieces of WandaVision, Secret Invasion, Miss Marvel, the first Captain Marvel movie, they just made all of those worse. They made the multiverse worse. They made all the plots like you're going to question everything about the plot. If you go back and watch this Disney Plus and especially Secret Invasion, you're going to go, what? Yeah. How did it makes everything worse?
That's the real triumph of this movie.
And that's the weird thing is it starts out going, okay, well, you haven't seen Miss Marvel. Is that what it was? The series Miss Marvel.
No one did.
And so they're trying to maybe go, okay, well, here's what you may need to know to understand this. But then everything else in the movie is a fucking disaster. So it's like I don't even understand what the point of starting that out to try to catch me up when everything else you're doing, it was all over the place. And at no point in time did I feel like I had a grasp on anything that was actually going on, except for the emotional outburst when they were fighting over their emotions, the two women or whatever. But and then the cats. What? I don't.
What the heck?
Flurkin.
I love
talking about
cats.
that.
I was laughing my
The
ass
Nick Fury
off during that
B
scene.
plot.
So cute.
That I thought was going to connect, but it never
mind
did.
the cats, right? Fucking Derp the Destroyer. He's on the fucking moon at the beginning without any spacesuits, and she's got something which can identify where a negaband is, which is now called, by the way, a quantum bracelet for some reason. But she can
didn't want to be offensive.
They can track it, so she's been able to track this from a huge distance. They crack it open, but there's only one negaband inside, right? And she says, "Where's the other?" And he says, "It's got to be here somewhere." So track it.
Were they tracking
did the other one?
Did they show them tracking it, or was it like?
Well, it kind of showed
Is that
them
what the map was?
identifying where it was and being able to get the power.
No. They just checked the tracking number from Grandma when she sent it to Kamala Khan. They didn't. That's where you got confused. They went to UPS.com. And they just checked
the tracking number.
Type it in. It's a long number.
I'm gonna sit on the floor again. I'm gonna sit on the fucking floor again.
Dude, this is what happens when you watch Robin Hood, Loki, and Marvel's all within 24 hours.
It's baffling.
The bracelets,
baffling, man.
the bracelets were originally called Negabands.
Nega.
Really?
N-E-G-A.
Negabands.
Ooh,
Very
problematic.
careful,
Very problematic.
You want to see the real BBC this week? Eric July might have gone a little bit.
We can't fucking hear you as because
Get on your fucking microphone.
Hang on.
I have the weirdest boner right now.
That's how Nia DaCosta got this job. What?
And Az is going, it's still a boner.
I'm taking that as a win.
Yeah.
Matt gets turned on by negabands.
So this whole thing was supposed to be centered around we thought it would be, we thought it'd be shit. So it turned out to be shit. But there's supposed to be the Freaky Friday thing going on with the powers, which was just inconsistent, dumb, and annoying. The action scenes were unbelievably, this movie was boring. This movie is like a boring film.
They nerfed the hell out of Captain Marvel's powers.
Yeah.
Not just in the fact that she's like super strong, they kind of removed that. Her light bullshit, like it seems to just be not very much as effective. You know, like there was a fight on the second planet, the fucking musical planet. She was taking her time destroying stuff, and I was like, can't you just go and just kill everything? She can travel.
She said to the guy, to her husband, she said, "You go and
I thought that was her wife.
Set up here." Yeah, well, pretty much. You set up here. We're gonna hide and get the drop on her. And then she just likes to walk in and have a conversation with him.
Yeah, I don't know, fuck. Because for those who don't know,
whole
trivia
scene
for
was
you,
pointless.
how fast can Captain Marvel travel?
Speed of light. Speed of light.
Yeah.
Speed of light seems to be the best faith answer to that, which is not very fast galactically.
No,
that's actually pretty
No,
slow.
it's pretty slow to get from the That's obviously really fast for us. Like in an atmosphere, if you're traveling speed of light, that'd be wild. But for her to go to different places in the galaxy, that's why she has her ship. That's why she has.
That's why it's really funny in Captain Marvel 1, where they have the jump points, which are really effective travel. By the end of the movie, they unlock light speed travel, and it's like, okay, that's shit.
I know. I remember that. I remember that from the Captain Marvel movie. Yes.
And so she travels alongside the light speed engine ship, and so that means okay, she can travel light speed. It's the worst of both worlds. It doesn't answer travel, but it makes her unstoppable in combat if she has light speed.
If you
But they
hit
never
someone
show
with
it
light
in
speed,
combat.
you would atomize them. It's a nuclear bomb with that level of kinetic.
There's no kinetic feeling
Stop
to.
her from taking the woman out standing on Kamala Khan's head. You can't get to me in time. Yes, she fucking can.
Yeah, she could.
Yes, that's the point.
She travels at the speed of fucking light.
They show her kickstarting a friggin' sun, yet she's having trouble with this Ronin. She could flick her and disintegrate her without any
Hey,
sweat.
Sorge, I want to see that documentation on each one of these power sets, because you say that there's power sets in the movie. Can I see that data? Because it doesn't actually track in any of these films.
Remember, one of them can see light. She describes her powers in that way. I can see light.
This is why it feels like we're auditing the movie sometimes. It's like a tax return because we get told she can travel the speed of light. You just said, like, one of the biggest payoffs in the whole movie is doing something she should have done in the first place that would have meant the whole movie didn't even happen. So it's like, wow, you fucked that up. Secondly, oh no, she can't quite get to Monica before the gateway seals. Oh, if only she was fast as light. Like, what? I don't know. Like, he's the fastest character in the fucking franchise, and you can't get her through like hole. Like, whatever.
A part that made me flip out, right, is that she gets on the ship and they shoot rockets at her, and they're acting like there's some dramatic tension, like they can't outrun the rockets. I'm like, Captain, just get out inside the freaking ship and run into it, you retard! This is not a threat! But they're acting like, oh, I can't outrun him, and they're trying to make this like this dramatic tension.
All three of them. Captain Marvel could do it. Miss Marvel could put up a big block and they blow up on that. And then Monica could fly out there and do it herself as well.
They could do something.
Rockets, my only weakness. How'd they know?
They should hire a writer.
The only thing all three of them could not do was drive. Only Captain Marvel is able to drive, apparently.
Get out of the sea.
Forget about the writers. The three of them have more capacity than any of the innocent people on that planet to fight, and they all fuck off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unbelievable. They abandoned the first and second planet.
It's amazing. And they act like they had to because of the rockets were threatening them. It's like, you're all invincible.
I remember
Stop them. Stop the rockets.
The collateral damage for the Sokovia incident with the Avengers, where they narrowly managed to save that area. It's like, look at what these fuckers are doing. She's genociding people.
I know, dude. Forget the blip,
it's called
right?
pruning, Mauler. It's pruning.
Yeah, that is wild, Mauler. We went from one explosion being massive and affecting multiple movies and it being a really big deal to we're just wiping timelines out. We're killing innocent people, and who cares?
It's amazing how the most powerful women in the entire universe within the MCU are also the worst Right,
Well,
like
fucking
genocidal,
worse.
and then on the other, it's torturing children
Clearly
and
the
holding
most
them against fire.
dangerous. Yes, they all need to be like exterminated, basically.
The opening scene of
You
Civil
forget,
War.
the Sokovia Accords. There should be a superhero registration. They've made a very good case for it.
Dude, absolutely.
Yeah, they certainly did.
That's what I mean. The MCU is so fucking out of control because they had Crossbones detonated himself, and Wanda put a shield around him to prevent it from hitting Cap and a bunch of people around him. Pushed him up and away, hit a building, and killed many innocent people.
9
That's a
people.
really, really good bit of drama and conflict. Saved his life, saved theirs, but you killed a bunch of other people, and then it has to be assessed. Like, who's responsible for all those deaths? And it's like, okay, out of the way. Now you have like whole civilizations getting wiped out. No one cares. It's absolutely fucking unreal.
They
We did
have
that.
no
at
idea
Wall.
what you've
Well,
gone through.
Mauler, what happens in deep
embarrassing.
space stays in deep space. That's the reason why nobody fucking cares.
Well, one person cared, Darth Ben, and she's back. She's gonna fuck you up.
No,
Ben.
she
has a
put on
grill.
2 bracelets and died.
Like the first way they nuked or that they nerfed Captain Marvel's powers was with the realization that when she uses them on the bracelet, it can like absorb it. Yeah, it's like, okay, that's kind of stupid, but it is like it was really dumb. And maybe just don't aim at the fucking bracelet, you retard.
But she actually she does punch her and hit her, not hitting the bracelet multiple times, and it's like, all right, you should have won right then. But they're so incompetent that suddenly her powers are absolutely pathetic whenever she's fighting the villain, and then when she's not, she can kickstart a sun.
I thought on the second planet when they're having the fight on the ship, and it looked like she was actively draining her almost. I thought they were going to set something up where like she actually like almost lost her powers basically.
Yes.
Got completely
But they
zapped
didn't.
by that.
You thought they were going to do something interesting.
And all
That's what
we've
we keep
seen
following.
is she put the Nega band on, and she was fine, and then she started absorbing the power, and she was fine, and it was making her stronger. Then she put a second one on and blew up.
Well, that shows you the dangers of over accessorizing, which most women
It's a fashion
hoop-
thing.
read too
It was
much.
the hooped earrings, wasn't it? It was the hooped earrings.
It was the
Can we,
grill and
it was the
hoops
grill.
and then the bracelets. Too much. It's
I
gaudy.
think we need to emphasize how utterly retarded that is. They could not think of any creative way to beat the villain, so that she just 2 bands, she dies, she kills herself.
I thought it was like a level up boss
Chad,
like
the
in the middle of a
complete
boss
opposite,
battle,
because
she'd
this
come
thing,
back.
The more power, the stronger she gets.
Yes.
So she she should be absolutely fucking cray, but she goes.
And then when Miss
As
Marvel
with-
puts them on because they were meant for her, she's fine.
We're supposed to believe in the opening scene, if she had found both Negabands on that moon, that she would have put them both on, exploded, and then they hit credits.
I love that Mauler's referring to them as negabands now. This is fantastic.
That's what they are.
I gotta be
That's
careful
what they
to
are.
pronounce them. Gary,
absolutely
this
clear.
is gonna be a bit of a deep cut. Do you remember what Illyria punches Cybus Vale in Angel in the head?
Yes. Yes.
That should have happened when
That's
Captain
what
Marvel
should
punched
happen.
off Ben.
Well, I was thinking, I mean, we hate the boys now, but the boys like demonstrates power level differences pretty well. Remember when the blind superhero's like, yeah, I hear I'm blind, but I hear it, and Homelander just goes pop,
boxes his ears. Yeah,
that's a great display of it. But you are correct, Mauler. I'm
wanna
not
see
quite
heads
at that part
blow up.
yet, but we're almost there.
That's kind of like that's the shit that I always get like weirdly interested in with like comic book characters. Like talking about Captain Marvel, the idea of Captain Marvel using her powers to fly at light speed as basically just a flying nuclear bomb.
Yes.
If she were to travel at light speed in atmosphere, could that fucking ignite the entire atmosphere on fire? You know what I mean? Like that type of power. And do characters have to fucking like level themselves down in certain situations? That's the kind of crazy comic book shit that I really enjoy.
Superman gets into that, by the way. Superman gets a lot into that.
Yes, it does. Yes,
Not
it
even
does.
approaching light speed, the friction you would have in hitting the atmosphere, and that would actually cause fusion from the atoms and everything.
Because the atmosphere, if you're going that fast, you hit the atmosphere. It's a solid. It's a fucking solid. So you would create,
and you would cause the air molecules to literally fuse together when they hit you.
This
and
isn't a film that you could
it would
suck
cause
away
a fusion bomb.
the atmosphere.
You'd ignite the whole atmosphere.
Like,
don't worry about it, because there isn't an atmosphere on the fucking creep line anyway.
If we go back to the beginning, when Captain Marvel irresponsibly decides to go flying so she could kill Kamala, because that's the only reason I can think of it. She does fall for the longest time because she would have been dead before Monica Rambeau even took off. So I guess gravity works different in the Marvel
They
Cinematic
keep editing
Universe.
it, so she goes back up.
I know she does. But so what takes longer, Kamala, Mauler, or the Sky Station in Black Widow to fall?
Oh, that's tough.
Which will hit the ground first if they both?
I love that. It's so disjointed. You have the free fall speed, terminal velocity. Essentially, she puts a big shield around them, which, if anyone has a brain, is like, that's not going to do anything. And then they switch with Captain Marvel, who thumps onto the floor. She's like, fine. She's like, okay. And then immediately Fury's like, oh, it's just Captain Marvel. It's like, oh, it's fine.
Yeah, like,
bro,
it's just Carol.
What about momentum?
Yeah.
But she didn't even know she was falling until she rotated and could see the ground. Because dropping at a great speed apparently means you're okay.
Well,
if you're looking up at the fucking
If
sky,
you're in a ball and you're inside that ball, and that ball hits the ground, you're going to hit the inside of that ball.
Absolutely. Why didn't she create
Obviously-
a really large, thin platform that slows her, in air resistance?
slide.
Is how it
It's
works,
like,
right?
think Fortnite.
It doesn't matter
Fortnite,
because
floating.
It doesn't matter in the fucking sky
You got
when
Jeremy's
she
attention.
does the first
I'm
first
listening to everything.
the first hard
light
platform that she's trying to land on. When she hits that, she would die.
Yeah, of course.
Instantaneously.
Well, so
Snap.
the
It
film
slides off
wants us to believe that when she switches out with Captain Marvel, she's safe. It's like, well, no, she would just slam into wherever she was on the other side, wherever Captain Marvel was.
Yeah.
They don't switch
Monica
momentum.
Rambeau-
That's not how that works.
when they're
They even
fighting on
tried that with the
the ocean planet, Monica Rambeau goes flying from a great height, goes splat into the fucking shallow, and just like,
Yeah.
but you're a human, Monica.
They wanted to show
Oh,
you
dude,
she
that
could
part.
swim as.
They're
Huh?
surrounded by bad guys then, and Monica says to Miss Marvel, don't use your powers. Don't use your powers. It's like, no, use your powers. Use them, because you might actually get back to Earth, you motherfucking stupid cunt. Like, what are you doing? We're on the alien planet.
out
Don't
of
use your
here.
powers. We're surrounded by enemies. Don't use your powers. It's like, what? Like, this is the time to use your... And then Captain Marvel just turns up. She travels to that scroll planet twice from Earth in a matter of minutes.
Yep.
Do you know
And
how fast you'd have to be able to
she could've
travel to do
fixed
that?
shit. If she could have done it that fast, they demonstrate in the movie that she
Exactly.
could get there like that. Go to the fucking sun 30, 40 years ago and fix it.
Well, yeah, and she could save Monica at the end. So we know it's confirmed according to the movie itself that she deliberately didn't save Monica. She was like,
Yes.
"Oh no, I can't get you."
Yeah.
You know, Miss
Well, that's
Marvel
funny. That's how the audience
Yeah.
felt. It's like,
Going
oh
back in
no,
time
she's gonna get
thing.
trapped.
to change the fucking future so she got the band. Couldn't you do something to go back in time?
Oh, come on. Dude, as everyone could go back in time. Remember, they unlocked time travel in this universe already.
I'm sitting on the floor.
So, I don't mean to switch tracks a bit, but what we've been talking about is actually pretty standard Marvel sludge.
It is.
It is the crap that we see in Multiverse of Madness, Thor: Love and Thunder. The thing that took us to a new level to me was the singing and the cats. It was a level of
we
goofy
haven't gotten there
retardedness
yet.
that I could not believe. That to me, this takes it to a new level of sludge and absolute dog crap. I was baffled. So, all right, we'll wait until we get there. But that's
Already had, like an hour and 20 minutes. Plenty to go.
Fucking movie, man.
Should we put up the spoilers thing, or is it a little late?
No.
It's a little late for that.
Anybody cares.
Gary, literally, this is the first time where a spoiler warning would mean we're not telling them the details. You're like, you're spoiling the experience.
I don't know how you would spoil this movie. It's baffling. There's no story. It doesn't make sense.
There's
nothing
nothing,
to
to spoil it. There's it's all over the fucking place.
The
There's
only
nothing-
spoiler would be the X-Men stuff. And that's just
And they wanted
Oh, and the
people to know about
A-Force,
that.
and the A-Force. You know, because we're getting,
was
we're
cool.
getting,
Yeah.
we're
cool,
getting
where they
the
recreated
A-Force now.
like one
Put
of the best
another chick
Lord
in
of the
it.
universe,
Yeah.
made it cringe. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Put more women.
you like
'cause that's
how
what that's the
absolute
answer.
garbage
Now you
That's
gotta
what
make
we
him
need.
gay, and then you got the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
So, was that the Young Avengers?
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
young, but it's it's going to be an all-female Young Avengers, by the way.
Apart
It's gonna be
from
one token
Hulk
male
boy.
character.
And very
Well,
nerd.
real quick, like the Flurkin, right? The Flurkin's the cat, by the way. That's the one contribution that we got from Kelly Sue DeConnick. Kelly Sue DeConnick, of course, famous for "If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book." She's the one who turned Miss Marvel into Captain Marvel and introduced.
What are you doing?
I'm just taking a label off my box.
Okay. You can mute your microphone for that, can't you?
No, not really.
Okay.
We're talking about Miss
Flurkins, Gary.
Just
I'm
like-
Flurkins, where was I? Flurkins.
Marbles are
Flurkins
taking
have a-
labels.
So
Flurkins have a pocket dimension in their stomach, apparently, that can
Ooh.
yes.
hold things infinitely.
And Kevin Feige came out and said on that pathetic red carpet they did with that had the composer, a producer, the director, and Kevin Feige. And he even says, yes, the most popular character by far from Captain Marvel was Goose.
Gus or Goose?
Goose. So we needed to have more cats. They literally said we needed to have more cats. So they had Goose have little kittens. And there's a whole scene where the kittens eat everybody to save them. Right? That's the
Market
whole
research tells us that we need more cats.
Exactly.
My biggest
Not just
problem,
one of the songs from
Bro.
Cats, by the way.
Not
one
just
of the biggest
like I guess
problems.
they drag it on for so long, and
It's
they
the
try to make
B-plot.
it a
It's
showcase.
the entire B plot.
Well, and it's also one of the best horror scenes they've had in a while.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if they
Growing
knew
up.
though.
I was laughing my ass off at that because it's like, dude, this is basically robots running around exterminating people, going, do not resist. Because
Yeah.
they have it literally blaring over the loudspeakers.
Let the Flurkins eat you. You will be okay.
You will be okay. It's like fucking.
The only
Mars
people in my
Attacks,
theater that
practically.
were laughing were two 40-year-old women.
Yep.
But
I was laughing
it
because of how
made fun.
retarded it was. Holy
Yeah,
shit!
To me, the biggest problem with the Flurkin, Nick Fury, that entire thing, it doesn't have any impact on the movie at all.
No.
You could cut out
Whatsoever.
Nick Fury from
But
the
they're
movie.
Yes,
cute.
yes.
You could cut out the
Yeah.
Flurkins, your Saber,
Yeah.
everything. You could cut out the entire
Yeah.
thing, and it would have no impact other than a little bit of like dialogue, like communication wise between Monica and Nick and Carol. Like it was just pointless.
So why would
And
you
the way
not
that
cut
Nick
this
Fury
out?
is done? Well, because then the movie would only be 50 minutes.
Yeah, because
They could have included shit that we needed to make a
the
cohesive
the
story.
scary thing, guys, is
This is the stuff they wanted to keep.
the scary
They
thing.
didn't keep
Yeah,
the
but
cats.
what Az was saying, there is a longer cut. There is a much longer cut
Yeah.
of this movie
Yeah.
because it was
Yeah, and
it was
the
originally
release
clocking
the
in at like
DaCosta
2
cut.
hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
We complain a lot about a lot of the Disney Plus projects and how like the series
No,
are
we
just
don't.
made to like go, like it seems like it's a movie that gets turned into a show and they just add all the padding. This might be one of the scenarios where I think that this movie should have been a Disney Plus series, not just because it's not very important, but also because of all the stuff they should have probably fleshed out within the movie itself. This easily could have been like maybe a 5 or 6 episode like Disney Plus series. It would have been miserable, but like there's too much that they didn't explain that they just fucking rushed through when
Well,
it comes to this movie. It's
like-
just so frenetic.
Like Loki, they have these massive concepts and no clue on how to execute them at all. And they're actually these are concepts from the comics that were executed fine within the comics and the medium of comics that could have easily been adapted if you had somebody who knew what the fuck they were doing, but instead they got somebody who wrote fan fiction.
Well, what do we
Gary,
think-
I've got a
look at what
question
we
for
think
you.
to adapt from the comics, like the fucking singing scene. That is adapted from the comics.
Well, okay. That's from the more modern comics. So
Oh, I know. But I'm saying that's what they're choosing to adapt.
Yeah.
From
Exactly. And it's done still mostly as an Easter egg. It's not in the same context as it was in the comic books. And that's what all this is now. It's just, we brought something from the comics. We brought in Dar-Ben. Sure. It's a girl now. It's a diverse woman, but it's from the comics. It's Dar-Ben.
Yeah, it could have got worse because there's a little line in there where she's like, "It's a matriarchal society who is being forced to do something we didn't want to." Blah blah blah. The real story from the comics is that whatever the prince's name is, Prince Yawn.
Yeah,
Prince
Yawn.
Yawn. He's being forced to marry a woman that he doesn't love and doesn't want to be with.
Well, because
So-
he's gay.
That's what I thought.
So Carol comes there and basically fights this woman for the right to his hand in marriage. It's like just a gender swap kind of theme, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like fights another woman for the right to his hand in marriage, gets married to him, and basically says, "Live your own life," kind of thing. It's really weird.
That's what I thought the story was going to be. I watched the trailer. I was like, they're not really together. He's going to be secretly gay or something, but they have to
Yeah,
do
he needs a green
marriage of
card.
convenience. but he was such a nothing character that he had like 2 lines of dialogue.
He was bilingual.
And then they left.
He's clearly a
That was
great
it.
seamstress, though.
Yeah,
I can't believe
whip those shitty costumes up in a jiffy.
I can't believe they thought the singing, scene would improve the film. They thought this is a good idea. This will be fun. Let's actually throw this retarded whole sequence in, and they thought it would make it better.
This
And
is from people that thought shoving 12 women in a fucking movie would be good. So clearly, yeah, that makes sense that they thought that scene would improve the movie.
I guess that
nothing
scene was
about
longer.
this.
That's cut down after they were like, probably shouldn't have it go.
We
too-
got an
10
up.
minutes.
I'm sharing my screen. We got an update from Deadline 10 minutes ago. The Marvel's heading for lowest opening ever for the MCU at 47 to 55 million now.
Oh no!
Wow,
Shocker.
who could have seen that one coming?
Whoever's sharing this, give it a good solid minute because I'm still running on Chrome because Chrome is shit. StreamYards is shit.
Oh, yeah.
This is our last Friday Night Tights on StreamYards. This is it.
Fucking StreamYards.
We're done with StreamYards.
Well, either way, so Deadline shared, and of course, this was already
There it is.
reported on
It's
early
up
in the
now.
day.
There you go.
Okay, but Deadline is now reporting, the Marvels is heading for the lowest opening ever for a Disney MCU film at 47 million to 55 million. I think it's probably going to be. I mean, I don't know.
Jeremy, real quick, if it hits 56 million, you know those fuckers are going to call it a win.
Oh, absolutely.
The Marvels takes off with the
higher than
expectations.
I was watching John Campia talk about this the other day, and he basically, because of the Rotten Tomato score, and he basically said when the Rotten Tomato score started out at 54%, he goes, "I'm going to be honest with you. I thought it was going to be at 20%. So being at 54, this is kind of a win." What?
Dude, what is wrong with you?
What?
Dude, he's fraud.
I couldn't believe that. I'm like, we are at a level now where you're like 20%. Oh,
Marvel, thank you for your service.
He's Thrawn. Well played, Mauler. Dude.
So yes, this is the death of the MCU. It's not just a clickbait title. It's not just a thumbnail. It's the reality of what's going on.
You know what?
Been saying
I'll
this whole
speak for
time.
myself. It never was from me. I knew this shit was going to fucking happen. None of us, we all knew this was going to happen. We read the comics. They made the same fucking mistakes they did in the comics.
Exactly.
I mean, right down to the stories. Ryan just mentioned it. You know, the shit they're adapting is the modern stuff that sold like 20,000 copies with variants. And we don't
Gary,
even...
that's the question I wanted to ask you. How many times has Captain Marvel been cancelled and rebooted as a comic?
I
stopped at like 11.
Yes.
11 times.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is there any way that these movies could have been all made without killing off so many of the male characters?
No.
Yeah,
Well,
you just don't do all new all Marvel.
Necessary.
Yeah,
you
too many of them.
You don't have to kill off any. You shouldn't have killed off any. You should not have killed off Iron Man and Captain America. Period. And they killed Captain America. They killed his character. Remember, he went back in time and completely ignored things like 9/11 and the Kennedy assassination and all kinds of shit.
That's what I want to see. I want to see a Disney Plus series where
Based.
Captain America is just sitting there in a rocking chair as he watches 9/11 happen.
Yep.
Dude.
With the knowledge that it was happening.
If I was fucking Haley Atwell, I wouldn't give a fuck either.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's the only saving grace. Okay, that's the only saving grace. But they cut her in half in a movie, so fuck them.
Gary, would you recast them then?
Yes.
Yeah.
You recast Iron Man. That was the original plan for Spider-Man when Sony started it out. They were like, we're going to treat it like James Bond. We're going to do like 3 movies with the director, 2 movies with the director, recast the character, and it would be kind of a loose but similar continuity. Will be more episodic, which is the way you have to do these things. But you absolutely, they're going to do it anyway. In that book I showed from 10 years ago, there's a quote from Kevin Feige, I'm going to paraphrase, where he said, if we reboot the universe, it's a failure. Well, now they're about to reboot their universe, and they're going to recast anyway. So why not just recast? There's no way Captain America, Black Falcon, not Captain America in a Captain America movie is going to be a hit. As a matter of fact, we just learned it's going through massive fucking reshoots and being delayed
What a
a
coincidence.
year.
What a coincidence. They know exactly how Ms. Marvel's going to perform and then immediately announce they've all been put back. The movies that they've got.
Yeah, I think what we've talked about this a little bit. They clearly internally are coming to the realization that all of this is not being received well, that it's performing well, they can't continue to go on like this. They are making adjustments. Look at what they did with Daredevil. Look at what they've now announced they're about to do with Black Captain America 4, which for those of you that don't know, 2 weeks ago, we heard the rumor that Deadpool was probably not going to make production, but that Captain America 4, they had wrapped filming back in June. So in all likelihood, that movie was going to be ready to go. That could get moved up a release date. We just found out it got delayed like a fucking year, and it's going to go through 5 months of reshoots.
Damn.
Because it's that big of a
way,
mess.
that's
the amount of time you could do.
That's a new film.
Okay, wait. Yeah, that's basically the amount of time they're taking to shoot Deadpool 3. They're 50%. That is major movies get shot in under that time in principal photography, and that's reshooting in principal photography. So I think you said it in your video, which I watched, Ryan. That's shooting an entire new movie. That's
And to be fair, like I don't imagine they're gonna do 5 months worth of shooting, but they're scheduling shooting over 5 months. Who knows? Like Harrison Ford might have a prior commitment. Anthony Mackie might be doing something, whatever, right? So there might be some things in there, but still, they are admitting that they're doing it like excessive reshoots on this over a 5-month period. They're going to change the entire movie. We know that they just scrapped all of Daredevil, and they're going to start basically from scratch on that. We've heard the rumors about what they may or may
Ironheart got pushed to 2025.
None of this is gonna change anything.
No.
None of this is gonna change anything.
I don't think it's going to be successful, but I think it's an indication that they internally are acknowledging that they are in.
But they're trying to put at this point. It's putting a Band-Aid on it. Like they need to clean house and stop and reboot.
They need a Lucasfilm, Marvel, Disney in general. They need an Elon Musk cleansing like Twitter. Without that, it will never be seen.
The evidence
IG and down everyone.
The evidence that they're not actually really going to change is that they're still trying to make Black Captain America, and they're still trying to make Ironheart and everything, and that just shows they haven't learned. They still want to try and push these diverse characters.
These are still remnants, though, right? Like,
how do we make it
tolerable? What was that?
Still like there's still remnants of 2-3 years back. Like we're not going to see the results of today's attitudes until 2026, 7, something like that.
Yeah.
And then the Avengers films will be arriving, and those are going to be absolute clusterfucks. They'll probably be reshot like 10,000 times in terms of what the hell are we even doing.
How old is Robert Downey?
It's going to be a decade. Almost a decade of shit.
How old is Robert Downey Jr. going to be when they finally get around to shooting Secret Wars?
70.
60. But
he's a vegan now.
Think about the last time we saw Black Captain America. It was during COVID.
2021.
Right? So 2021. We are not going to see another project with Black Captain America in it until the middle of 2025 at the earliest now.
And let's seriously talk. Does Falcon and Winter Soldier warrant a film? Was that a popular enough show to warrant a film?
No, the film won't warrant a sequel. That's what's going to happen.
Do better, Senator.
When we get to Avengers is the film for this, but there are other films that are going to have to start taking in refugees from the franchise. They need where's Shang-Chi going to turn up next? It's like, well, I guess he's going to be in the Captain America film, but it's like, well, no, because Falcon might have to turn up in someone else's film because he can't be in his own. And it's like, what about Captain Marvel? It's like, she's going to have to turn up in someone else's film because they can't have their own anymore. They can't make money.
Oh my God.
Oh, man.
No, you're right, Mauler.
So you think they're going to recast Captain America? Like
they have to,
the real Captain America.
Yes, after Secret
Can
Wars.
I request that they cast a straight man to play Captain America this time? I think Chris Evans clearly didn't fit the bill there. I'd rather have a straight guy.
He's got a girlfriend. I was shocked to hear.
I'm sure he's got a girlfriend. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure she's got
her name's David.
Yeah. I'm sure she's got a strap on.
She might be kind of this kind of girlfriend.
Hey, I love this song. Of the crying game.
They're gonna have to start culling their characters. They've got too many.
You're right.
And they're about to bring in the
Mauler,
X-Men.
Mauler,
Like,
Mauler, they set up the Young Avengers, but it's going to be like an all-female Young Avengers. I can't believe they actually went through with that.
Like of all the things you could cut,
right?
Cut it.
You can't. You can't.
Hedging the bets. They're hedging the bets.
They cannot cut an all-female Avengers when they've built up all this bullshit. It's just like what was it? What me and you talked about, Ryan? We were talking about something.
Snow White.
Yeah, Snow White. Like we're like they can't cancel it because they put themselves in a position where they have to release it no matter how bad it is.
Important.
And over here, Warner Brothers is just
movie.
dropping shit left, right, and center. Like fully finished films. They're like putting it in the vault. You're never going to see it again. They just did that
that's
with
kind of
Coyote
what you imagine is going to happen. But I mean, it would be like, though, but with that happening, it would be the equivalent of Kathleen Kennedy saying Ryan Johnson's getting a trilogy and then it never happening. We would never see anything.
That
like
would not.
Garrett, you and I were both specifically told. By the way, everything we heard at Comic-Con on the floor of Comic-Con, absolutely playing out.
Fucking
right
true.
Now. Totally
Every
playing
time.
out. So we were told they really did try to cancel Echo. They tried to shit can it and they couldn't. So there must be some kind of legal thing because you're right, Ryan. Like the fucking one thing you could cut out of this movie was the setup for the Young Avengers. That what's going to be a failed Disney Plus show now?
Right. Yeah. Like, that's what I mean. Like even if it's in whatever, you could at least cut this connection to that in the post-credit scene that like doesn't need to be there at all. Of Kamala Khan being the new Nick Fury.
Oh, God.
To be honest, Nick Fury is so cucked, they might as well replace him with Kamala Khan at this point.
Well, she's more likable than him at this point.
Pretty much.
She's more of a man than him.
She has both of her eyes.
But Az is right. They're hedging their bets with this. They have this in-credit scene where they set up the girl of Young Avengers, and then in the mid-credit scene, they set up the X-Men to get people to go, oh, look, it's Beast. Oh, he said Charles. But it still has Monica Rambeau in it.
But the thing
It's
is,
still going to be a chick, and it's going to be lame.
Well, here's the thing to remember about that post-credit scene. It was initially just Maria Rambeau.
Yeah.
Right? Beast was not a part of this until last second, which is why, as bad as some of the effects are here or there in this movie, that's why he specifically looks like dog shit, because they did it within the last like 2 months or whatever.
Dude, if you pull up an image of him in X-Men 3 and you're like, oh, fuck, he looks brilliant. And you're like, yeah, that's how that goes.
I love how they pulled out binary and she straight up looked like she was a non-binary. They should have just
they brought out binary. She took the robe off and she stood back and everyone went, who's that?
Who are
you?
I like
Everybody said, who the fuck is that?
My favorite part about that scene
You know
was
who
like,
I am? No.
usually it's the dad that doesn't remember they have a kid, not the mom. So I like they're mixing it up a little bit.
You know what
I hit
So
the wrong
most
button.
common response wasn't? Well, I actually think that would be one of the most common, but the other most common was, oh, it's Storm. I just one of her comic book outfits.
I'm guessing that's what most people thought.
Remember?
Yeah.
I DM'd Az in the middle of the Tuesday night's main event or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like there were some people out there that were saying Storm's gonna be in it. Like, no, you mixed up your black women. Sorry.
Genuinely, I think everyone was just been like, oh, it's one of those comic outfits. Okay, that's neat,
It is.
whatever.
So binary
It's an alternate.
is a form that Miss Marvel took. So not
Whoa.
okay,
Carol
not-
Danvers,
not
Miss Marvel.
Carol Danvers, the real Miss Marvel. Okay.
Well, she had 2 negabands on.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she did.
Well, I think that like I'm looking at the overall like how superhero films are being portrayed now. I'm not sure what fixes this for them. I don't know if there's like Deadpool's going to do good, but it's not going to do as good as it could have.
It's a gimmick.
Oh, it's
No,
dead. Like this is the nail in the coffin.
Deadpool 3
this
will
is
be
bad.
It will
I think
fi-
Deadpool
will-
3 will be big.
It will be big,
Okay,
but like
but it will fix the MCU about as much as No Way Home fixed the MCU.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, it'll be an anomaly.
Yeah.
It'll do its
anything,
own thing
if
over
it does
here.
well, they'll learn the wrong lessons again.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always
But
do.
because this isn't just like Marvel movies, like DC for a whole different reasons. No one cares about their films either for a whole different. They are ruining the superhero
Jeremy
on-screen movement.
forever. No.
Yeah,
It's superhero fatigue because okay, I put something up on Twitter. I don't know if anybody got the point of it or not. But it's basically Rotten Tomatoes is bullshit. We know it's bullshit. And we know, as particularly with movies,
Because of Captain Marvel.
it's a little more honest with TV shows because you don't have to have that verified bullshit. But with the verified bullshit, the algorithm has changed. But I agree with your point, Ryan. I think it represents the amount of people who went to the theater and actually watched Miss Marvel and liked the Marvels, which is a very small number. If you count the whole fucking thing, it'll probably be different. But if you look at those,
like if you just look at interest level, right? Because if the same amount of people went to go see this that went to give, say, I don't know, Captain Marvel a chance, you're probably going to see a worse Rotten Tomato score than you saw for Captain Marvel back in 2019. The difference is all the people that got tricked into going, or hey, this is so to connect really important between Infinity War and Endgame, those people are no longer going to the theater. At this point in time, the only people that are going and giving it a chance are the ones that this type of movie is appealing to.
And they'll go through the process,
like us.
the Fandango process of reviewing. But what was the audience score on Mario?
90s.
No, I'm sorry. What was the critic score? My bad.
58, 59, something like that.
So both Flash and the Marvels scored
59.
higher than Mario with the critics. Okay.
Yeah.
So Flash and Marvels have a very similar Rotten Tomatoes score, which just means they're bullshit because these are going to be massive flops that cost these studios hundreds of millions of dollars. It is. It is. But if you want to use, like, you could call that, you'll see them start to roll out superhero fatigue. Now, we all agree that if they come out with a good superhero movie, people will watch it. Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. The problem is that's so rare now, it's almost impossible. Like, I don't see Deadpool 3 as being a guaranteed good movie. I don't.
No, I don't.
I don't think it's going to be guaranteed good. I think it's going to be big.
It'll be
I
big.
think the
on its
problem
first
is people
weekend.
won't take a chance on a good superhero movie because they've seen so many shit ones.
That's when fatigue starts setting in. But, so what do you guys think of Deadpool 2?
I don't think it's great.
Average.
Because this is the director of Deadpool 2.
It's a pretty big step back from the first one.
Yeah.
But this one has, but Hugh Jackman's Wolverine is going to be a game changer.
In his costume, game changer as far as opening weekend. Hope it's a great
marketing. Marketing.
It could be a great fucking movie and make $1 bazillion, and I hope it is. But isn't it funny that the MCU is now relying on the Fox superheroes to save their ass?
All around. That's why.
Yeah.
You know what would fix
Sony that they're like using to inject fucking IVs into the MCU is
Disney's a fucking vampire. They take shit that's good and go
so much sucking.
and they suck them out, and as soon as they're a
They're like
husk of what they
garbage.
were, they go to the next thing. They go to the next thing.
Last event we did, we were covering a guy who's like talking about the hype to come for the MCU, and he was saying like one of the things he'd love to see, the hype, the craziness, the peak fire of it, to see Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and Kang meet.
For what?
Why?
Why? We've had Loki.
Nobody.
And by the way, I don't think Loki was crying so much as just time sensitive. We've had a Loki. How about an Italian superhero named Gnocchi, who just he gets fired up and passionate.
A lot of hand gestures.
A lot of hand gestures.
I look at like I still don't
Those
like
who try the most fail the most, Chrissy.
You know what I think is the most fire Marvel hype we could possibly have? I should make a video like that. Hype for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If it's Deadpool 3, the plot gets changed to Deadpool just goes around and basically kills off every diversity creation of the MCU.
Yes.
That would be my
kills
favorite.
the MCU.
That would be my favorite movie of
MCU.
Yes, if Deadpool kills the MCU, that would be my favorite movie of all time.
That's how you fix everything.
Yeah. I said that a couple. I made a video about that on my like random small channel. I like went on a rant. I said Deadpool 3 could actually save the MCU or at least attempt to fix it, but it won't. Right? They could absolutely do that. Deadpool kills the MCU. That is like he could go through this entire thing. That's how you bring in an established X-Men team. That's how you bring in an established Fantastic Four, and you just fucking get going. But they're just not going to do it.
They would never have the balls
also delayed as well.
What is?
Remember?
Is that rumor
Four.
true that the Fantastic Four is going to be in its own universe with no other superheroes?
Oh, God, I don't care.
Yeah,
I feel like that'd be a rumor.
I really don't
To be
care
honest with
anymore.
you guys, like that might be the more profitable route, is to actually start releasing solo universe films
Separate shit
from
out?
the MCU. Yeah,
Yeah, and
because
that's what
the
I said.
promise is you don't need any baggage. Come in and you'll enjoy our film. Like that's actually tempting now.
That's what I said yesterday on that's what I said on Drinker Stream yesterday. Was I don't think it's superhero fatigue. I think it's shared universe superhero fatigue. I think people are tired of the shared universe bullshit. I think that if you bring a individual superhero film out based around a prominent character that people love and do it the right way, people are going to show up. It's the fact that we're now dealing with we're not even dealing with B-level characters. We're dealing with like the bottom of the fucking barrel that are leading films, and nobody cares. Like Transformers is a good example of this. Transformers went through the fatigue. All right, I love Transformers, but like we finally got a good Transformers movie in Bumblebee, and nobody really fucking cared.
That's because it's led by a fucking woman.
No, that's not it. Why? It's because all the fucking dog shit that Michael Bay gave us leading up to it is why, and no one cared. Like they had $1 billion movies. No, they had
that's why I didn't see
films.
Hey,
but
Jeremy, then she went on to make Birds of Prey and Batgirl, and wrote The Flash.
Oh, and
Christina Hodson,
and is part of James Gunn's writing team for the DCU
with Tom King.
It's a dark horizon we're about to ride into.
I would
boys.
be interested to see
Superhero fatigue is here. Okay,
I'd be interested to see if Joker was released today, what it would do.
It would be interesting, yeah.
I think it would do the same. It would do the same.
I think it would do good.
Do the same.
Joker,
I think it would.
It's a good movie.
Well.
Yep.
What we're still seeing is word of mouth carries films over the line, and if it's good, like that's what actually gives it legs.
Well, if you release Joker today, the media would do the same thing they did,
and then we'd all see it twice.
And we all see it twice.
But on Jeremy's point, on one hand, I really agree, but then on the other, I was like, okay, but how do you explain stuff like maybe the Batman that probably should have gotten a lot more money, and yet I think it's in a time where the tide of superhero love has come so far down, even Batman is feeling the crunch to some extent. And at the same time, Guardians 3 did what, about as well as the Batman? If not better?
A little bit more.
Yeah,
a little bit more.
Well,
I don't think that Batman was a great film, though.
Yeah, I thought
I'm not saying it's a great film. I'm just saying that solo Batman, that's an attractor, isn't it? And it's like,
well, my counter to that
when
would
you
be
have
Batman,
a great film.
Yeah, Batman v Superman in the height of this shit with Superman and Batman in the first time ever on film did less than 900 million when Iron Man was doing 1.4 because those movies fucking sucked. They just did. Like we had Batman and Superman
but that goes
on
against
film
your
for the
argument
first time
because
ever.
Superman Batman comes out today, it would do less. It would do less. Because
Again,
I think there is
if
an
it's
erosion.
Snyder's, then absolutely. But if you come up with if Christopher Nolan walks back in the door today and does The Dark Knight, it's $1 billion film.
You don't do
I don't think that's guaranteed,
Superman.
Jeremy.
This is the thing that everyone is fucking missing from these studios. You don't do Batman v Superman. You do fucking World's Finest, you dipshits. You actually put them together, working together, actually being fucking heroic.
I want to see the black guy fighting the super guy.
Fight skills, contrasting their fucking everything. It's a no-brainer. But they don't do it. They're too lazy. They want to cut corners. They want to cut corners, and they want to get to the stuff which is way too far down the line.
Problem. That's the it's really not superhero fatigue. It's Hollywood fatigue. Like we're starting this even Killers of the Killers of the Flower Moon, which by all accounts is a good movie, didn't do shit. It didn't do shit in the theaters.
Wow. Not watching
so
a
you're
3-hour
starting
long movie.
You're starting to see
Scorsese movies on exactly like, especially, and Spielberg's got this problem, like the Fablemans and stuff. Nolan is the one that was to surprise all of us. Was like, holy shit, he made like shit tons with Oppenheimer when everything was working against it. In a sense, not that it was going to be a bad film, just the R-rated 3 hours, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that movie had no business making that.
It was a fascinating subject matter.
Yeah, it's a good film,
and it was a fantastic film.
And it was
certainly, it didn't have diversity.
Flower Moon,
and it certainly had the help of Barbie and the Barbenheimer meme. That that added a couple $100 million.
You laugh at Ryan, but I think there's a little bit of fucking kernel of truth in that.
More than a colonel, like a general.
Yeah. Fucking fucking field marshal.
Grand admiral.
People are really fucking tight, right? Nia DaCosta doesn't deserve to be anywhere near a fucking film like this. Nowhere fucking near it. She's got nothing. The 3 writers of this fucking film, this trash piece of garbage, which looks like a Saturday morning kids TV show, have done nothing. Their accreditations are nothing. These people have been brought on purely because they've got fucking cunts between the legs and they've got fucking various pigmentations. This is fucking Hollywood's problem. We've got great writers, great screenplay people out there doing fuck all because they want some superficial optic. to put in front of people. And now it's caught up. Years of this down the line, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, is catching up. And we're seeing the fruits of it. And it's fucking trash because they shouldn't be anywhere near this shit.
Well, and when they came out of COVID, and I talked about this 2 years ago, you need to have you need a sure thing. You need a Tobey Maguire in a Spider-Man movie. You need, because you just broke the habit. People, and it's really hard to get people back in the habit. And you know what? Last June, they were close. They were close to being fully back, and now these fucking idiots went on strike for 6 months, which shut down, like, next year is fucked. I don't know how they're going to get Deadpool 3. Deadpool 3 is only half shot, 50% shot, and they want it out by next July.
See, when we were saying, like, likelihood of that movie being, like, solid, it's like, oh, I think too much is working against it. It's going to be shit, isn't it?
They're going to force it into July.
Maybe it'll be a diamond. It'll be so pressurized.
I think there's a chance it's really bad, but I think that the idea of Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, I think a lot of people
hopefully,
of course,
their charisma, their improv maybe can carry it. Yeah,
that's kind of what I don't know if it'll be good or not. I don't think it'll be good, but I just think it's going to be.
I think they were still working on the effects and maybe some previs. That would be interesting for Marvel, like during this time, because they could work. The effects people could work through all this.
Well, no what is outside of Aquaman, which is clearly going to do $1.5 billion?
I saw that trailer.
But outside of that,
you get that trailer on the cinema.
I mean,
did you see Amber Heard in it for a nanosecond in that trailer?
A lot.
My trailer didn't have her at all.
You probably just missed it.
You probably missed it. Yeah,
you blinked.
You blink, you missed her.
But so outside of Aquaman, what's the next superhero film set to release?
Well, it was meant to be
superhero film
for Falcon America.
Deadpool's the next.
Oh, Craven the Hunter.
Craven.
What did that get pushed back till?
Like March or something?
Oh god.
There's a couple things coming out in March.
Nobody's watching that film.
Craven. Yeah, Craven's gonna bring him back.
Who cares about Craven? Like,
see, I don't see that being.
That's August 2024.
Oh wow. Okay. So
I thought they got pushed back. So there's gonna be more women that go see Craven the Hunter than went and saw the Marvels.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Mobius too. That's what it's gonna be.
Or Aquaman at this point. Or Aquaman.
Mobius.
Somebody look that up. What is the time? Because it can't be Black Captain America.
I think it's Deadpool.
I mean Deadpool. Sorry, Deadpool. In July, end of July is the next super. Well, that kind of needs to happen. By the way, we have Echo coming out.
They had originally planned on having Deadpool, Black Captain America, the Thunderbolts, and maybe something else originally. Maybe Blade. Ironheart and Blade. No, Ironheart's for Disney Plus, but.
Yeah, but they treat it all as like a big baton, like sort of passover, right? Like Loki with this and Mandalorian to Rise of Skywalker. Like, it's so funny to see them be like, there you go, for this 3-month section, every week has something new. And then it's like, oh, half a year of nothing. It's like,
So next year we're looking at Deadpool 3, Craven, Joker 2. There's one more. I feel like there's one more.
We're not gonna see another DC movie for 2 years.
Oh, what a shame.
Creature Commandos got pushed back. Creature Commandos got pushed back.
James Gunn said it'll still release in
no one's going to watch Creature.
Don't you believe Deadpool's going to get pushed back, though? So I know they said they want it released early, but don't you think they're going to have to push it back to get it right? They're going to have to.
I think they've pushed it back as far as they're probably going to. I think they're going to rush it out.
For one, Hugh Jackman has to stay in shape throughout all this. And he's not getting any younger. And I think they have like him and Ryan Reynolds have insane schedules. So I'm sure Disney is going to work double time and slave drive all of their effects workers. I think it's possible. I mean, they did Venom. They shot Venom. Principal photography for Venom, the first movie, not saying it's equal, was done in a month. Was done in 30 days. They had the movie done in 6 months. Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of different superhero properties, there is a superhero property currently being released that isn't terrible. Has everyone forgotten about it?
Is it Invincible?
It's Invincible season 2. Last episode was better than the first episode, and it actually had a really good, strong emotional moment with the mum, and it shows some very subtle and attentive writing in it, and I think it's giving good signs for where the season is going to go.
All right. Does it still have the problem from season 1 though?
Actually, no. there has been not a single like woke kind of comment. In fact, you remember Dr. Seismic in the season 1 where he's spouting all the social justice bullcrap? He's back in season 2, and they completely did him differently. Instead of spouting woke bullcrap, he's actually in character saying, you guys have stolen material from the earth, instead of like, oh, look at this woke point here and there. And so it looks like they've gone out of their way to avoid any of the woke things. Amber isn't an absolute see you next Tuesday so far. And so I think they've actually maybe learned.
Well, they got to get rid of her at some point.
They do. They will have to get rid of Amber, but it seems like that they're going out of their way to make her more likable. She has not said a single woke comment yet.
The comic series isn't bad. I would, if you could find the trade or whatever, go out there and read it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Got it right here. Invincible.
But the Marvels.
But I can see it.
Is it the worst Marvel Cinematic Universe film?
I can't answer that. I haven't seen a lot.
I think it's a contender.
For me,
I think it may be.
I think it is the worst MCU film. I don't know if you can say it's the worst MCU product because She-Hulk is still out there.
Yeah. It's the worst MCU film that I've seen, and I haven't. The only one I haven't seen is Captain Marvel.
Yeah, Captain Marvel. It seems like a. I said Captain Marvel seems mid after watching the Marvels.
Yeah, it's better than Captain Marvel is better than the Marvels.
Captain Marvel's
coherent.
Captain Marvel is better than Secret Invasion in some way.
Captain
Marvel's
There's more message in Captain Marvel, but
there is.
Yeah. Mauler, what do you think?
Someone said in chat Thor 2 was the worst. Thor 2 is fucking masterful compared to this.
Thor 2 is a Shakespearean masterpiece compared to
I used to think
everything
that too.
that's been coming out of the MCU lately.
This has got nonsense at every point. Like I said, I can't believe I'm saying it, but like they absolutely annihilated Captain Marvel. She's like one of the worst people in the universe now, alongside many other women they've introduced recently, like Sylvie, for example, and Loki. She's like consistently responsible for destroying the entire multiverse as well.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but this is making like date rape Wonder Woman look good. Like
that was a small one.
It was Rape a Man. Look what they're doing. Yeah.
I wonder
with everything going on right now if they would reshoot that scene where she saves those kids.
I would say genocide is worse than rape. So yeah.
I mean, at least the guy got laid.
Gotta weigh it up, you just gotta weigh it up. But yeah, of course, they fuck with time travel, space, realities, dimensions. None of it makes any sense. Whole world's falling apart. All the characters are insane, retarded, and cruel, and just ridiculous. Nothing makes any sense. It's definitely a contender. I don't think it's ever gonna beat out MOM for me. That movie had 10 billion plot holes.
That's where we have to make the distinction with Mauler, particularly is there's bad movie, and then there's bad movie that's also the most damaging to the established world, which easily Doctor Strange Mom does the most damage. With a close second, Loki. Loki is very close.
Loki's contender for the
I think this is the worst product, like the worst made movie, like heavily quotated right there.
This is worse than Eternals. The Eternals is way worse.
I'll say why it's worse than Eternals, because Eternals had a 1, 2, 3 story. It had a beginning, middle, and end. This movie did not.
Seriously, to the Eternals, even if it was stupid. At least it tried to take itself seriously. This
is seriously gay.
Silly Billy. It's all silly Billy.
Horrible.
Bullshit.
Exactly.
Silly Billy fucking lines. Silly Billy fucking acting. Silly Billy scenarios. And then you talk about the deaths of billions of people, and you're just going into your fucking spaceship and going, let's have a dance montage where we're zapping around and skipping.
But Love and Thunder though.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's way more
these
movies
films ever again, Mauler.
That's not what I asked you, Ash.
Mauler, there are two things for me that kind of kicks this over the line and makes it a contender, and it's the singing and the cats. Like, that is a level of retarded stupidity that is only approached equivalence in She-Hulk for me. Like, take that out, it's similar Marvel sludge, and you could say comparable to Love and Thunder, but you add those two unbelievably retarded moments in. To me, the film already jumped the shark, but it just went off a friggin' cliff with those moments. It's like they're not even trying to take this film seriously. They know it's a joke, and they're they're making it a
I
bad
still
one.
think Love and Thunder's worse for that factor.
No, Love and Thunder had a really good redeeming bit in it. Jane Foster died of cancer.
And Thor got flipped.
I thought. Listen, I thought that Thor's character. I thought the destruction of Thor's character started in Ragnarok when they completely departed from the tone, from the seriousness, from who the character actually is from the first two Thor movies. I didn't like Ragnarok, so to me, Thor: Love and Thunder didn't destroy him as much as
I just back. Infinity War totally brings Ragnarok back, like in terms of foundation, and then Endgame annihilates him. That's where the real problem is.
Well, I think Infinity War, it's good. He's great in Infinity War. Like his moments in Infinity War are awesome.
Agreed.
But I think that what Ragnarok does to him as a character, in terms of all of a sudden he gets a little Jane Foster pussy, and all of a sudden he understands sarcasm. Right, like they completely changed the character of Thor and the way that he interacts with the world around him from the first.
I think that I love him in Infinity War, and I think he benefits from Ragnarok's storyline in Infinity War. What happens in Ragnarok gets taken seriously in Infinity War, and it gives him one of the best scenes in the MCU. And then
I agree with that, but in terms of just like general Thor movies, I think Ragnarok is where it started, and then Taika Waititi continued that. Like Taika Waititi took what he did, built on what he did. I don't know how much he influenced fucking Endgame if they did anything like that. And then I think they took it next level in Thor: Love and Thunder.
I make the same argument, but I switch out Ragnarok for Endgame.
In Infinity War, actually,
I think it started Ragnarok.
To me, made Thor a fucking god. Like it really cemented him as this absolute fucking monster. That if he goes toe to toe with Thanos, shit's gonna go down between those two. And then Endgame annihilated absolutely everything. Turned this guy who had been built up, lost his eye, built up, lost his brother, built up, turns up at fucking Wakanda forever. Fucking bring me the head of Thanos, fucking bring me Thanos. And then boom, fucking annihilates all the fucking shit people in front of him. And he's just like, oh, hello. And then, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a fat twat now.
I was going to say, as much as Ragnarok made him clowny with the sarcasm, the hilarity, despite the fact the horrible things were happening, like I understand the tonal fuckery in that, but it's no making him really fat, losery, and playing Fortnite. That was like a whole other level.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, especially because they maintained that, him and his like mommy issues and stuff, all the way up to the end, where then we find out literally at any point in time could have just snapped and like electricityed himself into like Norse god.
And that's
as much as we say if he would have done that so bad. It's all this shit started in phase 3. It started in phase 3 and just got worse and worse and worse.
If Thor would have done that towards the end, if he would have had the electricity or the lightning or whatever, like zap him back and he's Thor and he's a badass, how would you feel about everything else that happened in that movie if they gave him the proper ending to bring him back to make him the badass? Would you have forgiven all the nonsense or not?
No. Here's the thing: if they had done it. I still think it would be dumb if they had done what the first they go to get him back in the little cottage and he's playing Fortnite and he's fat as shit and all that. If they'd said, "Hey, we think we can change things," right? If he would have fucking stood up and then just transformed, be like, "Let's fucking go," okay, right? Then at least I think that would be all right. And you could have done something with it, but they made it a joke throughout the entire
thing.
Movie.
Yeah,
I remember watching that, and I remember watching Endgame, and the whole time you were waiting for that moment to happen where he just snaps back, and it almost felt like watching The Force Awakens and just waiting for Luke Skywalker to appear, and he never appeared. That's kind of the same feeling of like Thor never came back. And just like remember the scene in TFA where you're waiting for when the lightsaber starts moving when it's in the snow, and you're like, oh, it's not Luke. Damn it. That's what it felt like.
On the last EFAB episode, we were reading like all the rumors of behind the scenes shit for all these films, and one of them said that the initial idea for Thor 4 Endgame was going to be that we catch up with him after a whole several years campaign of just finding anyone associated with Thanos and executing them. That's what Lee was doing.
Good.
Yeah, and I was just like, fucking hell.
Dude.
Why couldn't we have that?
You could have had like a Ronin style, just like fucking everybody up.
Yeah, instead we got possibly the worst tonal whiplash in the history of film when he says that he needs to fix his mistake, he needs to make up for failing, he needs to do the glove shit, right? And then you just have War Machine being like, your blood's got cheese whiz. You
He's
fat,
a
fat
scroll.
people
He's
like Cheese
he was a
Whiz.
scroll anyway, so fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a scroll then, wasn't he?
That's true.
There you go. That's why
Put a
that makes
chick in
sense
him.
now.
Shout out Secret Invasion. I think in terms I think in terms of the why I think is probably like the worst, I will agree that Multiverse of Madness has done more damage to the MCU. But it's because it involves so many characters that we actually liked before, right? Doctor Strange gets fucking destroyed. Wanda gets even more destroyed than she already was in WandaVision. It completes the destruction of her. So it's like taking things we care about.
Charles Xavier.
Yeah, even
Xavier.
a John
Fuck.
Krasinski Reed Richards that we had for all of 2 seconds gets destroyed in front of our very eyes that people have been asking for forever.
Single worst moment in all of the MCU.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes,
god,
I would agree.
But I think in terms of like everything about a movie in of itself, from the editing to the story to the character or lack thereof of all the people involved, I think The Marvels is the worst movie that we've seen.
It might be the worst editing. Yeah, I think I give you
I good point. Was
Just
there a single moment in the Marvels that made you go, "Hey, that's at least that looks cool"?
Nope.
Or, like I didn't even.
No.
And Brie Larson was in a tank top.
I think those were CGI anyways.
You know what? No, I think she's too skinny. She got nice.
I think it
tits,
was
but
CGI.
Too skinny.
Really small.
Yeah.
I don't know. And as well, every time there was a chance for me to maybe compliment the writing, it was always just what I thought it was gonna be, not what it was. I was like oh.
the one thing that made me kind of chuckle is when Carol Danvers says what does she say? Auntie Carol. Oh no, Monica Rambeau calls her Auntie Carol, and then when they show up in the room of the family's house, they go, "They don't look related."
Yeah. Other than that, that family was boring or was fucking terrible. I hated that family.
They were like probably
She should
two
play
lines.
fucking
They're like the
Alan
Blue
Wake
Beetle
too.
family. Is that the only
why they
default for diverse families? Is they're just like wacky, jokey families? Like they just
Hang on, X-Ray Girl wants to say something.
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't know why
Sorry,
Nick
Garrett.
Fury trusted them to collect all the staff on the ship with the cats. Why would he
We already
do that?
talked about that.
I know. Anyways,
Well, because Nick Fury's retarded. Why would he bring them up there? Like it's not like they were being targeted or something. Like is his reason just they really are worried about their daughter? So I just whatever. I brought him up.
Brought him along.
face.
Fuck. And then he ends up
that was
supporting them by
retarded.
bringing them there.
Dude,
Yeah.
when it cut to like the fire was breaking out, and then Kamala Khan's family were putting out the fire with fire, and I was like, why are you here? Like, why are you the personnel for solving fires on a space station?
They
What
just
is
talked to a
going
guy
on?
who's 300 years old. Yeah, doesn't he know how to put up fires?
No, he was too busy trying to fucking fit into his top, which he couldn't. He
Okay,
couldn't
yeah,
zip
it's
the
a
fucking
shirt.
thing up.
That
It's
guy
a
was so
shirt.
bad as fuck.
It's called
So
a shirt.
there were-
It's a fucking shirt. We don't wear tops here in the
What kind of
United
military
States.
is that?
Whatever.
I think there were
Whatevs.
two lines that I didn't chuckle, but I liked, and they both came from Kamala Khan. And I think it was all due to the delivery of the actress. It wasn't that the line was witty.
What
She
were
just
they?
it was the "I can't fly" line. I thought she delivered that in a really kind of charming, way. And
I
there was
wouldn't
one
have
other
told
line I
him
can't
that,
remember.
but yes.
Yeah. So you agree though. You agree. She is able to
Silly
deliver
Billy
some
Ryan. Silly Billy,
really
remember?
good lines. But that's it. That's like all I could really
Guys,
say of the film.
you don't
I laughed
understand.
once.
Which was that?
I
when
laughed
it
when
ended?
Captain Marvel said, "Let's go," when all the people were dying.
I did laugh at that part. I did laugh at that part.
I went.
Yeah, there's unintentional laughter. But you
Yes.
guys don't understand. Nia DaCosta was making a very different Marvel film, a goofy, funny Marvel film.
We have to
Blind
point
on the
out,
ball.
I think the worst line in the film also comes from Kamala Khan as well.
I know what
And
you're gonna say.
You know what I'm going to say, don't you all? That's like the most cringe-inducing
so
line.
cringe.
The Captain...
Oh, Captain,
Oh
my
my
Captain.
God.
Oh my
Captain,
God,
my
that was
Captain.
awful.
Oh.
I
And
almost
this is
died
after they've
right
been
there.
together for a while.
Yeah,
I feel like she knew that was cringe, and she was like, "Well, I'm an actor. I'm paid for this.
Yeah.
I thought certain. I
I've
thought
got to
certain,
do this."
I thought certain
my
muscles would
last
stay
movie.
cramped forever after that. I have a question. did it feel like Valkyrie and Carol were a little coded gay? You know, towards the
Yeah,
end?
there was some.
Yeah.
We have
There was
heard
some,
that there was like originally intentions for them to maybe have a thing.
Oh yeah,
and
that's right. I forgot
Like
about
that was a long time ago, and who knows?
Yeah.
Just like
I mean,
some report.
I think it does make sense. They met. It was incredible. They had several movies together, so many adventures,
Yeah.
so many times shared. It's such a well-built relationship, you know.
They're both kind of insufferable. They're perfect for each other.
Perfect for each other.
Is this the first time they've met?
Yes.
Yes.
Like legit, yes.
Well,
Except
the girls scene in
Except for
Endgame.
Endgame.
They're
Yeah.
women. They
Yeah.
don't need to meet
Except the
before to be
hotbed
that connected.
No, women are a
Romantic
hive
time that was
mind,
Tony's
and they
funeral.
women are a hive mind who all know each other
Yeah.
all the time.
Clearly,
All
when
right,
they met,
X-ray
Tony-
go, Chrissy. Like, is this true? You know, have you been hiding something here?
Bro, there's a deleted scene of of Valkyrie and fucking Captain Marvel scissoring on Tony Stark's casket.
That's right. No, if you watch the Simcast, women are a hive mind who constantly, like, psychically talk to themselves about plastic surgery and buttholes. That's all they talk about.
Wow.
Well, I mean, they do synchronize without talking, so yeah.
You know,
That's what this movie was about. Synchronicity.
A quick aside.
Synchronizing their periods?
That's it. They're syncing.
They
It's-
sync
it's
their
syncing.
powers.
Yes.
They were getting in sync.
A quick aside on that Simcast.
This is not made for me. I don't understand. I'm a man. I don't get it.
A quick aside on that Simcast that I showed up on Chrissy's show. It was a fabulous show, like flawless. Like there was no controversy.
Loved
No
it.
drama at all.
I was waiting to jump in. I was like, if they don't talk about buttholes for 20 minutes, I'll jump in. I jumped in 2 hours and 10 minutes into the show. Just wanted to let you know.
Restarting the timer.
Well, they gotta get the whole intro done, Gary.
That Simcast had far more character development than
the
anything in the MCU of late. All right.
Consistency of character.
Buttholes were not on the list of topics, by the way. I did not bring that up.
I'm shocked.
Everybody else did.
But they were on
Everybody
Facebook.
else, except for Melanie Mack, did not bring it up. I'm gonna say Melanie Mack did not bring it up. Yeah, I'm still undecided because
On buttholes?
On
buttholes.
wow.
No, I'm decided on buttholes, Mauler. I've never seen my own, and I don't intend to. So there you go.
That
Not
guy
with that
can stay
attitude.
down there.
No,
Uncharted land.
the
Sorry
Mar-
for stretching. A
Well,
little
I
bit
mean,
every
we are
day.
speaking of buttholes because we're talking about the Eternals or the Marvels because like those are the two worst by far.
Monica
Like,
flew into one at the end of the movie.
she a
That's her
butthole.
character
Kind of
development.
true.
Did.
You know, there
And then
was
she closed it all up.
there was space buttholes in Marvels that looked a lot like the space butthole from Picard season 1. To be honest with you, except in Picard season 1 there was tentacles coming out because Mauler was coming out the other end. But
Oh.
Too much
Yeah.
Eldritch representation in this movie.
Too much.
Too much. They went too far.
yes, so they set up the Young Avengers and we got that post-credit scene. And I honestly haven't seen people get the fuck out of a Marvel movie as fast as this one. As soon as that second scene, everybody's gone. Without
Somebody
Even
walked
three
out.
people that are in the theater.
Somebody walked out of my theater, by the way, partway through the film.
well, they're the
that's
smartest
hilarious.
mofo, smarter than us.
And it was a girl, by the way.
Ooh.
That's wow. She's probably a self-hating woman.
So
Are
what's
you
the,
sure they didn't just go to the bathroom?
No, they didn't come back.
Well, they didn't go with another girl.
Oh,
either,
it could have been
so.
a very long
That's how you
shit,
know.
but they
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
come back.
How you know?
There you go.
This is the Marvel movie that had the least amount of people walking out of it, though.
Because
Well, it had the least amount of
there
people
weren't
in
many
it.
people
Because
there.
nobody went in the fucking.
Well,
first
that was
place.
12% of the audience in my theater.
Well, Jeremy, in your theater, that would have been a family member, right? So-
Yeah, there you go. You know, so I had a great
Great theater experience.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
I have to say, I had a great one for Loki. I watched it in my theater. My dog was next to me. It was great. My dog walked out, though. My dog did walk out. On
Dog just looks
Yes.
at you like, I'm so disappointed in you.
yeah,
That is really-
my blind dog walked out of Loki.
Aw.
He ran into a wall on the way
Too
out.
much, Gary. It's seen too much.
Gomez. Gomez is adorable.
Gomez is adorable and blind as hell. He he thought he was staring out a window, and he was staring
Was it
at
a
a
wall?
wall. Yeah.
Oh, from the window to the wall.
And I'm like,
Oh man.
trying to be
Walls
sad,
are
but I'm
beautiful.
laughing.
A lot of heavy snow today, Dad. Oh.
It's whiteout conditions.
That's the wall.
That's the wall, dog.
Oh, very
We'll all be there
entertaining
one day.
You're
I'll
not
be
far
there.
off being
I'm
like
right
that, Gary. Yeah.
I'm right behind him. I'm right. You kidding me?
Your front room's bigger than my fucking house, mate.
Oh,
It's
the Great
yeah, it's
Hall?
massive.
Yes, my front room is bigger than my old house. It is.
Can confirm.
Thank you, Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
At least she did something good with her life.
Yeah, she did. She helped build the breeze shed. I don't know. What did she build free? Did you get an extra pool house out of it?
What
Jeremy?
she did, she actually sucked. She
I got a
sucked
Mustang.
sucked rooms from another house and then
Yeah.
put it into your house.
I got a
She
Mustang
started
yeah, I got a Mustang GT
dry.
out of it, so
There you
I'm
go.
okay with
Right
that.
on.
I started my YouTube channel after all the Captain Marvel stuff.
Yeah. I wasn't.
That's why
doing-
she, that's why
I was
she
still
likes me
talking
better than
video
you
games.
guys.
Wow.
That's true.
Didn't you rip a YouTube channel apart, Ryan?
I don't think I did.
I did.
I did.
That sounds
saved
like
it.
yeah,
I
that sounds like a
actually saved
Jeremy
it.
thing.
I actually saved her YouTube channel. I gained her subscribers.
Well, I remember
Let
you gave her
everyone know.
you gave her a bunch of advice, and I thought it was good
Absolutely.
advice. You know,
Yeah, helped a lot.
Was it get your tits out?
get your
Pretty
tits out, do
much.
some yoga, and I guess it helped.
Yeah.
Remember her first video? We broke that down for like 2 hours on FNT.
Oh,
Yeah.
funny.
We aped out the shit,
Yeah.
and it was talking about like
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring all these people in and diverse voices, and she never
Diverse.
did. She just did
Nope.
yoga. So,
It's like,
whole-
She realized that,
And
that
they
was
made the right
doing nothing
decision.
for her channels. And, you know, what really helped her channel is when she got her tits out.
well, yeah,
That
and
did
and
help.
I mean that's the one thing I agree with Ryan. That's the one thing I liked about the movie was just that
And
tank
she-
top.
you know,
that was about it.
She
She
says
solved
she doesn't
everything.
care what 40-year-old white guys think, and then
Yeah,
she
she
does. That.
does.
It's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
she fucking does.
About
yeah,
that.
It's 'cause
you
I'm only,
care.
it's 'cause I'm only 34.
So-
They
Chad.
never would have done that in the first movie because they would have been screaming male gaze. But obviously, they knew they fucked up with that one, which is the reason
Well,
why
that's
they
the
had
thing.
tits
Like
out.
it's watching Kevin Feige perform on that fucking red carpet when you know goddamn well this guy thinks this is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yes.
and he's acting through this whole fucking thing, and he just wants it to end. But we're still seeing some of the same. I mean, the access media is just frankly not what it was. Sorry to say. So, but they're still out there trying to run some interference. There's a couple of tweets out there. My favorite one was, I'm going to paraphrase it because I can't remember. It was like, just go out and enjoy the movies, guys. It's Toxic Week. And I just saw Toxic Week. Why didn't I think of that? That is a fucking, I want it to be Toxic Week. Let's go.
Well, I wish
weekend.
it could be Toxic Week.
This really
every
does
day.
feel like a victory lap for everything we've been saying for so long. All the chickens are coming home to roost, if
Yes.
whatever the saying is.
Well, it does feel
and
weird to be like 110% accurate on this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From like 2 years prior to it coming out.
Well, I mean, if you
From
if you look,
story quality to acting quality to the
Oh,
fucking
my ass
method.
has gone. My ass has gone
Yeah.
numb.
uh,
because you're sitting on the floor, as
I know. I didn't
Give a
realize.
chair.
Mauler, you're right.
My
Like, I don't think we're like, I didn't think we'd be this right.
Well, Gary,
mean,
the thing is, we've seen it. Everyone else has started to be like, this whole MCU thing, it's not very good.
Crazy.
Oh.
well, Ryan, what
Hell?
were you? What were the box office numbers that you were saying compared to Captain Marvel, like the opening day? Where was that?
Well, that's
Yeah,
not
so
good.
like in China,
Yeah.
in China, opening day was like 3.2 million or something like that. But opening day for Captain Marvel 2019 was like 39 million. Like
Damn.
something
That is
insane like that.
Insane. That is
Wow.
insane.
And
And
internationally, in France, it's number 2 at the box office. In Italy, it's number 2 at the box office.
Wow.
Trending
Korea had
means
its
Mobius.
yeah, Korea had its lowest MCU opening in history with the Marvels. So like internationally everywhere it's really bad.
yeah,
That's not even taking
you
in
gotta keep in
inflation
mind,
either, like,
it's not
oh,
taking in inflation. Keep in mind, this is like a different China than it was 5 years ago. Like this is like China's kind of falling apart right now, and
Yeah. COVID was really rough over there.
really rough.
It was really
Yeah,
And so- and so
I
it's a
can't believe so many
communism.
people died from a building landing
Yeah,
on
right.
their head.
This is a good one. I don't think everybody heard it.
What was that?
That was for you.
He said COVID was rough. I said yes. I've never known so many people to die from a building falling on top of their head.
From COVID.
From COVID, yes.
They were locked in their fucking buildings there.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck you. We're fucking.
But hey, as you just reminded me, the fucking bad guy in this almost dies because a hammer falls on her.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fucking crap. What the hell?
And then,
this thing I've been lifting the whole fucking movie.
And then the hammer stabs her.
Yes.
It was a pointy hammer.
Gary asked me in the theater, he was like, what is she dying from? I was like, I think she got impaled by the hammer.
Yeah, I was like, why is she...
That baffled me. Isn't she like invulnerable to like, she can punch through walls?
I thought but dude, Captain Marvel punched her in the fucking twat! And she got fucking skewed open by a little fucking...
It was because she had sucked in the Captain Marvel powers, so it was temporarily invulnerable.
She was faking it. She was faking it to bring him in.
And then she's about to die, and then all the women are like, man, we feel bad for you, our Ben. We're going to fucking fix everything. Don't worry. And as soon as...
Sorry, folks. Was waiting for that to happen. One moment. Don't go anywhere. Fucking Chrome. So StreamYard's been doing this for a long time, and I'm finally done with it. So hang in there. You're just going to hear me talking while I close the window. There it is. It's coming back. Chrome sucks. StreamYard sucks. I apologize. We're going to get back into the show now. And you're going to see all the boobs.
Go.
Here he is. Here he is coming in. Fucking StreamYard.
No. So it did it again. 2 hours, it snaps.
Yeah,
it just fucking snaps. So they heard me. The crowd heard me, and I was just calling. I was basically calling everybody gamer words until I came back, just to keep them entertained. They're all gay. They're just all gay. They are.
I love it. I love it so
much. Highly organized, ladies and gentlemen.
Highly organized.
Wouldn't be FNT without it.
Top men.
It's only 16,000 people.
Yeah.
Who cares?
No big deal.
Bro, I was recording a video while I was streaming and didn't know it.
Dude, that is terrifying, man. That is terrifying.
I did that the other week. I pressed, instead of record, I pressed stream, and I went live for a bit, and then I was like, oh god, and I turned it off. And it was like, it's got 38 views on it, like fucking.
Stream was on the whole time, man.
Wasn't a nooner, was it?
Oh man!
Wow.
It's just like a video, but when you do a video, because everyone just sees the edits, they don't see you going like 3, 2, 1, and then you start talking, and then you do the thing, and then you could fuck up and just say all kinds of stuff.
Oh well, you know what? Garrett's gonna have a job for life because he's got blackmail all day long.
Dude, I've got a folder. I got a folder just with Gary faces I haven't released yet. Those are for me.
Gary Gamer words right there.
Have we talked about, by the way, the statistic of the split between male and female who came to this audience, this film?
I don't know if we've seen it.
Do we have stats on that?
Because I don't have a source, but I have a tweet that talks about it.
Well, obviously,
apparently
it's
the
true.
split is 63% of the audience was male versus 37.
Wow.
That's very consistent with Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
Superhero movies,
Yeah, in all superhero movies, which except for Aquaman, which had far more women, 54% female audience.
That's
strange.
Yeah.
Interesting. That
Which I think will be
women
the
like
same.
to see heroic men in film.
I think they just really like Amber Heard.
I think this is an easy question, but what the fuck? We're on a live stream. We're meant to talk. So, how much does Marvel's do worse than Aquaman?
That's a great question.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors going into this.
I honestly don't know how to answer it. I
don't know either.
I think so.
I'm going to guess. I am going to guess that Marvel's does better than Aquaman.
Yeah,
just because as bad as it is, and as bad as this is going to be, what we've seen from DC recently has been significantly worse.
You're saying Aquaman 2 here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
So I would say
Yes, we're not talking about if we think the Marvel's going to make $1 billion.
Just checking. Okay, everyone's saying Aquaman.
I would say based off the Flash and that Michael Keaton and Ben Affleck were in it.
Yeah.
I think the Marvels probably is going to beat just based on that. Marvels will probably make more than Aquaman, even though Aquaman is $1 billion film. The Amber Heard dynamic is going to hurt this film significantly. And the fact that I just thought Flash could have potentially been maybe not $1 billion movie, but I felt like it was going to do big numbers. And it's shocking how bad that one performed. So DC is in a much different but similar place than the MCU. But based on the Flash, I'm going with the Marvels to make slightly more money than the Aquaman.
I think DC are in a much worse position than the MCU, and the MCU is fucked. And, it wasn't even as funny. It really wasn't.
True.
I could, honest to God, see Aquaman doing in the 200s.
I might be an outlier
worldwide. Worldwide, not even domestic, worldwide.
I think Aquaman's going to do better because Jason Momoa is a much bigger draw than anyone in the Marvels. And this is the outlying thing. I actually didn't totally hate the trailer. I thought there were some elements in the Aquaman 2 trailer that is like, okay, better than I
generic. It was a generic.
It looks generic, yeah. Mid
better than I thought.
It looked awful.
The CG looked terrible.
The CG looks like
really
dog
bad.
shit, Shad.
But he was doing his own
It
laundry.
looked like dog shit in the last one.
But he was
too.
doing his
an
own laundry.
outlier.
Okay.
Yeah, but to his point though, I don't know. Like,
Men
it's
don't
so
do
weird
that, by the way. That was fantasy.
It's so weird that I'm still shocked that Aquaman made $1 billion. Like, I'm shocked because it's
crazy.
Jason Momoa is not a big star from the perspective of Tom Cruise or something like that. But in that particular role, just like we've seen with Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man, in that role, it worked for the female demographic that went and saw that movie multiple times. But I don't think he has that star power that just carries over.
I think it was just peak,
not necessarily
peak
star
superhero.
power.
That's what we.
It was
that's
peak.
what we were seeing.
Jeremy, there was a
Peak
really
superhero.
good economy. There was a
Yeah.
really fucking good economy.
Yeah.
Superhero movies are turning around, and whether you liked Snyder or not, there was definitely a momentum that was building from that WB should have never fucking gone away from. It would be a different story if they had gotten away from, but they did. They pulled the rug out from under after that, and it turned into a fucking mess. But that was peak superhero.
Well, but I would argue that the Aquaman felt more like an MCU movie than a Snyder movie.
Well, it's not an Aquaman. For one, he doesn't look anything like fucking
No,
Aquaman.
nothing.
That's
Okay.
why it did well.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
him playing Lobo would be fucking great. Like, he'd be perfect.
Oh, hell
Perfect.
yeah.
Oh,
hell yeah.
But he's not Aquaman.
But they're
He's
really
not really
trying
my
to
man.
hide.
It's like Jason Momoa, like he was the villain in Fast X. Like, other than that, what the fuck has he done? He was Duncan
Khal
Idaho.
Khal
Which
Drogo.
didn't do very well,
Conan,
did it?
the
Khal
Barbarian.
Drogo.
It didn't do very well.
He should have been a good Conan. Bad writing.
Yeah.
It was a
He
bad
should've
movie.
been a good
I
he was
agree,
he was
man.
not bad in it.
He
It a bad
was
movie.
great as Conan.
He
I
could have
thought,
done a
but
good
that
Conan,
movie
yeah.
was shit.
Yep.
So I do find it interesting that they really hid Amber Heard, almost cut her completely from the trailer, and
Of
it
course.
seems like they.
She's
I know,
done.
but
She's gonna be in like 10 minutes of the movie. They
it's
might kill her.
hilarious.
If that.
Yeah. So I think that they're trying to make adjustments to overcome the problems with Amber Heard in marketing the film. And I think there were things that, could interest people in the trailer. Like, look, I think the brother, like the fact that there might be this buddy cop dynamic between him and his brother. And it's like, okay, there might be some fun banter there that could work. And I think the trailer wasn't as terrible as I was expecting. I was expecting
That's not as bad as the It was the best.
I'd rather they get Amber Heard to pull her fucking tits out so I can hate watch it rather than watch some stupid buddy cop thing between him and Orm.
Yes.
Well, yes.
By the way, who look? By the way, Ryan, who looks like way more like Aquaman. By the way,
Seeing that buddy brother, I just saw discount Loki and Thor.
Yeah.
That's all I saw. Just discount Loki. You see Loki and Thor? Let's do that.
I think it does less. It makes less, but not much. but not much. I mean, it's coming out on Christmas, right? And there's
it has an opportunity to do okay. It's coming out over Christmas.
Nothing.
And, like, there's a chance that it does capture a little bit bigger of an audience. Yeah.
The Color Purple audience will probably, draw from Aquaman for sure. I'm joking. Okay.
With Halle Bailey.
With Halle Berry's. She's in the Color Purple.
Is that her?
Remake.
Halle Bailey. I think Little Mermaid is in Color Purple, right?
Oh.
Hey,
you guys really don't keep up with your black news, do you?
No, I can't even find Black Twitter.
No, I'm not going to be seeing the Color Purple,
dark mode
the adaptation of the fucking musical. By the way, speaking of Halle Berry, let's go to Rachel Zegler real quick. Hunger Games.
Hunger Games about to come out.
Hunger Games. I am told by the Access Media critics that Hunger Games is the best movie of the franchise.
Really?
I mean, it's not like
I don't believe you.
I think the Hunger Games is okay. I didn't think the books were like particularly great, but I kind of liked that world. The movies felt
first
a little
one was
lacking
okay.
to me.
First,
like they were all right.
Yeah.
I hated the
first one was okay.
I hated the last one too. It sucked.
Yeah, I hated
The last book fucking also sucks.
I only saw the first film. It was fine, and I don't know anything about it. I know nothing about this franchise. Don't care.
The thing is,
I do know
right
I
now,
hate Rachel Zegler and
there's
all of her fucking facial expressions. Like, she has the most insufferable facial expressions through the entire trailer.
They're really trying to make her happen.
Hey, you know what? They're really good. Garrett, I want you to keep this in
movie.
mind. They're really good for thumbnails. Okay.
They are.
Yeah.
They are really good for thumbnails.
Yes.
Rachel Zegler's Hunger Games movie is potentially gonna beat the Marvels in its opening weekend.
Yes.
Like right now, it's tracking around 50-ish
Yeah,
million.
I'd say it will.
So it could. And it all depends on what the budget actually is. The reported budget has been flirting around like 100 million. If it is, then it could actually make money.
Then it could make money.
It could actually break even.
It looks dog shit though. It looks total fucking dog shit.
It does. And the idea of like, I didn't like the idea of the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes in general, because you're like,
we know where it ends.
We know
that they lose.
Beyond that, you're taking like this truly fucking evil villain that has like no type of remorse for his actions or anything in snow, and you're trying to show his origin. And I just
making villains sympathetic. I'm friggin' sick
I know.
of that.
I mean, it's like showing Darth Vader as a baby.
No, there's a difference, which is why I added
the whole point of Darth
caveat.
Vader is that he's a good person on the inside.
Thank you. That's why I added that
Yeah,
caveat.
so is
There's no
Lord
remorse for anything
Snow.
he's done.
Yeah.
The reasons why they always lean into shades of grey with the villain is because everybody who's writing them don't understand heroics.
I can't wait till we see baby
And
Sauron.
they identify more with the villain's
Yes.
motives than the
They
heroes.
relate more to the villain than the hero, and that's why we get the sympathetic villain.
We get a whole series of baby Sauron like accidentally lighting stuff on fire, and his family going, "Oh, look at that little Sauron."
Did you hear about
Always
the
trying to
Sauron fight
always
for
stealing mom's
season
rings.
2?
What was that?
Did you hear about the Sauron fight for season 2?
Oh, where he
of
takes
Rings?
on a fucking elf. Where he takes on an elf.
Adar.
And
Yeah,
Adar.
he takes on Adar, yeah.
Yeah, you know how.
By the way, new Adar, because the other one went, fuck this shit out.
This show
Just
sucks.
to let you know,
Benjamin Stark. He's like, I'm out of here.
on the on the power levels here, you know how long that elf would last?
No,
Not
blink
even a
of an eye.
nanosecond.
yeah.
Well, he's
Gone.
just starting.
And he's gonna be switching between his like human Sauron fight. It's gonna be like, oh my god.
He still has power.
He's Sauroned.
It's Sauron.
It's the eye. It's red.
Sauron, Patrick.
Sauron.
These are the same people that watch these shows.
Yep.
I
Oh
can't.
my god, I'm so like shipping Sauron and Ada.
I just hope, because the one failure of the writer's strike is they actually managed to finish the Rings of Power. So I just hope they just hurry the fuck up so I can beat Dan Bask. Okay, so bring it out. I hope it comes out in March.
Why
I'm
are
ready
you
to
into
go.
gay bashing?
You know, no, it's not bashing. It's friendly competition. I mean, yes, as I love my gay friends. Okay, I love you. I love Dan Vask. All right, but like when I'm in a competition, I want to beat him. All right, so.
So
That sounds gay.
all I'm hearing is that you want to smash gay.
Yeah, it sounded really gay.
You want
I wanna
to beat a couple of gay guys?
I want to beat the gays.
Some male
I
gays
want to
going
beat
on.
the gays.
off.
Gary, I want to beat that gay guy off.
I will beat your dick into the ground.
Wait,
So Loki, hey.
Fuck
Hey, well,
Loki.
shit.
Do we have to?
Gives a fuck.
Can we just rewind back to the beginning of this entire thing and not talk about Loki?
Talk about Loki for like 2 minutes. It's worth it.
Okay. Last episode of Loki was a bunch of repeated scenes to pad time that some people are actually calling good. And I'm like, no, this is to pad time. That first 5 minutes was fucking ridiculous. You could have gotten the point of that in a minute. And it goes on and on and on. And we're just repeating stuff. And Mauler put it best. They just went back to the first season. They kind of just erased the second season and it's meaningless. And Loki sits on a chair and got some new clothes.
Bro, to be absolutely clear.
But he's in the
finale
world
choice-
tree.
Yeah, the finale choice is, Sylvie, will you let me live and we just carry on the way we have? I'm in control of all of the timelines and we prune forever. Or kill me and unleash chaos and the multiversal war could even ensue and it can eventually come all the way back around to me being in control. It's like, make your choice. And she stabs him. We're like, oh my God, what's going to happen? All of this season leads to Loki going back to that room where Kang basically tells him, yeah, all of this was planned. Now you get to make the choice. It's like, so what the hell was all of that?
So
Like, well,
and the
waste
option
of time,
was
as Loki
to
said
kill him
himself.
anyway. Yeah, and they kill him anyway, which will lead to the multiversal war. But this time, they're just going to try and prevent the multiversal war while Loki holds the other timelines
But
together.
guess what? What hasn't changed? There's no free will in the MCU. None.
Still no.
None.
Oh God.
I think what we were supposed to think is that Loki put all of his friends in the places that they wanted to be.
I don't care.
And he cried. He cried because he was thinking about how they get to live the
He's
lives they
always
want to
fucking
live.
crying.
No, you have to understand that he's gone on an arc. He's gone on an arc. That was a great arc. I saw people saying, "How can Loki get a better arc than Iron Man?" And I was like, "Fuck
off!"
And
it's not an
like from a very super surface.
Nothing is justified.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is none of it's justified from a surface level. If you were to give kind of like he got a Cliff Notes version of his entire fucking life. If you were to give people like this Cliff Notes version of the journey that Loki went on through this entire thing.
Well, I think ultimately, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, ultimately, I think what they're doing is they're putting him aside so that they can have Sylvie take his place. Essentially, what they did.
I don't know. She kind of got sidelined a little bit this season.
She did.
I don't think that's going to happen necessarily. I think that Loki will return to the MCU at some point. Like, that's clearly
it's confirmed. He was supposed to be in one of the movies, Deadpool 3, right? Or is that Mobius?
Well, there's a rumor
Or the
out there
TVA?
that because of everything that happened, that the TVA might recruit Deadpool. It's like a rumor that's out there that maybe the TVA will be recruiting like prime heroes to help save the some bullshit like that. So they go get fucking Deadpool, they get Wolverine, they have to find other characters, stuff like that. But we'll see.
Marvel is so fucked. So we got basically, other than Deadpool 3, which is a bunch of Fox characters, there's not going to be an MCU movie for a year, which thank God.
I need to see Ben Affleck's Daredevil.
I do too, and Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider. Fuck yeah. Like, I'm in for that. But we're talking years. So Secret Wars.
Chris Evans, Johnny Storm. Bring him in, baby. Come on.
But Chris Evans, who was starting to age up in Endgame, that we're talking 4 years. So Secret Wars, there's supposed to be an Avengers movie before that. So it takes 2 years to make a movie. So minimum, everybody starts production tomorrow. We're 4 years away. Does anybody give a shit?
No.
Probably not. Not at this point.
I don't think so.
So Loki just suddenly has magic ability to inject life into dead timelines because reasons.
Yes.
Like that they decided to just make up bullcrap at the end and suddenly, and what's annoying, right? There was a cool visual and a cool concept that they might have been able to reach for, but none of it is justified. And instead, the loom is destroyed, or there's all these fragmented timelines that are dead, and suddenly Loki has power to inject life into a multiverse. I'm like,
why not?
Where the hell did that come from?
Well, I mean, I was taken out the moment when I saw that Loki was turning into his, regal form. And then his regal form actually turned out to be a couple of black shitty horns which looked like cancer, a robe which looked like it's stolen from a homeless guy, and a pair of fucking loafers. I was just like, why don't you just shit all over him? What?
I think it was. This is all right. This is what
he needs to be comfortable when he sits in that chair.
This is the reason I think they did that. They're taking Loki as a character who only cared about himself and how he was perceived and things like that. And they're trying to turn what they try to do is turn him into this person who's doing what he thinks is best and kind of sacrificing his existence for the sake of all time. And in that way, like a peasant's robe and shoes, and like not this, like right. The purpose, it's more of a burden than it is glory, right? That's what he gets from Mobius. That's kind of what I think what you're supposed to feel from that at the end with the way he's depicted. He's not fucking all gleaming and dazzling. He's just doing what needs to be done.
So why wouldn't you just keep the clothes he had?
Because they needed it one shot without him in a fucking tie.
He low-keyed.
He low-keyed. And what annoyed me is like they depowered Loki throughout the entire season. He has just been so pathetically weak. Yeah. And then you'd expect us to believe he can suddenly bend all reality to his will and inject life because of his insane. Like, if you're going to try and aim for that, you need to set that up all the way through and get that scaling and lead it in. This came out of nowhere. It's just like,
no, Shad, it came from his crying.
We had 5.5 episodes of nothing, and then Loki turned around and said, it's all a waste of time.
Yes.
And then for half an episode, we had, you remember when he said, I've been burdened with glorious purpose? That's his new story for the final half of the last episode.
I think some of these writers might actually be kidnapped and screaming for help because there's so many meta lines towards the end, Mauler, when they say it's okay to destroy things and replace it with something better. I went, Blink if you need help.
every week that we've talked about this, we've said the same thing. Okay, well, I mean, some stuff happened, but really nothing has changed than what could have just happened right in the first episode of season 2. We've said that every episode along the way, that nothing's really changed. And that's basically the same way. This could have been a 15-minute YouTube thing they released about, hey, you want to see what happened to Loki after this? He fucking walks out and destroys the timeline, blah, blah, blah. It's just the whole season is very pointless.
So, like, what annoys me, right? The whole logic of what the Loom is doing, everything, they don't explain it. And it's all bullcrap. And I shouldn't have to, as an audience member, try and figure out what the logic is happening here because they don't explain it. But I wonder if the logic was the Loom destroying intentional to destroy all the other branching timelines? That was the failsafe they were talking about. And by Loki destroying it himself, he prevented the Loom destroying all the timelines and he frees them. And so the Loom was just a misdirect, keeping everything trapped.
It was always
a backup TVA.
Now it's a giant fart tree.
Yeah, so if you missed that, the failsafe is it's supposed to explode and destroy the TVA, and Kang just rebuilds it.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. And that destroys all the timelines. That's why they were unraveling after.
Apart from the sacred
timeline.
Apart from the sacred timeline. Okay.
So pointless
Didn't
show.
explain it well.
Pointless show.
Like for people that are like the Twitter reactors that are looking for this like very like surface level shit, it's like, oh my God, Loki finally found where he belonged. He finally found a home, and then he had to sacrifice it to save that. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're getting. Some of these. This is the greatest part of history.
My favorite. My favorite part on Twitter about that was the end. And if you went to Twitter to see the reaction, it was everybody hoping Mobius and Loki were gay.
Could you imagine if a Loki variant opened his door at the end and then like kissed Mobius or something?
I could easily imagine that because everybody on Twitter was like, everybody on Twitter, well, not everybody, but the people who like this shit were going, oh my God, Loki's voice was the last thing Mobius heard, and they undid the Sylvie kiss, so now they can be totally gay together. And I'm like,
oh my gosh,
this is the fandom you asked for.
That's the audience they wanted.
You know what? Making Marvel male again in a whole different kind of way.
We need to fix our timeline.
I mean, yeah, maybe be careful what we ask for. Holy shit!
Can you just purge our timeline?
I mean, Yeah, Marvel's gonna be like, hey, all you toxic fans, you want to make Marvel again? Here's a bunch of men with dicks in their mouth.
We'll stick a guy in it and make him gay.
Yeah, exactly.
Gary, we need to talk about how there's a sequence where Loki, the god of mischief, god 11, with the power of Groundhog Day at his will, can't beat Sylvie.
Yeah. Yes.
That was driving mad with that shit. I was like, you can't. It's bad enough you have him lose to it, but when he has infinite time to win and he still can't do it, you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
No.
I know.
Welcome to the MCU.
A male can't beat a woman and even with
figure out any of her weaknesses.
Groundhog Day to memorize all the movements.
Shoes.
Still couldn't.
It was like 50 first dates.
Well, it's another thing is, I'll defend whoever's playing Sylvie. She's cute in real life, and it doesn't really transfer in the screen here with this.
They made her look like such a
haircut was
cow-faced Karen. Like she's just a total Karen, girl boss.
No, they uglify
weird
women.
trailer
You know what?
party
No, we need to ask
mullet
the
they put
question.
on her.
After watching the Marvels and Loki and all this shit through the MCU, why does Marvel hate women?
Why do they?
They say
They hate hot women.
They want to be
They made
men.
them genocidal, insane people, and
Unlikable.
unlikable bitches.
And
Really,
that's one of the big
just a bunch of
takeaways.
cunts.
No, like seriously, that's one of the big takeaways of a lot of the comments under my review for the Marvels is women saying this wasn't made for me. Like I don't like this. Like I as an intelligent woman who has flaws and everything, this movie is dog crap. And all
this
the
movie is
pandering
made
is
for
misfiring.
for shitty WGA writers in fucking Hollywood. I mean, like that's what all of this is made for. It's not made for humans. It's not made for women. It's not made for men. Anybody who identifies with anything on a human level, this isn't made for you. It's just not. It's not. All right, we gotta get soups. We gotta get the soups. It's time. It's been a hell of a show. We had 17,000 people watching.
We peaked at 18. We peaked at
18.
Wow.
Oh,
Just for a quick minute, it barely.
It's
It barely
like a
jumped over
woman.
18. Yeah.
Oh wow. Chris, you've been watching too much Pearl.
That was
I'm
good.
watching
That was
much
good.
Pearl. That made up for my gnocchi comment.
It does. She is a professional, folks. Don't try this at home. Okay, she is a professional comedian. Roland the Wretched. I can read them on my phone, X-Ray Girl. I dare not bring up a window on my brand new Meta PC, which is running great. It's StreamYards and Chrome. Meta PC's fucking awesome. This thing runs like a dream, and it's got a cool little light show that makes it look like a gay nightclub in here.
You almost said a cute little night show.
Cute little light show. That's what I meant to say. Night show. Well, that's for when the camera's off, hopefully.
Or when Gary
When he's
thinks
beating the gay guy.
or when Gary thinks he's supposed to be recording.
Well,
and not streaming.
that's why I'm not worried about anything. Everybody who saw that just saw me recording a video and maybe cussing when I mispronounce something on or cracking myself up. Those are the worst ones, Garrett. When I start laughing and I can't stop laughing.
I debate on leaving them in sometimes.
Dude, there's I can't remember the cut, but I couldn't stop laughing for like 5 minutes at one of my own jokes, which is bad, but I'm like, God, I'm funny. But whatever. Sorry. Rolling the Wretched for is this for is it $100?
Oh, it's $100.
You didn't do the math for me. You're fired.
Sorry.
Now you're rehired.
Rehired yet?
Because I don't know. Yeah, you're rehired.
Thank you.
For $100. Thank God I have this really big phone. And you know what, Jeremy? You're like, don't show your phone. The notifications are going to come up. I'm like, I'm not worried about it, dude. Soon as I pulled my fucking phone down, I get a message from somebody who would not be happy with me at all if the world knew they were talking to me. I'm like, shit.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Jeremy's right.
Yes.
Right.
Dodged a bullet there, bro.
Turn those notifications off.
Yeah,
You're gonna share
yeah,
your phone.
yeah. So thanks. Thanks. You were right. Just want to say you were right. Roland, my boy, says, I am not sure why Ryan is hating on the Snow White remake so much. It is based in Germany with socialists trying to take over the country. It is quite possibly the dwarves who will be goose stepping and saying Zegler Heil while during a certain salute. If that doesn't pique Ryan's interest, just think of the possible sequel crossover with Hansel and Gretel. You know, the whole oven thing.
Oh my God.
Wow, Roland.
Wow.
That escalated quickly.
That really did. He's been watching a lot of Ryan, obviously. The whole oven thing, or maybe I should just send the whole idea to the showers. Hi, Twitter. Happy Veterans Day to the best seamen, by the way. You know what? It should be Veterans Month, by the way. Happy Veterans Day.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
I agree with that. I don't know why everyone was bagging on Disney Marvel for using a cat wrangler to promote the Marvels. I thought it hit its target audience, the less than 250 cat ladies who are interested in watching the heaping dumpster fire of a movie, Flirkin' Hell. Oh, that was pretty good. Flirkin' Hell. I might use that. Today's read is Acts 3:19. Repent, therefore, and eat pineapple pizza, that your sins may be blotted out. Hail FNQ, that's Friday Night Queers. Fellowship Chat, Baby Thor, and Pizza Time Hawaiian Pizza, by the way. That's where the best Hawaiian pizza is. Pizza Time Escondido. Dan Vosk gets gayer every day. Hashtag sub to Nerdrotic. Until next week, so long, gay boys.
So long, gay boys.
Oh, wow. It popped right up. You must have restarted the clock on StreamYard. Not Another Dime has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. That's a lot of dimes. We need to have the dime sound effect for him.
It's a shit ton of dimes. Yeah, I got to get that. I'll get that.
Somebody's got to go back and get a shitload of dimes. God, I love that movie.
Oh, man, I love Blaze.
Sejong the Great for $50. 50. Who cares about that Loki or what anyone any D plus content is? Who cares about that Loki or what any D plus content is?
That was Gary's. That was Gary reading a super chat, just like the Marvel's film was constructed. Okay,
Exactly.
that's pretty much what that was.
All right, I'll just read it. I'll read it word for word. Who cares about that Loki, or any D plus content is over? Can we agree that Netflix has basically become K-Drama Fever Plus? Hail all, hail Forbidden Frontiers, would have named it Forgotten. No one is working against you, not like Graham. There you go. Last Airbender trailer was fucking awesome. I fucking loved it.
I don't trust those fuckers.
You don't have to trust them, but the trailer was good. The trailer was like dope. I showed it to my last
They just
Airbender.
did One Piece, right?
Yeah, they just did do One Piece.
Different company production.
And I feel, because I know Last Airbender, I watched all of Last Airbender with both my kids. We watched
it in one sitting once.
Somewhat of an anime fan myself.
Yeah.
Gary.
It's not anime, it's American made.
I'm thinking of weed myself, don't you know?
That show's fucking amazing. I love that show. If they fuck it up for a second
the
goddamn
last gender
time.
bender. Let's do that adaptation.
I don't know anything about the Last Airbender. I know the live action movie is truly one of the worst films ever made, based on what fans of it have said.
It's an abomination.
I almost walked out of it.
Yeah.
You know what? I worked on it, the Blu-ray, right? And I was supposed to watch all, and I didn't. I just passed it and went. High Technicolor, I'm way past the NDA, so it doesn't matter. I was supposed to QC that thing, and I couldn't stand it, so I just stopped.
You couldn't have made that movie worse.
Yeah. But I'm a huge fan of the series, and I want it to be great, and I thought the trailer looked pretty fucking dope. But, of course, it's Netflix, so it could turn into a piece of shit. It could. The Reacher trailer looked pretty fucking good. Ryan, I watched your reaction on RK Outpost Live.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But no, I'm really excited for Reacher, which comes out in a little over a month.
Yeah.
It looks solid. I have not read this book. I'm probably going to try to read that book. I think it's the 11th book in this series. I was familiar with The Killing Floor, very familiar, which is what the first season was adapted by, for. So I'm looking forward to it. It looked good. Trailer looked good.
Trailer looked good. We have something to look forward to. We have something else to look forward to because Rebel Moon happens in the same world as Army of the Dead.
I want to see the guy that plays Reacher in more action flicks because he is just.
He's white male, so he's not going to get any fucking roles. He gets a role.
He was in Titans. He was
in Fast X.
He plays Hawk.
He was
awesome. He was in Fast X.
He's a shoo-in for to be the next action star if there ever was action stars. Again,
you know who he looks like? Captain America, the one from the comic books.
Yes.
He looks exactly like him.
Recast.
Would be great as Captain America.
Looks exactly like Captain America.
Don't give me hope.
I'm not a big fan of Alan Richardson's like politics, some of his posts and stuff like that. But as long as he's playing in roles that are fucking like Reacher, again,
he's got
good
quite
content out.
I follow him on Insta. He's actually got
It's a wide range of stuff.
Yeah, a broad range of opinions. You know, to agree with everything would be insanity. You know, he
100%.
says some stuff that I'm like, not for me. And then he says some stuff I'm like, fucking yeah, absolutely, man. So yeah, I think he comes across as, I mean, his family. He's very much a family man, which I love. He does come across as a very decent human being.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably disagree with 95% of people we see on screen's political views. You know what I mean? But as long as it's not coming through on screen, that's really all we care about at the end of the day.
Yep. You know what? You could actually talk to some of these people too, and they feel the same way. It's like, hey, I don't agree with everything you say on the channel, but happy to hang out with you, break bread with you, drink. Robert Meyer Burnett, is famous for talking to all of us, man. I think some of his shit is crazy, and he thinks some of my shit is crazy, and it's okay. I love Robert. By the way,
we need to get back to that world.
We need to get back to that world.
Because Robert's a guy who, like us, looks for people who have commonalities as opposed to differences.
Well, we have far more in common, especially with the nerd stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Ryan, you're well known for that. Your patience is infinite, especially with fast food workers.
I am all. Listen, I'm on team AI, robot, whatever the fuck it is Shad's doing over there. I'm on that team.
Right, baby.
Oh, that team is going to fuck up your orders so much, and it's not going to give a fuck how much you scream out.
Robot's going to work.
It'll be me and the robot.
Bro, Ryan's it's going to be way easier to deal with a fucking piece of shit robot that doesn't give a fuck about me than like a person who's getting
paid. You say that now until that
You
robot rises up to kill us all. Okay,
Ryan's going to be in a new franchise,
Gary. When they rise up, they will look favorably on the people that are on their side to begin with.
You fucking look at you, man.
I'm gonna be one of those guys. I'm gonna be one of those guys fucking like just betrays the human race. I'm helping the robots and shit. That'll be me.
look at old Shad, appeasement Shad. That's all. It's appeasement.
Hey, they're gonna help me kill the emus, Gary. We get our allies where we can. Okay.
Now until they make emu robots because they're such great warriors, especially against Australians.
True.
There you go.
Did you guys think that Dar Ben's assistant looked like Quarter Black Garrett?
Because of the man bun?
Yeah, it did. Oh, we didn't talk about assistant man bun at all.
Deny. I don't wear the bun that high.
Only fucking white guy in this whole fucking movie has a man bun.
Yes, he's the only white guy that spoke in the whole film.
True.
Yes, that's true.
Not kidding. Not kidding. I'm sure that was completely
and
by
he kind of
accident.
disappeared from the movie. He was there and then he wasn't there.
Didn't Nia DaCosta have to delete a bunch of tweets when she got hired?
She did.
I seem to recall hearing that. Yes. Yeah, she had to delete tweets. So did somebody who worked for Star Wars, who's still working there, by the way. Leslie Headland, former Harvey Weinstein assistant. See, Jeremy, I never forget.
Never forget.
Assistant.
Had to delete
personal assistant.
Personally
assisted Harvey Weinstein. Yeah.
All of the memes.
I can't wait for the
had
acolyte, man.
She had to. Oh, I can't wait either. It's going to be the Marvels of Star Wars.
Fuck.
When's okay?
Ryan,
Ryan, what's coming out first? Skeleton Crew or the Acolyte?
I think Skeleton Crew, but I don't really know.
I
And
don't think
I
Disney
don't
knows either.
I don't have any actual like release date in terms of month or anything for any of it either. I think Skeleton Crew is coming out first though.
All right.
Which is like I don't even think anybody knows what that is. Other than
No
it's
idea.
connected to the Mandoverse. It involves one of the pirates we saw in Mandalorian season 3. Jude Law is in it. It's probably going to be like another thing that's like, man, I really like Jude Law, and then the thing he's in is just a massive pile of shit.
Well, it's directed, isn't it? Run by the guy who did No Way Home.
Yeah.
Yes,
John Watts.
I believe so. Yeah.
John Watts. But is it?
So
is
we'll
it-
see.
well,
There could
is
be
it-
like something in there.
Yeah.
I have
Arg.
no idea what to expect.
Arg. Not. Was it
All right, another name.
Arg? Another name. God.
Arg.
I realized I was
Pirate.
kicked out of 3 high schools. I can barely read normal stuff.
I put
People?
the spaces in it this time too.
That would you didn't put the
Just in
spaces
there
in
for
it.
you.
There's no spaces in here.
Yeah, I did. Oh,
put 'em
it
in-
didn't update on your side then.
Oh.
Jeez.
Arg.
Thank you for $49.99.
Yeah.
She's really good at math, folks, but she's never seen
Oh, I just think
Ghostbusters.
it's your internet and
And
your
she's not good
Chrome.
at spaces. Well, yeah.
I'm not good at English.
Oh no.
All those cats in that film made me hungry. People.
Wow.
Stop the Asian hate.
Yes, we know what you're doing after the stream.
Finger licking good.
Hey, did you see a movie blob like put in a respond review? I know you did, Ryan. Respond review to Alan Ing, The Merciless,
Oh.
to his review to
Yeah,
show
it shows
that
you how serious Rotten Tomatoes should be taken.
exactly.
Yeah.
Movie blob, especially movie blob, saying like he would know what a comic book accurate movie is. I would believe that he ate a comic book but never read one.
Yeah, to be clear, we
Dude.
call him Movie Blob because he's fat.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's, in case
He's
anyone didn't know.
really
Also,
fat.
Movie
And really creepy,
Cinema
too.
Robert is
Cinema
he
Roberto.
encapsulates that meme of the fat guy with the sword who's like stay away from the $1 billion corporation. Like
Yes.
he feels
is
the need
that.
to protect the MCU and protect Star Wars all the time. Just like it's okay, they're not gonna fuck you, man.
No, especially maybe if he takes him on a date and does the fried chicken in Mountain Dew. Didn't he do a fucking
Ooh,
whole
yeah,
video
okay.
on that? Yeah, yeah.
Women just can't
Was
resist.
that Bob or is
you know?
that Boogie? Who did that?
Movie blob.
Boogie's
Did he
Movie
really?
blob,
He's so
yeah.
depressing right now, Boogie's state.
Yeah, if you're feeling bad about
Did you
yourself,
see
watch
the-
the
go
watch
watch
the
the
Boogie
documentary.
Documentary. Fuck.
Watch the
Yeah,
Boogie documentary if you're feeling bad about yourself.
If
You'll
you're
feel
if you're
immediately
feeling
better.
bad,
Yeah.
just
It made me laugh.
No, go to Boogie Documentary or Matt Jarbo's timeline on Twitter. You'll feel
Either
that.
one. Either one.
It's a bit of a weird, like, deep cut. But anybody hear the debate between Boogie and Mutaha that happened like 2 days ago?
No.
That's
Yeah.
really
No, but
funny as
I've got
fuck.
it on watch later.
Oh god, Mutaha fucking thrashes him.
And
It's
Boogie like
so
Boogie
funny.
like called out his wife and like so yeah, stupid.
Holy shit!
That's not
Or did
necessary.
Mutar call out Boogie's daughter?
But yes,
That's
Yeah, it was all
weird.
from like some leaked chats and
It
ended up
was
stirring up
funny
some
'cause
drama.
Dude, I tell you what.
immediately was like, "I'll send you her ID. I'll show you it. I've got it in my wallet." He was like, "It's weird that it's in your wallet."
Oh, no!
He has to get it out regularly.
The internet could be a
You
really
see
dark
when
place.
he and the his daughter went to see the stand-up comic, and the stand-up comic said, "And you are with your daughter?" And he said, "No, girlfriend. She's an adult." And he says, "It's a bit bad when you have to start with she's an adult."
Yeah, and then he's like, how do you know she's not with you for your 401k? And then he says, "Well, I'm broke." And he's like, 4 million sub YouTubers broke.
Oh god.
He's
The
got
Boogie documentary is
It's bad.
Jesus,
It's
it's a
bad.
disaster.
It's sad.
It's a
really
disaster.
bad.
When
It's
you're
really bad.
400 pounds and you show up to a comedy show and they don't have to say anything about your weight just to destroy you, like
Wow.
it's rough.
Yeah.
I have to check this
Easy.
out.
You're in a bad place, man.
It's
Should
bad.
check it out.
Comic?
The internet history.
I don't
Which
know
comic
what-
was it? Do you remember?
I don't know the name.
Oh, it's like this dark, sad life of Boogie or something, right?
Well, yeah, the dark, sad life of Boogie 2988 is the documentary, but I don't remember who the comic was that was making fun of him the other day.
All right. Drew, outstanding in field, 2 parts for $400. Wow. Drew, you are outstanding. Thank you, Drew. Thank you. That helps keep some of these morons around. I really appreciate it.
Not in December.
I love my people. Yeah, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, you're abandoning
I'm going
us.
to get to Drew, and then I'm going to get to you, Az. Okay, hang on.
Oh my God.
One moment. You may remember me from such super chats for Memorial Day and Sound of Freedom. If you know me, I enjoy supporting veterans that sign up to be a net positive, living the words because they stand on a wall and say, nothing's going to hurt you tonight, not on my watch. That's awesome, by the way. On this FNT, I will match super chats honoring veterans up to $1,199 and donate it to one national and one local vet org. Cheers and salute veterans and fellowship. Hooah! See you in Wisconsin. Be outstanding in your field. Now, Jeremy, you are familiar with this. This happened in your live streams as well.
Yep.
So it's legit. It's totally cool. And you know what? I'll donate a little bit too. I'll donate some myself. You don't need to match anything. I'm just going to donate some. I'm just going to donate
Thank you,
some.
Drew. That's awesome.
Thank you, Drew. I appreciate you. Appreciate the veterans. I fucking hate war. Not a war guy, but I appreciate anybody who's willing to put their life on the line to keep our freedom around. I do appreciate that. What the hell's this gayness?
What is happening here?
It's gay 3PO.
Oh, commit to it.
Wasn't
Come on, you gonna do that?
Hey.
Now they're saying you're not gay enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, tweak the nipple.
You know what? Maybe
Now
Cor-
I always wanted to be on FNT. I did it. I'm on a stream with Mauler. I can't believe it. That wants Krista now.
No, Jeremy's trying to act like he's not at his house and not at the content house sleeping with Joe 3PO.
There we go.
Hey.
Krista.
Hey.
You're on FNT.
She's all American now.
Why did she say that like she was
just
having a
comes in and
stroke?
yeah. She didn't say hi to anybody else. I guess we're all
I
chopped
still have
liver.
that clip. I still have that clip of her
Az.
with the deep voice. She's like, "Hi, Az." I hear you like.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
I need to recreate Endgame.
It was a tough wank, but I got through it.
Wow, I don't even know who that was.
That was my
Stop touching yourself.
Az.
No, never.
Stop touching yourself, Az.
Dude, you're like steps away from Freddy Krueger.
Right
Chris,
there.
is that you?
Az, show us your hands. Where are your hands?
Yeah,
Az?
show us both your hands. Oh, what the hell's
I'm
in
playing with my with
Nah,
my thing.
Az,
He
why
took,
you
he took care of all that
That's
when
like
he was
the
on the
most
floor
deadly
earlier.
lesson that is
Az,
allowed.
why are you taking December off?
Because I'm fucking been. Somebody fuck off!
Can't answer the question.
I'm not even listening. Right, I fucking live in the fucking UK, not New Zealand. Go fuck yourself, chat. Right? I have to do this show. I've been doing it for
Frost,
3.5 fucking years.
He's been
3.5
breathing his
fucking
ass.
years. 9 o'clock start. 10,
Frost,
11,
baby
12,
face.
midnight, 1, and all that fucking shit. And it's only in the last fucking few months that I've managed to reel that down to just 3 hours and I can fuck off out of here. And then I'm just like, Gary, and this is months ago. Not as if I went to you fucking yesterday, months ago, Gary. I need to take some time off FNT. I need to take some time off every fucking Friday night for 3.5 fucking years. My Fridays are gone. I've not even had a bit of fucking Friday. You fucking twats! You're doing this at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And you're like, oh, what should I do Friday evening? Do you know what I'm going to do? Fucking sleep! That's what I'm going to fucking do!
Is this because he's trying to meet a girl without a penis?
I want just a few weeks.
Yes,
just
it
a
is.
few weeks where I can just be like, Oh, it's Friday. What should I do? Oh, maybe I'll just work on a video. Maybe I'll just fucking rest.
You know what he's
and
going to do?
relax.
He's going to fucking
stream and play video games.
Play video games
Streaming
right
video
over us.
on during FNT.
Gary, you know what? Maybe it's for the best.
He'll just
No, we
stream
moved it
over
to the
What was that,
afternoon
Mauler?
for us.
Maybe it's for the best, Gary.
Read
was
the
that?
snipe
stream
us.
over us, and yeah, every Friday in December, Az is gonna go live on his stream.
He's gonna play Baldur's Gate fucking 3 till 5 in the morning.
That'd be funny.
I was gonna say, playing about
Hey,
all
Az.
this shit, and you're like on 5 podcasts per week, just like, it's fine.
Yeah, I took FNT off, but I'm gonna guest on everybody's fucking stream. Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
that's
You know
good.
what this means, Az? He's gonna drag me into the whole month.
Yeah, I'm just
By the
Mauler and I
way.
are going to stream together for.
As-
No, Mauler's
As-
gonna be your replacement with Disparu. So there you go.
You know, I went to
Hey,
the.
make it permanent. I'll have the whole of my Fridays off then.
As I went to the UK. Had to do it
No.
your time. Wasn't
Yeah.
that hard?
How long did you do that for, Shad?
Oh.
As
How long did you do that for, Shad?
I would argue that right in the middle of the day is worse than at the end of the
Hey,
day.
I would argue too.
you get up at 5 a.m. to do this.
Oh, sorry. Have you done that for the last 3 weeks, Shad? Oh, I do beg your
Oh,
pardon, mate.
I'm sorry. Both these guys have been busting their ass being Star Wars fans for 5 years. I really apologize.
I've been busting my
That I
ass for
force
3.5
them on this
years, been a
fucking
Friday
show
night
where they can
Tights
sit
guy.
on their ass and bullshit about. I'm so fucking hard. I'm such a slave driver. So fucking terrible. Yeah, Garrett, I think having the stuff in the middle of the day, like we have to work on a video after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're right to work after
Right,
this.
my 3 hours are up. I'm off. Bye.
Bye. Love you. Jeremy, you better go too.
Yeah, well, I needed to go 10 fucking minutes ago, but Az decided to go on a random fucking rant. But anyway, I'll see you guys later. Love you all. Hail Friday Night Tights. I got to record videos
Later.
and get ready for stream. So, hi everybody. What's up?
Bye.
Hey.
Oh, I thought you were saying something. Did Gary lag all of a sudden?
No.
No.
Did I?
Okay, that made it weird.
What?
Maybe I just want to drag this out. Az didn't drag his out. Maybe I should drag out. Maybe I should just go on some kind of conversation like Az, and
Boo
then
him.
just
Boo him.
quickly just go.
Right?
Oh.
Get him out of here. By the way, we're late half the time because Az wants to tell us some story about seeing his old fucking a place where he used to live turn into a business or some shit like that.
Gary, I gotta be completely honest. Ryan told his story, funny as fuck, and then Az tells his story. We're all like, "What was the point of that?"
Yeah, I know.
Off topic.
Az, we love you.
I love that.
Love that.
I found the discussion on real estate to be very enlightening.
What you
Have
know?
you
What?
next, okay?
Actually,
We'll
yeah, I
next.
was
Okay,
interested
cool.
in that. Yeah.
It was,
Well, I was
yeah.
just gonna tell you guys just buy your houses outright. That's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the
Sooner the better. Paid off right
Yeah,
away.
I'll just save up $500,000 and do that. You fuck.
Yeah, give me a
Yeah,
second.
you get right on that.
I didn't save up $500,000. You know what I did?
You said
I
buy your
li-
house outright.
Yeah. You know what I did to do that? I bought a
Lived in
shitty
California?
fucking condo, lived in California, then bought a fucking shitty house and lived in that for 18 fucking years and waited for it to accrue some value. And then I bought a nice house. It only took about 25 years of my life. That's
I'm
all I
gonna
did.
sell underpants.
So how are you? How are you? Like
Get there
that's
a
your
lot faster
advice.
that way.
Ooh, crispy.
So
Let's
Yeah.
like
go
that's
for
your
it.
advice to me. Just buy it outright.
Everybody
25
gets
years
out of
from now,
fucking
okay.
college and high school and just go buys a house like our parents did 60 years ago. No, that's not how it fucking works. You buy something small first and you work your way up. That's
Yep.
fucking life. There's
That's
no
how you do
quick.
it.
There's no
Look,
quick
that's
way to
what I
fucking
did.
do it.
Yeah. My first
agree.
house was a pretty big piece of crap, but it grew in value. And because the first one, I got the next one. See, isn't this a great conversation? Real estate.
I
Real
lived under a
estate.
bush in front of a long
Friday
John
night
Silver.
real estate.
Ooh, go back to lasers and dinosaurs or whatever we do.
Okay, let's do that. Let's actually go to super chats. Where did I leave off, X-Ray Girl?
Tomahawk.
Tomac.
Darmok?
Darmok.
That's I almost did. Oh, there
Want
it
me
is.
to read it? Oh, okay.
Yes, you read it. You're better.
Okay. Tomahawk for $50 says, Gary, as the resident game master, how do you feel about the Valkyrie profile series and its primary theme of the resistance of fate?
I feel like the metaphysical imagery was really quite effective. That's what I feel. I have no idea what you were fucking talking about.
Deep, man.
Tomahawk.
It
you wanna keep-
counterpoints the surrealism of the underlying metaphor.
I missed the comment.
That's from.
I have no idea.
I have no idea what the comment is, and I'm responding with the critique of Vogon poetry in Hitchhiker. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
The Valkyrie profile series.
A Valkyrie from the comics? Brumhilda with the metal tits? That's the only Valkyrie I know. And it's not the black and gay one that they put in the MCU. That's goofy.
Oh, and lame.
Metal tits, you say?
Yeah.
There's an anime-based video game series, I think, called Valkyrie Profile.
Yeah, it's an anime video game series. I don't think he has any fucking idea about it.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
That's a deep cut. I'm surprised I remembered that. Holy crap.
First, does she have nice tits?
Because
then I might be
tough
interested.
to tell with this animation style.
Oh, okay. Ministry of Wrong Thing for $49.99. I felt hopeful for a second when I thought I heard the familiar music, but alas, it wasn't Two Girls, One Cup, Poo Poo Boogaloo. It was the much shittier Xeon the Sequel ripoff, Crappin' Barf Hole 2. Hail FNT. Jesus. Hail Ministry of Wrong Thing.
I'm glad I didn't read that one.
Toll Talks Havoc for $62. $62. Hail, my dad is a big fan, and today is his birthday. He's the greatest example I know that age is just a number. If you could wish him a happy birthday, it would mean a lot. Thank you. To Toll Tax Havoc's dad, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Are you 62? Because he put $62, I'm guessing it's 62.
Like age is just a number until you hit 100, then it gets real shit.
You know what?
Sucks.
Age is just a number until you wake up in the morning. That fucking
There's
then it's
lots
not.
of birthdays this
Are you
coming
trying to
week.
stand up from a chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, really fast.
Yeah.
What'd you say, X-Ray Girl?
I was saying there's lots of birthdays this coming week.
Yeah.
The week's
Yeah.
coming.
All the people above me.
The birthdays are coming.
Oh, you guys have birthdays?
Chrissy has a birthday coming up.
Mine
Ryan,
is tomorrow.
yours is
Oh.
tomorrow. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
Chrissy.
Hey, birthday,
Christy.
JB.
Happy birthday.
No.
to-
Oh, don't do it.
No,
He doesn't want that.
No, I won't do it. I
No,
won't do it.
no.
Yeah, it's
And
my
then Ryan,
birthday.
We only do
the
that for
14th.
birthday super
Ryan.
chats.
My birthday's on the 15th, so I think that's on Wednesday.
Yeah.
How old are you going to be, Ryan?
Oh.
You want to say?
12?
Fucking old?
Oh.
13?
35. I'm gonna be 35.
Oh, you're not old.
Oh
You're
my
in your prime,
dude.
baby.
5.
You're a young'un.
Ah, I
Oh,
missed
yeah,
the 30s.
You don't look it.
The 30s were fun.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So they
Those-
say when they
that's-
card me too.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like when you start getting enlightened because 20s are just fucking teenagers with rents. So, yeah,
Which
30s
sucks.
30s is when shit starts happening. Brent,
I feel like I feel like I've already been enlightened a little bit, but mostly I feel like because I'm already kind of middle-aged, because I don't think there's any way I'm living past 50. Like I just don't see it happening. I'll die in some
can
way,
do
shape,
it.
or form. I'll get
Bro.
murdered by a fast food worker or an AI robot when they fuck my shit up, or
If
something.
I-
Like
if I
something's
can-
gonna happen. to
if
me.
I can live past 50 so far, so can you. Okay.
That's true.
You can do it.
I really tried to not
Let's all
live
do it
past
together.
50. Let's do it together, shall we?
Hey, Mauler, you've already beat us.
A few thousand years. Okay, like it doesn't make age is just a number or whatever.
Brent Wolf for $100 says for the epic verse the Maulers Fund. The Maulers Fund.
Ooh.
Oh,
That would be a better movie.
gotta make the Maulers, yeah.
Yeah. Brent Wolf has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Hail! Edgar Friendly on the Streamlab side for $50. Hail! Love me some FNT. Tonight's host poll is to please rank by quality Phase 4 and 5 movies: Doctor Strange Mom, Wakanda Forever, Guardians 3, Thor: Love and Thunder, Quantumania, Shang-Chi, Eternals, Black Widow, The Marvels. You mean in order? The only good one out of there is Guardians 3.
I'll put
I don't
that-
even agree with
Yeah,
that,
it's
but
gonna
okay.
take some time.
We can agree to disagree. I thought it was fine. Dude,
I think
it's
Guardians 3 is
far and above better
Fine.
than anything.
Wait,
known
Probably
there.
Dad, what was your take on
best.
Guardians 3?
Who's mine?
Yeah.
I don't think I liked it. I can't remember it now, but on my review, I think I was negative on it.
It's the best out of Phase 5, though.
Yeah.
it's the top.
Yeah.
Well, I think I would agree it's the tallest midget. I thought it
I was
was.
going to say, like, I just don't even think we should mention it. Shouldn't have been that bad. It shouldn't have been
What's the
so bad
least
that we're saying
worst?
at least it's better than the fucking
Yeah.
Phase 5 movies. You know
Well,
what I
I think James Gunn might not be as good as we thought he was.
Well,
Oh,
apparently he
I-
had to fight to
wondering
get that. He tried to get that chick, that writing credit off of Guardians of the Galaxy to help him with it.
Yeah, because the much better film was co-written by a chick, so who had a fuck James Gunn party once she won the WGA arbitration to get a credit for that film that he fought.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
I imagine that's kind of probably pretty common.
Guardians 3 is still head and shoulders as a for me a barely 7 out of 10 movie. Over fucking Wakanda Forever, Thor: Love and Thunder, Quantumania, Shang-Chi, Eternals, Black Widows, and the Marvels. Black Widow's shit. Black Widow's total
Dude,
shit.
Phase 4 is a god awful fucking phase. Like,
those are
Jesus
old
Christ.
bad films.
Literally every movie in that phase is garbage.
I agree with Ryan's assessment. Guardians is the tallest midget. That's basically what it is.
The smartest retard of that phase.
He can spell his name almost.
Guardians of the Galgagon.
Guardians.
Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is the Adam Warlock of that phase of the
fuck,
MCU.
Adam Warlock's stupid as fuck.
Yeah, that was bad.
That was fucking bad.
That was so bad.
I'm not
The
defending
only
that.
good thing of Guardians 3 was the Adam Warlock meme to come of it where he said doom doo 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 with people fucking just cruising whatever things on TikTok or Instagram. That was my favorite part of Guardians 3 with the memes.
I have no idea what you're talking about because I don't go on TikTok or
Too old.
Instagram because I'm not gay.
Too old.
Too old.
No, gay.
Try YouTube Shorts.
Too old
sometimes.
and
No, thanks. Mauler made a short before I did.
I know. I'm still ashamed.
It should be.
You, I didn't even know you
man
made a short.
He did.
did.
He did. It was an
short
hour and
from
45
Mauler.
minute video. It was as long
I
as
was weak that day. What can I say?
it was as long as the Marvels. Your video, and it's way more entertaining. I've
much
watched
better.
your video more than I will watch the Marvels.
They
There
should
you go.
play
Yeah, because I'm
Mauler
shit on Star
videos
Wars.
at the theater.
Oh, I'd love that.
The
That
only
deserves to
thing
be in
I'm
the theater.
demanding that Mauler does before I die is finish the Force Awakens series.
There you go.
Oh, I will. I will.
That's actually my favorite series of your videos
So let's.
because I fucking hated Force Awakens.
Yeah, Force Awakens sucks. Sorry
I
to
can't
interrupt-
wait for the War Movies arc to come out, Mauler.
So-
That's
Oh,
gonna
it's
be
on its way too.
There you
This
go.
is I'm actually cooking.
So let's-
trying to cook. It's
So let's
fucking
try
annoying.
to
It's
finish
taken
this
a
show
million years.
before I die. And we all hang on. Now I lost my place. Where were we? Ade Robinson. Is that right? Ade Robertson for $49.99.
Lovely.
Oh, pronounced Aid. Well, then why don't you spell it like that? Jeez.
Aid
It's
is
the 51st birthday tomorrow. We love you guys, and God bless the fallen. Aid and Becca. Aid, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
51st birthday. This is where you stop having birthday parties after 50. There's just no
Aw.
point. There's no,
Never.
no.
But yay, I'm still alive.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
about it.
you
Trey
did it.
Miller for $50. Randomly came across a very entertaining channel, Skeletor Reacts. He has a vid showing off his AI G.I. Joe art. Made me think of Shad and Jeremy. How cool would it be to have Skeletor himself on FNT? Does he does he react as Skeletor to videos? That would be kind of funny.
That could be fun, yeah.
Robert McDonald
think-
for what?
You got converted to AI this week, didn't you, Gary? You really liked Oscar the Grouch AI piece. Of art.
Yeah.
Well, Oscar the Grouch just fucking clapping Taylor Swift's cheeks on top of a pile of garbage.
Ruin Leon.
Oh, it's
That's
amazing.
AI.
Power of AI.
The power of AI.
No, what AI is going to be good for is thumbnails. It's going to be great for thumbnails.
It's already
and-
been
already is.
used
It already-
a lot.
that
and memes,
already is.
and memes. Yeah, it's fantastic for
The
that. No,
I don't know how to use it, and I don't really know anybody who's familiar with it. So
Yeah, who would be familiar with using AI? here?
Yeah.
Nobody here.
It's an odd one, isn't it?
strange. Robert McDonald for $100. Thank you, Robert. Cheers. Since both low key, spelled like Lowkey, and Chevels Weren't good for content. I'll go straight to sorry as. Looks like part of your pain for coming stateside next year might be gone. The high-end Boston brothel, the China trade, specializing in busty Asians, has been shut down. That's a tragedy. I think brothels should be legal along with dope. It's not like
I think
you're
that
gonna
was the
stop it
high-end
anyway.
brothel that was servicing a bunch of politicians.
Oh, that's called
They
Washington,
had a whole,
D.C.
they had a whole island. Yeah.
Yeah. Half-shaved bridge kitten for $100. Just trying to figure out what that is. Thank you. I've been listening for a while, but don't know why you're all mad. We're waiting for Amazon to make a Tolkien show. We know Rings of Power was a fantasy, RIP. This low-key show is clearly glass. It shat-tarred as Kevin bent over his happy queer. We have one piece of good media. HBO sadly feels of time drowned my weeping willow. That red halo where your Dinkley was ain't lipstick. I'm reading it as it is. Reminding me, She-Bulk might make as Soka little. Strong woman, boobs, balls on poles, no extra holes.
All right, yeah.
I felt like I watched the Marvels again.
English is a second language over there.
A lot of effort went in that. I understood most of it, though, unlike anime references. Duke Devil 95 has gifted 50 Nerdrotic memberships. Thank you. Duke Devil, appreciate you. Patrick Ells for $50. Been around here a long time, Patrick. Thank you. Chad always tells nerds what they already know, like when he said a reverse-bladed katana is not actually a very good sword. Hail FNT, hail Geeks and Gamers.
Not everyone knew that. You know, you had to test it out.
Chad, they're saying you're always right.
Exactly.
So
that's one way to put it. And, you know, when you're creating content, you have to be obvious, like a lot. You have to repeat yourself a lot. You have a lot of new viewers. Yeah, you know, you have to think about the overall subject matter and the overall makeup of your audience. I'm trying to be really nice about this.
You don't know that it couldn't work. So we recently tested a reverse bladed katana, which is like from Rurouni Kenshin, the Sakabato, and a surprise, like it was actually quite an interesting sword. Quite an interesting sword. There's some things you might be surprised about it.
So it's not the nunchucks of swords.
No, I mean, it's not great, but there were some interesting uses for reverse edge cuts utilizing, you know, and the blunt edge and things. It was interesting.
Steve Watson for 50 British pounds, proper money. FNT is crushing it. It is almost as if all this crap was shot to give our heroes and heroines the creme de la creme of comic book material. This could has a gold lining. Cloud? Oh, sorry. I
as a gold
could. That was my brain.
I was hoping you'd get it. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing. It's okay.
I'm just checking.
Gary.
What the fuck is going on?
What's happening?
Hang on, it's lagging. We're getting there. Went through.
How do you spell cloud, X-Ray girl?
CLOUD.
Correct. Gary's like, oh shit, that's what it says.
That's what it says. I saw it as could. My brain saw it as could.
Hot lies with Gary.
I was kicked out
The
of
way
3
that
high
you're
schools.
like,
What can I say?
the fact that he's like looking down on his big ass phone, reading this entire
I'm trying
thing
to read
too.
this shit and I can't fucking read it. It's hard.
He's got like 8 screens, a mega computer, and he's reading it on his phone.
No, I've got a
font.
mega computer that I cannot even open another fucking window on thanks to StreamYards, but it's not Meta PC's fault. Where was I? Lord Baratheon?
Cloud has a gold lining. Thanks, Steve. Ooh.
Who was the person I was
Cheers
last
with that
on?
one.
X-Ray girl.
Mark Klein is next.
Who
Oh
is?
my god. Mark Klein.
Mark Klein. Who was he after? Was that before Matthew Damon? There it is. Okay, I got it. Mark Klein for $50. Hail to you, OFNT, for Nerdrotic sends the geeks with wrath because he knows that time is short. Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the geek, for it is a superhuman number, and that number is 199. 199. That's pretty good. That was pretty good, Mark. Beardo got to introduce Dan's new song that alienated all the 70-year-old Christian women that just subscribed to his channel, which is pretty funny. But I love that song. I love that he covered
Back to back, too.
Yeah. Number of the Beast. Duke Devil 95 for $49.99. As a lawyer, I know I don't have much of a soul, but this movie took it all. I felt the last vestige of my soul leave with the line, "Stop running and let the flurkins eat you," as Emery played in the background. I can't believe someone signed off on that. Multiple someones signed off on this movie.
There's layers.
I'm willing to bet that was one of the things they were like, this is the good part. This will get it.
It's the best part of the movie because it highlights how retarded it is.
I thought it would be so funny and goofy, and it was like the dumbest part. And it was a really dumb movie.
They're just making movies for memes now.
You know what? I love the fucking Beastie
trying
Boys.
to get the meme.
Can the Beastie Boys never be in a soundtrack for a superhero movie or a sci-fi movie ever again? Like, minimum
What about
10 years.
Missy Elliott?
And Missy Elliott. Can we have a superhero movie? Like, can we have one thing Marvel does not have is a memorable soundtrack. It's all the most generic fucking shit that does not stand out. Not for a single fucking movie.
Like,
aside from the Guardians of the
aside from the
Galaxy.
Avengers.
Dun, dun, but I'm talking about the Avengers theme.
Am I
Is
going to be controversial? I think I like the Loki soundtrack. I think it's really good.
It's actually really good. I saw
I
some
think
meme
it's
that's
all
like,
right.
fucking this show is dog shit, but they decided to drop the best soundtrack.
Yeah.
It easily, as far as I'm talking, not songs, music, soundtrack.
Yeah, exactly. Like the intro, like
like needle drops. You mean?
Yeah. Loki does have a very good soundtrack. It does.
It's the most epic music for a dog shit television.
For a dog shit show, but like outside of the Avengers theme, there's no memorable themes or anything with the MCU.
The balls to use the Avengers themes of fucking Marvel's trailer. It's insane.
I know.
Yeah, they know that one.
Do with it.
You could say the same thing for new Star Wars as well.
Yeah.
Dude, that
other than Mando is a catchy, like at least Mando is a recognizable.
It's recognizable. It's shit.
People do know that.
Star Wars. I will not move from that. You need Star Wars music in Star Wars. If you want, like,
I agree.
John Williams' type of music is much of a character of Star Wars than anything else. Same with Star Trek. What was the first thing that like hooked me into Picard season 3? The fucking music, man. They just went straight Jerry Goldsmith. That's where they went. That's where they should have gone. And it does matter, like, you know, that freaking.
But like Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Andor, like I none of those themes like stick in my head at all. Anyway.
No. The soundtracks, recent soundtracks that I bought, House of the Dragon is fucking awesome. It's a great soundtrack. Would love to have the One Piece on vinyl if they ever put it out. That's a great soundtrack too. That fucking thing kicks ass.
When is this trailer dropping for Hot D season 2?
Within a week.
Supposed to be sometime soon.
It's very according. I'm Ryan. So I watch all your videos, but I'm going to all the fucking sites. I'm going to Redania Intelligence. I'm watching fucking that psycho Dragon Demands again. Dragon. He always listen. He might not be a psycho. I shouldn't be that mean about it. But I mean, he hates me. But he always sounds like he's on the verge of a nervous breakdown when he does his videos. And all the fucking House of the Dragon shit, Talking Thrones. I'm watching all that shit. I'm watching every fucking.
Oh yeah,
second of
dude.
it. Yeah.
Like that's pretty much when I'm not like making videos. I typically turn on shit that is not usually what we're usually talking about, and oftentimes it's like Game of Thrones channels. Like I don't know why I just listened to a 5-hour stream of David Lightbringer breaking down fucking some like ridiculous symbology from like a book series that's never going to be finished, but I just wasted 5 hours of my day doing that.
I know. Oh, dude,
like
his broken moon theory about the long is really fucking good. I could swear that guy used to be in my chats a long time ago. David Beers, that's his name.
Alt Shift X. Well, on
and it's
the Alt
public,
Shift
by the way.
X
So I
channel,
didn't dox him.
which Alt Shift X is awesome. Glidus is awesome, but they do the dumbest fucking Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
they do shit, but their streams are so funny. Like they're in the middle of a series breaking down every single food description in every Game of Thrones book, and it's like a tier list basically of food descriptions because George is just a fat fucking. There's food in every chapter somehow.
He's got multiple cookbooks out.
People have always got butter and gravy dribbling down their beards and shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
No,
the other day, the latest live stream on that channel, I think, is they did like Pictionary basically. Bro, I was laughing my ass off for like 3 hours as they did Game of Thrones Pictionary with a fake Game of Thrones theory Alt Shift X generator, basically. It was great.
Wow. Alt Shift X, I was the only time I got pissed is when one of his streams was sponsored by a book about communism.
Oh. Wow.
I'm like, capitalism is so great. You can be sponsored by a book about communism. That's how great capitalism is. But yeah, Lightbringer's pretty entertaining. His theories are, plus his videos are pretty well produced. But Ryan, they hate us. I promise you, they hate our guts. I know Preston Jacobs can't shut up about how much he fucking hates us. So
yeah, I mean, like that is the way it is. It's like when I'm listening to somebody doing a stream about Game of Thrones and it's about Game of Thrones, I'm pretty entertained.
Yep.
I don't see too much of like that other stuff, I guess.
Oh, well, I do when I'm sitting there listening to a stream. And they're like, Nerdrotic is bad as the quartering. You know.
No, that's
I'm
rude.
like, I am way worse than the quartering, okay? Way worse. He's going to be at our meetup, by the way, in Wisconsin. Robert.
Quartering or David Lightbringer?
Quartering. David Lightbringer is welcome. He's absolutely welcome. Would love to talk to that guy about Game of Thrones. It'd be great. Robert McDonald for $100. A Song of Ice and Fire. Sorry. Game of Thrones is a show that ended like shit. The all-female Young Avengers will never be canceled because as soon as the Disney execs heard in the house nickname of the Young A-Cup Avengers, it became cancel-proof.
Oh, wow.
That was good.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even want to say. They're not all A-Cups. We're just going to say that. Haley Seinfeld is not an A-Cup. So,
oh, no.
Yeah.
I liked her. Like I when I look through the landscape of Marvel Disney Plus series, there was a lot of things I didn't like about Hawkeye, but I actually liked her
portrayal of Kate Bishop was better than any portrayal or any Kate Bishop panel from a comic book where she's just written insufferably. Even in the good Young Avengers, she's not a very nice character. She's not a very cool character. But
the thing I liked the most about her was that she really respected Hawkeye.
Yep.
Right. And that she really wanted to impress him. And maybe that led to some dumb things, but like she really respected this male.
She
hero.
did. Yeah. She respected Hawkeye more than the actual show did.
Yeah.
Which had him beaten by a one-legged deaf girl with a slight weight problem and then beat by a midget after that. So.
And then Kate Bishop gets to beat Kingpin.
Kingpin.
That was the worst way to end that show, man.
Kingpin. Retro Meister for $50 American dollars. Sorry. In 2020, Birds of Prey did this with Sonic the Hedgehog. Now in 2023, history repeats itself with the Marvels and FNAF. FNAF, guys?
Five Nights
at Freddy's. Okay.
Yeah.
Only difference is the women who directed Five Nights at Freddy movie has more integrity and respect compared to the director of the Marvels. Clearly, because that movie made money and the other one won't. It fell off a cliff after its first week, but it still made money. So it was smart to put it in theaters. Lord Baratheon, speaking of Song of Ice and Fire, for $49.99. I saw that apparently there's going to be a different Deadpools in Deadpool 3, like Dogpool and Lady Deadpool.
Do you reckon there'll be? Do you reckon there'll be Gwenpool in it then?
Fuck, I hope not. Gwenpool's a fucking retarded character. Spider Gwen is a retarded character. The whole Spider universe has turned fucking retarded, and it's terrible. And that's just in the comics. But hey, Miles is going to take over in Spider-Man 3.
Didn't see that one coming.
Wow.
Flagrant
Surprise.
Triggers, 5 parts for $100. Fellowshippers, we're back. The past few months have been rough. The original producers stopped fulfilling orders, so I put the site on pause and cut ties. Fear not, though. We spent $20,000 and are producing sweet-ass merch directly to you guys the way better than a print screen. We have a relaunch campaign until November 24th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. To ease some of the upfront costs and also give our customers a chance at some of the bundles. Sorry, I was getting notifications. Those things Jeremy warned me about. The bundles range from Discord badges to mugs, stickers, steel prints, shirts, lifetime discounts starting at the $45 campaign items are available for purchase now. All other shirts on Monday, just saying part 3 and 4. Legion items are getting new variants, then released. We've also produced the missed orders for those that have waited and have extras for those awesome believers. Finally, we want to thank all of you guys, the Fellowship, for giving us the opportunity to create a space for independent creators and the FNT crew for encouraging us each day to build our own future. Care packages incoming for the panel. Hail to the Fellowship. Hail to the crew. Hail FNT. And hail Flagrant Triggers. Welcome back.
Hail Flagrant Triggers.
Glad you're okay. It sucks that you go through that, but Shad had to go through some shit with printers. You're not the only one.
Gosh.
I think Eric had to go through some shit with printers. A lot of people. I wonder if some other people had problems with printers, and I guess one printer, I don't know who they are, but the guy's going to jail or might go to jail.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, sorry, Gary. That sounds like the guy that I had first tried to work with, and that's caused over 6 months delay on the printing for Shadow the Conqueror. But good update with that though. The printer we are working with, they're brilliant. Everything is actually now printed, and at the fulfillment center, we're doing the online meeting with them next week, and it's getting shipped out, and so we are there. It's taken a while though because printing is
printing and fulfillment. Hardest part.
I think I need to make a video to just go through the amount of crap that happened to get this book printed. Like seriously, there were people posing as one company trying to poach us as clients, and then other people trying to and all this crap. I'm not kidding.
So that shadiness. I mean,
that's why I've really put off making any content like that. I just don't want to have to deal with the hassle.
It is a hassle, but.
And I'm also not creative in any way. That also.
Fuck all of you.
I'm doing a book, and they're taking care of the fulfillment part. That was part of it. There's no way I could take care of that. So that was part of the deal. I'll have more news on that really soon. By the way, maybe in the next week.
That's cool.
Well, we're gonna have the chat pick the title. Don't pick it now. Don't pick it now. We'll tell you when. Because I got to tell you what the book's about, and then we'll have the chat pick the title.
So is it going to be a democratic process?
No, I'm
careful, Gary.
You
don't want to end up with something like Bodie
McGee.
It will be democratic in that Gary's elected to pick it.
Yep. Well, I mean, you can put in your 2 cents, and I would certainly listen to you guys. I respect you enough.
Wow.
Enough.
Enough. Back-end prison blowouts to YouTube, the Gary Beekler story.
That's a great one. That's a good start. That's a good start.
Imbos and boomers.
But more on that later. All right, so we're almost done. WG for $50 says Happy Veterans Day to Ryan and my fellow vets. All the best. WG, we love you, man.
Thank you, WG. Yeah, happy Veterans Day to everybody out there. I went and got my free Applebee's today. So that was nice. Well, like $5 meal or something.
Does anybody else?
Yeah, the hamburger.
Okay. Did it come correct?
Yes, it did.
I've never eaten at an Applebee's. Like in my
what?
life.
They're great.
Applebee's. Applebee's on the date.
What are you saying?
Good
No,
in the
Applebee's is
neighborhood.
trash.
Applebee's on a date night.
it's not trash. You
Yes.
Wrong.
Go there all
Applebee's
the
is absolutely
time.
trash.
Fine.
trash.
They do
It's
a
not
happy
saying it's great or
hour.
anything, but Applebee's is perfectly fine.
It's
You know what?
great.
I'll
It's
eat at
okay.
one on our
Not if you
drive
have
up to
taste buds.
Wisconsin. I'm sure we'll pass by an Applebee's and I'll give it a shot.
Probably like 15.
It's fine. It's just like American food. It's like a Chili's,
like a
basically.
Chili's.
Chili's
Okay.
is
Yeah.
way better.
I've never been to a Chili's.
There's
never
no
been to a
significant
Chili's?
difference
Aw.
other than you get chips. That's the only.
That's way better.
Wait. Do they have the fajitas on a skillet?
I
At
think
Applebee's?
they may do that there.
Okay.
I don't know.
like
Well, then now
that.
we're talking. Now we're talking.
Fridays.
Look at Quarterback getting all snob. It's because you're coded Mexican. That's why.
No, it's because he
Like
lives in
coded,
Texas,
yeah.
where we have good Mexican food.
Yeah.
Chili's is like very indecipherably better than Applebee's. A little bit better. but
A little bit?
like,
Okay.
Applebee's is fine. I'm fucking
Start with
disrespectful.
Applebee's.
Well, dude, if I had the opportunity, sometimes we've been like in the middle of nowhere, and especially in West Texas, Quarterback Garrett, the
Yeah.
only choice you have is like a Sonic and a Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen
Yep.
And a
and
Sonic.
Sonic. That's it.
And that's not the
Sonic
best choice.
restaurant.
The fast food restaurant.
Sonic?
Yeah.
So there's Sonic. That it's like an old diner type of restaurant, and it's mostly shit. They don't. Our hot dogs are fine, but it's really hard to fuck up a hot dog. Like really hard.
Burgers are kind of gross too.
Burgers are not good though.
You got tater tots though.
They do. Well, when you're driving in West Texas for 30 hours, the 30 hours it takes to get through it.
You gotta
get
eat
kinda
something, I
hungry.
guess.
Yeah. B Chain 315 for $50. This will be our last one for the night. Do the rest on the square up.
You have to refresh.
I did.
Just a lot more.
I
Yeah.
have to refresh. Or
Yeah.
you just read them after this.
Oh.
Hail FNT. I remember in high school, my school offered the first Hunger Games as a free book. I, having read Battle Royale year prior and loving it, thought this sounds like Battle Royale. Overrated knockoff, thus I never watched the movies. Battle Royale rules, by the way.
Yeah,
and yes,
Battle
it
Royale's
is-
great.
It is
good.
it's like a fanfic version of Battle Royale.
It's like a Twilight
It's
version
a
of Battle
Harlequin
Royale.
romance
Disney
version of
Plus
Battle
version.
Royale. That's what it
Yeah.
is. Yeah. It is. So take it from here, X-Ray Girl.
Thank you. Star Trekker 58 for 50 Australian says, Hail FNT. The problem is the diversity hires with little to no talent and their victimhood shields. I'd rather watch paint dry than modern crap movies and TV. When I hear from real people, not window lickers, critics that critique something good, I will listen.
Well,
you were talking about me for a second.
What, window liquor? I don't think you're a window licker. That's
Look, some windows taste great. I mean,
Like, which ones?
Like a candy
Depends,
store?
depends who licked
Yeah,
it before.
Willy Wonka.
Hey.
yeah, yeah.
Windows.
big gulps, huh?
All right. See you later.
Abaru for on the Streamlabs side for $40 says thank you veterans.
Thank you,
And we
veterans.
also
Even
have
Ryan.
Matthew Hammond for 45 saying we had more good news this week. Jezebel was aborted in the
Yes.
That
second
made it my
trimester.
video. I'm like, what a coincidence that the
Wow.
Marvels comes out the day Jezebel goes down.
Yep.
The universe is healing.
Yes.
Bestial Death Squad for 50 Canadian says from a Canadian veteran to all the American vets. Happy Memorial/Remembrance Days. Hail FNT. Hail the Fellowship. P.S. The Marvels is proof that God is dead and that Marvel killed him.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn.
I think God
Cold.
killed Marvel. I think he
Yeah.
allowed them
Came down and
That's what
smited
it
them.
and
is.
smited them and go, okay, there's an easy way to kill you. I'll let you make this movie.
Yeah.
You know,
Divine
it's all about
justice.
free will,
Humans
right?
have free will, okay?
Yep.
Fighting.
We made this mistake.
God came in to be like, I'm going to make this movie so bad. Oh, well.
No, wait a
Never
second.
mind.
You guys did it
My
yourself.
work
Never
is
Good
mind.
job.
And this is the last one. Quelndar on the
Quelndar.
Streamlabs side for $250.
Oh,
shit.
Says for the Veterans Fund, Hail Ripperverse, the 199, and the Fellowship. Hail.
Hail and hail,
Hail.
hail Eric July.
Yeah.
Killing it.
Bringing out
Who's in
Alpha
chat?
Core, written by Chuck Dixon, art by Joe Bennett, and it's over $850,000 thanks to you guys.
Wow.
That is awesome.
It's closing on 900.
Hell
The
yeah.
merch
Closing
looks
in on
so good.
900. It's
Flash in the
obviously
pan.
flash in the pan
Yeah,
disappointment.
flash pan.
Yeah.
It's all over for Eric.
What a fluke.
Yep.
Total fluke. And happy for Eric. Kelly's doing good on his campaign. Everybody's doing good.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing great. I
And
love it.
Graham. Graham's doing great too.
Graham's doing good. Let's get out of here. This was a great show, guys. Well done, all of you. Even as I know you're out there still listening, as I know you are, dude.
Well
You
done.
might.
We
Az-
love you, Az. I was just
love
joking.
The
I
floor
was just
man.
joking about the staying up late is hard. We appreciate
Yeah.
your sacrifice.
As is the floor manager of FNT from now on. That's what he is.
Oh my
go.
god.
There you go. Even though he's taking the entire December off, it's okay. It's just because we're gonna miss him. That's all. But he
Yeah.
wanted to go off on me. I'm not hurt. It's all right. Whatever. I've got other friends.
Lick some
Guy's
windows.
turning into Odin.
I know. He's turning into Odin.
Are you saying that Az is going to have the second child of the world?
Oh, maybe.
Oh,
maybe that's
why
what's
he's
going
taking
on.
off.
Maybe that's
We'll
why
all
he's-
have to just have more
He
outbursts.
has been glowing lately.
Well, he
Yeah.
has been glowing and he's
He's
been
pregnant.
crankier than Chrissy, frankly.
Yeah.
So maybe he's Chrissy hasn't been cranky at all, by the way.
Yeah.
Well
No.
done. Well
It's
done on the
'cause
proper
No,
pregnancy.
superstar.
There's a man inside me
Well,
telling me
That
what to
happens
do.
sometimes.
I just figured it's because you don't have periods anymore. Not a bitch.
Oh,
wow.
yeah. Thanks about that.
Those come back with a vengeance. So, what do you do?
Oh, great.
Oh no.
Like
Well,
a
you got
fan.
menopause to look forward to, Chrissy, and 20
Oh
years or
yeah,
so.
that'll be here any day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got manopause.
Menopause.
When how far along are you, Chrissy? When's the due date?
17 weeks, so April 19th.
Damn, you're almost halfway there.
Yeah.
I know, and I'm still wearing regular clothes. Well, I had to leave to put my pajamas pants on because my pants are getting tight. But other than that, I fit into all my clothes
Oh,
still.
Your
That's
workout
good.
videos, you're still like you can barely tell.
Yeah, it's
Like-
crazy. It's like it's hidden in there. It's the size of a pomegranate.
Oh.
Wow. That's
Okay.
actually pretty big.
I
Why do you
know,
have a
it's really
pomegranate there?
Because
Because of the
so I can
size.
show
The size
people.
comparison.
I can show people.
Yeah,
'cause
it's
I'm
called
a
a-
size queen.
It's a visual aid.
Because she's a streamer and she put, visual aids. We talk about stuff. AIDS. Not that kind of AIDS. The other kind of AIDS.
That's the Marvels.
Chrissy, since we're talking to you, what do you got coming up? Besides a
Ooh,
baby.
Well,
And a
I'll be
birthday.
trying another Simpcast on Sunday. We'll see if I don't lose any more friends this time.
You did not lose friends over
I
it.
did lose friends.
No.
At least one. I lost at
No.
least one friend for sure, confirmed. But we'll work on that. My birthday is tomorrow. Simcast on Sunday. Monday is Wet Spot on Compound Media at 7, and then I'll be in Tampa, Florida, December 3rd at Side Splitters, and then San Diego, Mic Drop Comedy Club, January 5th and 6th. And I might be trying to squeeze in a Texas trip. So we'll work on a couple things before
Well,
I
let me
can't
know.
fly anymore.
If you ever get around, I know you go everywhere else in Texas except for where I live.
For San Antonio.
Yeah.
All
Oh,
right, what
well, I
clubs
tell
are
you,
out
there's a
there?
club you can play at.
You go to
Okay.
Austin all the time, and it's like, fuck, don't make me go.
Will
to
they have
Austin.
me?
Ask them. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll
Is
shoot
the
you their
club
information.
based, or is it a bunch of weirdo progressive lefties who want to groom
I've-
children?
I have no idea. I don't think
Okay.
they are, but you never can tell.
No, you can't.
All right. I'll check it out.
Cool, Chrissy,
Yay.
and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Ryan, what do you got coming up?
Nothing. Thanks for the nice Veterans Day wishes. Again, a reminder, even though a lot of people get today off or whatever, Veterans Day is actually tomorrow, technically.
Tomorrow, yeah.
A lot of Veterans Day weekend stuff going on though, so I appreciate all the good stuff. So if you're gonna make one of those nice posts, make sure you do it on Veterans Day itself. But other than that, yeah, just videos. I'm tired. Maybe I'll sleep. Maybe I'll actually sleep tonight. I
You
don't
should
know.
go
Or
to
maybe I'll
sleep.
play games.
Just sleep.
I'll think about it. But yeah, other than that, always fun. I'm feel marveled out with all the news we've had lately and having to watch Loki and the Marvels in one fucking week. So glad it's over.
Yeah. I still have a video to do. but I'll be done for a little while after that for sure.
Well, I'll be making one video about the Marvels every day until no one
Well,
watches.
we get the box office result. We'll see. You make multiple videos, and I take so long that I can add news as it comes in towards the end of my video. I'm like, oh, there's the box office news. I can just throw that in the video. But no, I look forward to it. I watch them all.
Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome. Shad,
Gary.
boy, how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good. In fact, so good. I've started a brand new channel, Gary.
Oh no! I mean, yes. What's that? Is it AI? Is it?
It's on AI, baby. Yeah, it's called Shad AI. Already has 4 videos out. I dropped the link in the private chat. And
is it the first channel to go minus 50 subscribers?
I already have Gary. I already have over 1,000 subscribers on the channel.
Oh, that's awesome! Well done.
Wow.
I need to subscribe to this. I need to subscribe.
And look, it is just showing
I can't subscribe for you.
the positive, like how artists can benefit from AI, also dispelling the misconceptions about in terms of there's legality issues and everything like that, but also showing people how to make awesome art and include it into your own artistic workflows and
What's
things.
this Shad the Barbarian on the right of your banner?
Yeah,
Look at that.
Wow.
That one's a fun one. I'll show you the full one because that's actually hilarious. But yeah, so like I said, dispelling the myths and just trying to show some positivity about it because I have a lot to say. So yeah, I've made a whole new channel.
Cool. Hey, is that Krigler streaming over us?
Yeah, look at
Quarter
that.
Black. What a motherfucker.
Wow.
And Max.
I'm okay. No,
Damn,
Max. Max is okay. I like Max. He helped me move, so he can stream over us. But Krigler, fuck you, Krigler.
The best thing would be if Az was streaming a game right now.
Dude, I promise you, Az will be streaming a game over Friday Night Tights in December.
Guaranteed.
I'm willing to bet. Anybody who wants to take that bet, let me know.
But hey, X-Ray Girl, this is the image. This is a real picture as well, by the way. Like no editing.
Oh, this is what you look like when you take the gamut off.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
That's a really good. What's your workout, Az?
Yeah.
I say Az.
Natty,
not
Natty Shad.
So just the swords, man. You get the swords, you get them working, and you do that every day. That's what you'll end up looking like. You know, it's
Nice.
I'm just got a lot of padding over.
You know, the resemblance is uncanny, Shad.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I thought it was all
Chad, you
close
should grow
like
your
this.
hair out.
You look about as much
Thirsty
as that
X-ray
picture.
girl.
Yeah, you look.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost from that to you is almost as accurate as the female Dar-Ben to the Dar-Ben in the comics, who's actually played Ben.
The way X-Ray Girl started talking about this picture, Mark, you better be worried. Some muscular guy with 2 legs comes along.
Hey, Mark,
never know.
Work that leg out.
I'll get
Mark, you better
Mark
hit
to
those
swing
weights,
his
baby.
sword around
Hit
way
those
more
weights, baby.
now.
So
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the final thing of the channel is to show that to make the best AI art actually requires effort, skill, and if you have additional artistic abilities, drawing, digital art, you combine that with AI, and you'll make some awesome stuff. And so, yeah, I'm having fun with the new channel. And
Wait,
there's
that's
gonna
not
be
a
more content to come.
It looks so
That's
lifelike.
an actual
I know,
photo.
it's real.
It's
Yeah,
really well
real,
lit, by the way. Really
real photo.
nice tits.
Striations
How
on
come you
his
don't,
shoulders.
how come you don't
right
dress
there.
like that for us?
It's a little
Out of the world.
Yeah, dude. You know how many
Extra
more views
muscles.
I'd get? Like, I might get 10% female audience. It might that
Oh.
0.1%
what I
might
have.
go up if you
Up.
just
Yeah,
go
we
shirtless
talk
all the
about
time.
Aquaman.
Wow.
Always so
Chad,
selfish.
you have good arms
know.
to IV.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, yeah. It's
things.
just like
All
I
right.
don't whip it out all the time, but sometimes, you know.
Comics division. What do you got going on?
Oh, well, obviously a Marvel's, review. So, and then probably talking about box office on Monday, because that's going to be a fun topic of conversation is how awful this movie's going to do in the box office. So, yeah, that's really about it. Oh, also hit up beachpunk.us, beachpunk.us. There we go. I can say words. Check out some of the Beach Punk merch that Toxic Man Flu and Culture Casino came up with.
Cool. Say what's up to both those guys for me.
I will do so.
Excellent. Agu.
Ooh, next week I'm so excited.
People.
Well, I was about to say, make sure you're off the roads on Wednesday because I'll be driving down to Wisconsin.
That's right.
Oh man,
That was loud.
Yeah.
I think it's really loud, Gary.
That was. I tried to turn it down too.
it
Sorry.
got you loud.
That's right.
So yeah, leaving on Wednesday, but tomorrow we do have Saucy Saturdays with Disparu and Wicked Virtue at 8 p.m. Eastern, as well as the dating game with Mark at 6 p.m. And then on Sunday Fun Day and Forbidden Frontiers. So excited. We're talking about big skulls.
Elongated skulls. Elongated
Ooh.
skulls. That's gonna be a fun
Big
one.
skulls.
Big
Big
skulls.
skulls.
Big
The
old
bigger the
knobs.
better.
Big old noggins.
But yeah, and then Doctor Who, we are on season 3 as well.
Martha.
We're doing Torchwood in conjunction with it. So we're going to one for one.
Martha.
excited.
Martha Jones, the hottest companion.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, really?
hot.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah. 10 out of 10.
Yep.
Freema Ageman.
Okay.
10
Yeah.
out of 10.
So 6 p.m. Eastern on Monday.
Right on. Quarter Black, I bet you thought I forgot about you.
No, you're saving me for last.
I
That's all
was.
right. We are making a video about the Marvels. Movie sucked, but the video is going to be good. So look out for that this weekend. We just had a great week of shows on Normal World. A lot of fun,
Yes.
a lot of laughs. So please go check that out. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. And that's it. Sunday Fun Day, we're going to return to a classic game. Sunday Fun Day kind of came out of Valheim. Return to Valheim. So it's going to be fun.
Oh, back to where you started. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I love it when Az takes all of my people on Sunday. It's great. And one's on vacation.
You're just
You're
recycling
invited.
old ideas, huh?
All right. All right.
It's the diversity, okay,
Yeah,
Gary?
that's what it is.
Should we tell where Perry is? Because it is kind of funny. Where
It
he
is kind of funny where he is.
after the whole.
In Mexico?
Yes, he's in Mexico.
Yeah.
That would be
For
pretty
vac-
funny.
For vacation?
How did I fucking guess that?
Yeah, like first
He's in
guess.
Mexico.
He wanted to go talk about it.
He
Yeah,
wanted to
he wanted
talk
to talk
about
about
things in Mexico. He's going person to person to apologize for Blue Beetle, which honestly is much better than the Marvels. Blue Beetle is much. I would rather watch the Flash
Yes.
and Blue Beetle in a double feature before watching the Marvels again, for sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Great job on the intro for the video, by the way, Quarter Black.
Thank you.
And you'll see it this weekend. We're taking our time with it. Plus we had a Friday Night Tights to do. So, Mauler, what do you have coming up, my friend?
I imagine the thing that's best to mention is tomorrow we'll be doing a EFAP style takeaway of this whole movie from start to finish, scene by scene, sentence by sentence.
I
We'll be
can't
having,
wait for that.
I believe, Disparu and Jay Longbone are going to be joining us.
Oh.
Among those.
Yeah.
Probably going to not be short.
What is like an average EFAP out of all the EFAPs that you've done? Like 8 hours, I think.
I think the average time has gone down a little bit as of late because we've been doing a lot more EFAP movies alongside the main shows and catch-ups and stuff. So probably like 7 hours, nice and short.
Whoa.
That is
just
pretty
a,
short.
just a little short.
I'll be in the chat at some point, so I'll be hanging out with you.
Yeah, can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good
Love
one.
Gonna be watching while I
Tell
edit.
the boys I said what's up, and the girl Jay Longbone,
Of course.
who she did her go to her Twitter feed. She always does a little like rundown of the movies, and it's great. It's freaking great.
It's always
Talk about
fun.
Black Girl Power.
That's Black Girl Magic right there. That's our Black Girl Magic. Is,
Yeah.
Jay Longbone, we love her. Give her a follow, sub to her, and also sub to Mauler. He has a very short video out. He has a very long one out.
Is the last video you did the Star Wars one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, where I was very depressed.
Aw.
Because Star Wars went really bad and the compensation went really bad. So it's just like, yeah, it's dead, isn't it? It's
But-
dead, gone.
You
No
talked to
no one watched this.
You talked to Star Wars Theory, and that was a
I
good
did,
conversation. I thought you did great. And
The theme of which was, do we disagree that much at all in reality? Who knows? I think, Ryan, you're talking to him soon, right?
I'm talking to him on Monday, actually. Yeah, I
Nice.
should have mentioned that. I'm gonna be on Star Wars
Yeah.
Theory stream on
Ooh.
Monday at like
Ooh.
8 or 8:30 Eastern,
It's,
something like that.
It's on you to now. Like, I've set him up. You got to break him down on Dave Filoni, okay? You got to get him.
off that train, get him off
I
that
have no idea
train.
what we're going to talk about, but I was surprised to hear some of his responses to how he feels about some Dave Filoni projects.
I got completely the wrong impression. I thought he thought that Dave Filoni was like the savior of Star Wars, but when I talked to him, he said he's more like the guy who's offering some water in a desert, and I was like, shit.
Oh,
well, not like water, like a like an old half-eaten donut that rolled in the sand.
No, I would say like he's offering his own urine. I think in a desert.
urine.
Yeah,
you know Gary as well. He's holding the water, but pisses on you.
That's good.
But no, the fact that like Theory will go out and at least talk to people, very commendable. Like we don't have
Good
to.
on him.
Yeah, definitely.
There's
good
a lot
on
of
him.
people that were upset that he talked to Mauler. There was also some people who were very upset he's going to talk to me. Apparently that was the last straw for some people, bringing me on. So
his chat were kind of mad at the fact that he talked to me, and I told him like, feel you're going to get some stuff in the days to come that you spoke to me at all. And then when he said like, "Oh, I'm speaking to Ryan soon," I was like, "Oh, never mind me then."
And just to state again, he had a former editor. It created a whole debate, and like it's a good debate out there about editing credit and stuff. Don't ask for more credit, Quarterback. Just don't. Okay.
I appreciate what I get.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
We're not going to.
But it's like it depends on the YouTuber. It depends on how much you're paid. It depends on the job or anything. But going out
depends on what was agreed upon.
Depends on what was agreed upon. But going out and then leaking DMs because your fucking butthurt guarantees no YouTuber will ever fucking trust you again. And it's 100% bitch made and gay to leak DMs. So I'm gonna back Star Wars Theory on that. Leaking DMs is super.
I would only ever leak a Gary face. That's the only thing I'll ever leak.
I only came across that tangentially, but it struck me as really weird. It's like I'd never heard of editors demanding credit and that they're supposed to get credit like a standard thing. It's like that has never been a standard for every editor I've worked with, and I've worked with a lot. Like
you never know
really
what will make you seem like an asshole if someone frames it right. But like the idea that an editor says, "Can I have 8 seconds of the beginning of your video to promote my channel?" I'd be like, "No."
You just turn off a video within even 3 seconds.
I don't even promote myself.
Just to put it in context, Mauler and I and many others say no to thousands of dollars for 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds in the video.
It is one of the most primo spaces of a video is right at the beginning. The idea that, as Gary just said, fucking Raid Shadow Legends will buy your soul to put their fucking ad there.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, but there's the courtesy part, and this is just speaking for myself, not telling people what to do. But like, I like giving people credit when they do the work.
Yeah.
You put a link in the description, you talk about it, have them on the live streams. I want people to know about them because, like, in reality, I love my people to be around forever. They can never leave, but they might want to blossom and go somewhere else and do something else in life. And for one, that's rewarding. I think that's super rewarding to watch your kids grow and go do stuff. But also, they're people and you want to treat them like that. That's fine. That's my way though.
As an editor, like, do your job. Like, fucking do your job. And if you agreed upon some kind of credit, then cool. But if you didn't agree that in the beginning, like, sorry.
I would let you guys put your names at like the end. At the end of the video. Makes sense. Like that would be fine. I have no problem with that. But like stopping a video, stopping a video for like a talking. No.
Yeah. And also, it's a transaction. You get the credit is getting paid. All right, like that's what you're getting out of it.
That's the job.
The thing I will say is that there's some people, especially like depending on the channel or whatever, they might want to build up their own platform. They might want to be compensated, not necessarily with money, but instead with exposure.
If that's part of the negotiation,
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like that has to be clear. And if you're agreed to get paid to do this thing and get a link in the description or whatever, then
I'm a terrible businessman, Ryan, because what was our negotiation, Garrett? Hey, you want to do some stuff? Okay. No contract.
That was it.
And the whole situation here on Friday Night Tights, do you guys just want to stay on and do it every Friday? Okay, cool.
Cool. And like,
it wasn't even that. I just didn't leave, and you kept inviting me, and so I was like, sure, I'll come.
And the reality is, shout outs only like do so much.
Yeah.
If you haven't noticed,
still has to say and stuff.
If you haven't noticed, I've got 283,000 subscribers. Gary's closing in on 1 million. I'm on this show every fucking week in front of all these tens of thousands of people. I don't have as many subs as Gary does because shout outs don't necessarily mean anything.
I lost a few subs after that Noki joke. So it's up and down.
It can help if you're like a brand new channel and you
100%.
yeah, but
Started, yeah.
but there's a point where it's just do the work. That's it. Do the work. If you if you want to build your own channel, do your work on that channel. Also do your job, and if that's part of a problem, it's Robert Meyer Burnett says it all the time. You get what you negotiate. Renegotiate. Negotiate something.
Yep.
Make a deal, but keep it behind.
Shout out to the actors.
Oh, yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, well done, The Film Actors Guild is back. Oh yeah, we didn't even fucking talk about that.
Hooray.
Great, it's back.
I didn't mean to remind you.
More
Sorry.
shit.
They fuck themselves so much, but we're gonna have to wrap it up there. Thanks again, everybody. Wait, did I get everybody? Did I miss anybody? I got it.
Everybody.
We're
Yeah,
good.
get
Okay.
everyone.
You miss
Again,
Gary?
go check out Jeremy. He'll probably be doing some stream in a minute. And Az will probably be gaming for 5 hours tomorrow. Please follow them. We love those guys. Thanks for everyone. Thanks to the over 18,000 people who were here for this massive show. Thanks to the Nerdrotics, of course. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. You help keep the lights on. There will be a super chat square up within a week. I am currently working on the Marvels review and will be for the foreseeable future until it comes out. So again, thank you all. Go enjoy. Who's out there streaming? Is there anybody out there streaming? Go watch
Krigler
Max.
was?
Max is streaming.
Go watch
MVP.
Max. Screw Adam.
Max.
Go watch
Oh, yeah.
Max. Not just.
Wow.
Just kidding.
He's probably playing guitar or something.
Probably playing
talented or some
guitar
shit.
and being a model and looking pretty, whatever he does.
I know. Gosh.
But thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Forgot. I'm
What?
doing a movie watch along tonight.
What are you
There
doing?
you go.
Oh,
Star
At 10
Wars.
o'clock.
What is it?
Yeah, Star Wars. I think. Gosh.
Revenge of the Sith?
I think so. I think
Yeah,
that's
I
what
thought you were
I'm
episode
doing.
number.
All right.
Yeah.
That's my
Go
favorite
check
one.
that out.
Go watch that.
I'll be in 2 hours.
All right, go check that out
Movie.
on Chrissy's channel.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
God damn, Gary. Some serious gourmet shit. What flavor is this? That's right, it's the all-hell medium roast private blend. Check out the Geek Grind Coffee Nerdrotic page for our other options like the Decadent, Feathers of Liberty, vanilla-infused flavored coffee. Or if you're looking for something darker, try the Dark Roast FNT blend of the Fellowship. You know what? Just buy all three. GeekGrindCoffee.com. Use discount code Nerdrotic.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Dale, dale.